Chapter 201 It's Not by Mao, Bad Review. 201. The game has not officially started yet. In the rest area, Muyang looked at the participating college teams in the Zinglo Empire Division. 5 rings. Suddenly, Muyang's eyes fell on a blonde young man in the rest area of the Zinglo Royal Academy team, who looked 70% similar to Dai Mubai. Perhaps to spy on the enemy, the 3 teams that did not need to participate in the first round of the game all came to the competition. Just from the soul power aura emanating from his body, Davis' soul power level should have entered the 5-ring Soul King. Tisk, Dai Mubai is finished. Glancing at Dai Mubai in the rest area of the Shrek team, Muyang couldn't help thinking secretly. If it was the same period in the original work, the Shrek 7 Devils, all of whom had reached the 4th ring, faced Davis and the Zinglo Royal Academy team, who had entered the 5th ring, then there might still be hope of winning. But judging from the current strength of the Shrek team, there is no chance of winning at all. After all, after Tang San and Xiaowu missed the game, the Shrek team only had Dai Mubai as the only 4-ringed Soul Master, and the rest were only 3-ringed Soul Masters, which was a huge gap compared to the Zinglo Royal Academy team. However, Dai Mubai and the like had nothing to do with him, so Muyang skipped over it and turned his gaze to the rest area of the Spirit Hall team. All level 54. Carefully sensing the soul power levels of the 3 people of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Muyang couldn't help but be secretly surprised. If he remembered correctly, in the original Soul Master competition, the levels of the golden generation trio were 52, 52, and 51. Now Xiaoyu and Yan have 2 levels of soul power improvement, and Hulina has even improved by 3 levels. The 2 level 54 Soul Kings jointly launched the Spirit Fusion technique, and the 2 of them had at least 1/5 spirit ring with an over limit of age. The strength of the Spirit Fusion technique, Yao Mei can definitely enter the 7-ring level. With such strength, it can be said that they can kill indiscriminately in the Soul Master competition, where the age limit for participants is under 25 years old. And it is not just the 3 golden generation who have improved significantly. The strength of the other members of the Spirit Hall team should not be underestimated. The lowest level is over level 45, and there are even 49 level Soul Masters. It is a pity that the finals of this Soul Master competition are destined not to be a stage for the Spirit Hall to show off alone. While Muyang was looking at others, there were also people looking at other participating college teams. Coincidentally, this year's Blazing Fire team is quite strong. Not only are all the main players above level 40, but there are also 3 5-ring Soul Kings, which are strong contenders for the championship team. Before Muyang retracted his gaze, he met the sight of the 3 golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Not white-haired, bad review. Automatically skipping the silver-haired guy and the red-haired dog, Muyang secretly gave a funny bad review to a certain orange-haired fox. The finals did not have the grand opening ceremony that one might imagine. Everything was simple. A cardinal from the Spirit Hall came on stage and announced the start of the finals, as well as the first round of the lineup and the bye list. Soon, under the command of the referee, the first game of the first round of the finals began. Although in the finals, all participating teams could no longer be described as chickens fighting each other, in Muyang's opinion, the 2 supporting teams on the field were only slightly stronger than chickens, which inevitably made people feel depressed. Half an hour later. The 4th game of the first round of the finals, Blazing Academy vs Thunder Academy, please play. At the referee's announcement, Muyang held his head high and took the Blazing team to the competition stage. In the finals, Muyang did not let the 3 substitutes play, and the players who played were all the main players. Unless there was an emergency, the next game would bane the competition. The 3 substitutes in the team are here to cheerlead. On the spacious arena, compared with the Blazing team who are full of confidence, the opponent Thunder team is not in high spirits and looks like they can't cheer up. There is no way. They have already experienced the strength of the Blazing team in the preliminary round. Whether they can win the championship or not is not mentioned for the time being. It is absolutely certain to deal with them. They don't even need to use all their strength. Just Huo Wu or Huo Wushuan may be able to beat 7 of them. Huo Wu's 3rd soul skill, the Fire Resist Ring, can not only be cast instantly, but also has a very wide coverage range. It is definitely a magical skill in the arena. As for Huo Wushuan's Red Flame Crystal Dragon Martial Soul, except for Captain Yu Tianxin who possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul, the rest of the Beast Soul Masters of the Thunder team all have to endure the suppression of the martial souls of varying strengths. If they can exert 60% to 70% of their strength, they can be regarded as the elites among the younger generation of the Soul Master world. It can be said that the Thunder team, who met the Blazing team in the first round of the finals of this year's Soul Master competition, is destined to be a one-day trip to the arena. Walking to the center of the competition arena, the referee announced, "Please release the martial souls of both teams, the competition is about to begin." In an instant, the beast souls possessed the body, the weapon souls materialized, and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings on the arena shone. Of course, the black 10,000-year soul ring only appeared in the Blazing team's array, and the 7 people of the Thunder team, whose highest level was only 4 rings, did not have a 10,000-year soul ring. The rest area of the Wuhan Hall team. I don't know how they attached the 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Hulina couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Muyang, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuan, all of whom had 2 10,000-year soul rings blooming on their bodies. Because she was a spiritual soul master, Hulina felt that when she broke through level 40, her spiritual strength was not much worse than that of an ordinary 50-level combat soul master. In addition, after taking whale glue to improve her physical fitness, she could theoretically attach the 10,000-year 4th soul ring. But in the same way, because her own demon fox martial soul took the root of mental control, the soul hunting target naturally could not be a non-spiritual soul beast. In the same year, the spiritual power of spiritual soul beasts is naturally far superior to that of most non-spiritual soul beasts. The attacher needs a stronger spiritual power to withstand the soul shock formed by the soul beast's residual thoughts. Therefore, Hulina did not dare to commit suicide. Although the age of the 4th soul ring exceeded the limit, it did not reach 10,000 years. It was only purple with black for more than 9,000 years. However, it was precisely because of his own precautions that he obtained an extremely precious treasure when he hunted a 3-eyed demon fox that was more than 9,000 years old to advance. Don't worry, Nana, the championship honor is definitely ours. At this time, Fei Yunyan said. Yes, with that trump card in hand, we are not afraid of any challenge. Xia Yu said confidently. Yes. Hulina nodded slightly. Indeed, with the martial soul fusion skills, even if the opponent has more than one 5-ring soul king, the martial soul hall team is not afraid of any challenge. The 3 soul bones as the championship reward must belong to the 3 of them. Only in this way can they live up to the teacher's expectations. End of this chapter. 202 Chapter 202 I, Yu Tian, wish to call you the strongest. 202. The game begins. With the referee's order, the game began. At the moment of the opening, Muyang's expression condensed, and he secretly used a soul-stealing secret technique on Yu Tianxin. With Yu Tianxin's level of only 4 rings, he naturally couldn't resist Muyang's mental control secret technique, and his mind was immediately controlled and turned into a temporary puppet. Low-key? No need to be low-key. With 3 thighs in his family, Muyang felt that he was no longer afraid that forces other than the Spirit Hall would have evil intentions towards him. As for the Spirit Hall, there was Xue Qinghe, the plastic big brother. In the eyes of the real high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, he was one of our own, and one of our own would not fight one of our own. Then, Yu Tianxin, whose mind was controlled, shouted, "Stop!" Immediately, except Muyang, the remaining 12 people from the 2 teams turned their eyes to Yu Tianxin. The Blazing Fire Team, I, Yu Tianxin, wish to call you the strongest. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Yu Tianxin folded his hands in front of his chest and said proudly. Everyone was confused. What kind of look is this? Ahem, please continue the game, players of Thunder Team, otherwise I will eliminate you. Clearing his throat, the referee outside the field warned Yu Tianxin. Humph, little referee, how ridiculous. Yu Tianxin said disdainfully, and then without waiting to hear what the angry referee said, he continued, in this battle, I, Yu Tianxin, admit defeat on behalf of the Thunder Academy team. Not everyone is qualified to admit defeat on behalf of the participating team, only 3 people have this qualification. One is the dean of the college, the second is the team leader, and the last one is the team captain. Yu Tianxin is the captain of the Thunder Academy team, so he is naturally qualified to admit defeat on behalf of the Thunder team. Yu Tianxin, are you sure you want to admit defeat on behalf of the Thunder team? The referee asked in surprise when he heard that Yu Tianxin was going to admit defeat. At this moment, the referee was very confused. If the Thunder team wanted to admit defeat, why didn't they do it earlier? Why wait until the game started, why not embarrass yourself again? You know, surrendering without a fight is not a glorious thing. After glancing at the referee, Yu Tianxin turned around and walked towards the steps where the Thunder team had stepped onto the competition stage. Seeing this, the Thunder team looked at each other in bewilderment. After looking at each other for a moment, the team's deputy captain Lei Dong shrugged and followed Yu Tianxin off the competition stage. Indeed, apart from face, there was no need to fight this battle. Their Thunder team was not the opponent of the Blazing Fire team at all. As for why Captain Yu Tianxin, who was usually such a face-conscious person, chose to surrender after playing, it is unknown. Maybe the captain was originally prepared to surrender, but since he had come all the way to Wuhan City to participate in the competition, it would be a bit unreasonable if he couldn't even get on the competition stage, so he chose to surrender after playing? Well, I think it should be so. I declare that in the fourth game of the first round of the finals, Blazing Academy vs Thunder Academy, Blazing Academy wins. Congratulations to Blazing Academy for advancing to the second round. Seeing that the Thunder team really surrendered, the referee returned to the ring and announced. In the rest area of Thunder Academy. Tianxin, what do you think? In the corner, Lei Bassian, the Dean of Thunder Academy, asked Yu Tianxin, who had been gloomy after leaving the ring, with a puzzled look on his face. In Lei Bassian's eyes, Yu Tianxin was a proud person. Even if the Blazing team was strong and his own Thunder team had no chance of winning, Yu Tianxin should not have directly admitted defeat. Dean, it's not me who wants to admit defeat. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yu Tianxin said in a deep voice. Lei Bassian looked at Yu Tianxin with a confused face. He recognized every word of this sentence, but why couldn't he understand it when it was put together? Dean, at the beginning of the game, someone cast a spiritual secret on me and controlled my mind. Although there is no evidence, I suspect that the Blazing Fire team cheated. Yu Tianxin said with a stiff neck. Hearing this, Lei Bassian widened his eyes and then fell silent again. After thinking for a moment, he said, the strength of the Blazing Fire is above ours, so there is no need to take the risk of cheating. If nothing unexpected happens, that spiritual secret should be released by their captain Muyang. Although it is a bit incredible, Lei Bassian knows that this is the most reasonable explanation. After all, before this, he had also been curious about why the captain of the Blazing Fire team was not Huo Wu or Huo Wushuan, but Muyang, a food-type soul master who seemed to have no combat ability. If the spiritual secret that controlled Yu Tianxin to admit defeat was activated by Muyang, then it would make sense why Muyang could serve as the captain of the Blazing Fire team. There is no other reason. The position of the team captain is occupied by the capable, and Muyang got the position by hard power. Isn't this possible? Yu Tianxin said in disbelief. It's fine that I can't beat Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, but I, one of the Blue Lightning Twin Stars, can't beat them. I was killed by a food-type Soul King in one glance? Even if it was Huo Wu or Huo Wushuan, he couldn't be defeated so quickly. Patting Yu Tianxin on the shoulder, Lei Bassian comforted her, the world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders, and there are too many things beyond people's imagination. For example, Tang San from Shrek Academy, at a young age, he cultivated into a 4-ring soul master with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and also added a 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Isn't this also incredible in the eyes of the world? It sounds a bit incredible that a food-type Soul King killed a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master whose strength is comparable to that of a level 50 Battle Soul Master in one glance, but if you really want to get to the bottom of it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Just practice a trick of spiritual secret technique. Compared to the 14-year-old Blue-Silver Grass Soul Sect, it is not really outrageous that a food-type Soul Master can control opponents of lower levels after learning the spiritual secret technique. By the way, don't tell anyone about this. This year's Blazing team is definitely one of the strongest opponents of the Spirit Hall team. Leave some surprises for that shitty golden generation. Just think of it as you voluntarily admitting defeat. Lei Bassian told Yu Tianxin. Although the relationship between Thunder Academy and Blazing Academy is relatively ordinary, it can at least be at a friendly and neutral level, but the Spirit Academy is different. The relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Spirit Hall is not good. If in the subsequent competitions, Muyang can unexpectedly defeat the Spirit Hall team with this spiritual secret technique, causing the Spirit Hall to miss the championship of this Soul Master competition, Lei Bassian will definitely be in a good mood for a whole year. Yu Tianxin. I hope Muyang of Blazing Academy can give him some face and don't take the initiative to publicize it. End of this chapter. 203 Chapter 203, Divine Wind Battle. 203. Time flies, and it is the 5th day of the official start of the finals. Unlike the previous qualifiers and promotion matches, there will be 1 day of rest and adjustment between each round of the 6 finals, and even 3 days of adjustment from the end of the 4th round to the beginning of the 5th round. In the first round of the finals, Blazing Academy played against Thunder Academy, and the Thunder team directly admitted defeat and surrendered. In the second round of the finals, since Blazing Academy ranked first in the promotion match, it was directly given a bye. Early in the morning, everyone in the Blazing team came to the stadium to prepare for the third round of the game. And, who is our opponent in the third round? In the rest area, Muyang asked Muzio, who had returned from the draw. It's Zinglo Royal. The college team will play in the third match of this round. Muzio said directly. Zinglo. Muyang raised his eyebrows. Not to mention, the strength of the Zinglo Royal College team is still very good. Captain Davis is a 5-ring Soul King, and the Vice-Captain Zhu Zuyun's Soul Power level is a 48-level Soul Master. The two of them jointly launched the Nether White Tiger, and their strength is definitely enough to rival the 6-ring Soul Emperor, and they are not even the weakest among the 6-ring Battle Soul Emperors. And it is worth mentioning that, perhaps because of the Whale Glue, in addition to Zhu Zuyun, the Zinglo Royal College team also has 5 4-ring Soul Masters, although there seems to be it has just advanced to the 4th ring, but it has indeed achieved the achievement of all the main players being above level 40. With such strength, including the Nether White Tiger as a trump card, the Zinglo Royal Academy team will not be weaker than the Kamikaze team, and far surpass the Royal Fighting team, which is also an Imperial Royal team. In order to avoid a rollover due to carelessness, Muzio warned everyone, don't be careless. As far as I know, whenever the Zinglo Royal team has members of the Royal White Tiger family participating in the competition, they will have the Nether White Tiger as a martial soul fusion skill as a trump card. This time, the captain of the Zinglo Royal team is the eldest Prince Davis, who has reached the 5th ring, and the deputy captain is also from the Nether Spirit Cat family. These two people can definitely activate the Nether White Tiger, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Of course, if we play steadily, we will definitely not lose. Yet. Everyone nodded. Coincidentally, in the third round of the finals, not only did the Zinglo Royal Academy team face the Blazing Academy team, but the Royal Fighting team also encountered the tough team of the Divine Wind Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, the teams of the 2 Imperial Royal Academies that are guaranteed to enter the finals will fall in the third round. This made Muyang wonder if the Spirit Hall had made some tricks in the draw ceremony to deliberately embarrass the 2 empires. After all, the finals schedule has 6 rounds, and the 2 royal teams that were guaranteed to enter the finals fell in the third round. This was a big fight. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Shrek Academy was lucky. The opponents in the first and second rounds were average in strength, and they all made it through with the help of the Nether White Tiger launched by Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking. But Shrek's good luck also came to an end. That was the end. In the third round, they met an opponent they absolutely could not beat, the Spirit Hall team. The match was scheduled just before the match between Blazing Academy and Zinglo Royal Academy. In the original novel, Shrek turned the tables and defeated the Spirit Hall team, but the original novel is the original novel, and the present is the present. Without the 2 main players, Tang San and Xiao Wu, and with only Daimyo Bai, a 4-ring Soul Master, in the team, they definitely could not beat the Spirit Hall team. After more than half an hour, the third round of the finals began. The first game was the Civil War of the Tiandu Empire, with the Divine Wind Academy versus the Tiandu Royal Academy. Except for the captains of both teams, the strength of the 2 teams was not much different. The soul power levels of the main players of both teams were all above level 40. It's a pity that compared to the Divine Wind team, who had already cultivated to the 5-ring Soul King realm, Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Royal Fighting team, Yu Tianheng, was a little bit weak, and his soul power level was only 44th level Soul Master. Although the inherited secret skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Dragon Transformation is powerful, the soul power gap of more than a whole level is not so easy to make up. Even the Dragon Transformation secret skill is not enough, unless Yu Tianheng can play the ring explosion like Tang Hao. Sure enough, after the game between the 2 teams officially started, although the 6 members of the Kamikaze team were at a disadvantage due to the tacit cooperation of the 6 members of the Royal Fighting team, the captain Feng Xiaotian directly suppressed Yu Tianheng, even if Yu Tianheng had Ye Lingling, the super nurse, to treat him. In desperation, Duguyan, the vice-captain of the royal fighting team, had to give up the match with the 6 members of the kamikaze team and began to assist Yu Tianheng. Otherwise, once Yu Tianheng was defeated, the royal fighting team, even someone who could block Feng Xiaoshan's 3 moves or 2 styles, could not be found. It's a pity that the royal fighting team had already occupied a place with Ye Lingling, a healing spirit master. Now without Duguyan, when dealing with the 6 members of the kamikaze team, the royal fighting team only had 4 members with combat capabilities. 4 against 6, although the 4 members of the royal fighting team had the assistance of a nurse, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. After all, among the 4 members of the royal fighting team, 2 were defense and 2 were agile attacks. The team's match was not very reasonable, and the number of people was small, so it was not surprising that they were at a disadvantage. If there was no nurse to support them from behind, the 4 members of the royal fighting team would have all fallen to their knees in less than 3 minutes. And most importantly, after Duguyan joined another battle group and assisted Yu Tianheng, she still failed to change the dilemma of Yu Tianheng being suppressed by Feng Xiaotian. A minute later, after figuring out Yu Tianheng's strength, Feng Xiaotian gave Tiandu Royal Academy some face. He put away his careless attitude, his expression focused, and he jumped into the air. Third soul skill, Swift Wind Wings. At the same time, Feng Xiaoshan's third soul ring shone, and a pair of cyan wings suddenly appeared behind him. With the cyan wings fluttering, Feng Xiaoshan's figure rushed into the air. Then, Feng Xiaoshan's arms merged with the cyan wings, and then he swooped down, with the sharp wings emitting faint cyan light, slashing directly at Yu Tianheng below. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Body Protection. Seeing this, Yu Tianheng did not dare to neglect it. Purple electric light filled his body, and his fourth soul ring shone. As the surging soul power surged, a transparent shield emitting purple electric light appeared on his body. The expression condensed. Dang! The next second, Feng Xiaoshan's left light wing slashed straight down, and a sharp collision sound was heard. This slash, Feng Xiaotian failed to directly break Yu Tianheng's fourth defensive soul skill with a history of up to 8 or 9,000 years. But before Yu Tianheng could breathe a sigh of relief, Feng Xiaotian turned in the air like a butterfly, and the right light wing slashed straight down. This was like a signal. Every time Feng Xiaotian turned his figure in the air, he would be accompanied by a sharp light wing with a faint green light. This move was nothing else, it was Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skill that he spent a lot of energy to create, the 36 consecutive slashes of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf. End of this chapter. 204 Chapter 204 Ready to make a move. 204. Dang dang dang, kaka, bang. The gap between the two sides was huge. Before Feng Xiaotian finished his 36 consecutive slashes, after the 8th slash, the purple lightning shield on Yu Tianheng's body was covered with fine cracks and then shattered. The next moment, the sharp light wings fell again, and a thin red line appeared on the left side of Yu Tianheng's neck. Then, Feng Xiaotian turned around in midair and slashed 2 more times, also leaving a red line on Duguyan's neck. Touching his neck and looking at the red on his fingertips, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, it's not so easy to challenge someone beyond his level, especially when the opponent is also a genius soul master, or even better than himself. Feng Xiaotian showed mercy, and Yu Tianheng didn't know what was good for him. After shaking his head and sighing, Yu Tianheng bowed to Feng Xiaotian, and then he left the competition arena with Duguyan. Afterwards, Feng Xiaotian joined another battle group. Half a minute later, of the 7 main players of the royal fighting team, only Ye Lingling, a healing spirit master, was still standing on the arena intact. Seeing that all 7 members of the Divine Wind team were looking at him, Ye Lingling shrank his neck, moved his lotus step slightly, and hurriedly fled off the arena. The winner was decided, and the referee came on stage to announce the result of the game. I declare that the Divine Wind Academy will play against the Tiandu Royal Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy will win. Congratulations to the Divine Wind Academy for entering the 4th round of the finals. Not long after, the 2 opponents of the second game appeared on the stage. The Shrek team played Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tailong, and Jiangzhu. Maybe because Shrek looked too weak, the Spirit Hall team did not go all out. Among the 3 members of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu and Hulina did not play, and only Fei Yunyan was a 5-ring Soul King in the team. But this was enough. After all, except for Fei Yanyan, the 5-ring Soul King. The other 6 people on the Spirit Hall team had soul power levels no lower than level 45 Soul Lords. Hey, Dai Mubai, right? Are you interested in joining my Spirit Hall? On the stage, before the referee announced the start of the game, Yan said to Dai Mubai with a playful look. The Nether White Tiger appeared in the preliminaries of the Tiandu division, which naturally attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall. After some investigation, Dai Mubai's identity as the 3rd prince of the Zinglo Empire surfaced. Perhaps the low-level soul masters of the Spirit Hall did not know the competition mechanism for the throne of the Zinglo Empire, but the Platinum Bishop Krat, who served as the leader of the Spirit Hall team this time, was naturally clear. As one of the 4 original Platinum Bishops of the Spirit Hall and one of the 3 Platinum Bishops after the death of Saras, Krat can undoubtedly be regarded as a high level of the Spirit Hall. He is very happy to hit the reputation of the royal families of the 2 empires. Therefore, under Krat's suggestion, Fei Yanyan invited Dai Mubai to join the Spirit Hall. If the invitation failed, the Spirit Hall would not suffer any loss, but if it succeeded, the prestige of the Spirit Hall in the Soul Master world of the mainland would surely rise greatly. After all, even the son of Emperor Zinglo has joined the Spirit Hall. Doesn't this mean that the unification of the mainland by the Spirit Hall is what the people want and what destiny has chosen? And with the joining of Dai Mubai, the Spirit Hall will have its own White Tiger spirit inheritance in the future. As for the reaction of the Zinglo Empire, although the strength of the Zinglo Empire is stronger than that of Tiandu, there must be a large number of combat forces at the title level. After all, once they can join forces to launch a martial soul fusion technique, an 8-ring White Tiger Soul Master plus a 7-ring Netherworld Spirit Cat Soul Master can form a 9-ring Netherworld White Tiger. But the Zinglo Empire is strong, and our own Wuhan Hall is even stronger. When the enemy is weak and we are strong, my Wuhan Hall did not cause trouble for you Zinglo, and you, the Zinglo Emperor Dai Yushan, must burn incense. If Zinglo really comes to us, hey, we are just waiting for you to take the bait. Perhaps the Wuhan Hall is not suitable for resisting the joint attack of other forces in the mainland Soul Master world for the time being, but if it is just your Zinglo family, then there is definitely no problem, just in time to defeat them one by one. Invite me to join the Wuhan Hall. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, and he was eager to move. However, although he was tempted, Dai Mubai did not directly agree. Otherwise, if they were just teasing him and could not represent the Wuhan Hall, then he would be finished after making a choice with no way out. The great elder of the royal family who led the Zinglo Royal Academy team to participate in the competition will definitely kill me directly to prevent the family's inherited White Tiger martial spirit from leaking out. After all, it is about the inheritance of the White Tiger bloodline, and the life of a traitorous imperial prince is nothing. Seeing that Dai Mubai was somewhat tempted, Fei Yanyan was happy in his heart. Good Dai Mubai, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect that you really want to be a little traitor, but I like it. If I succeed in pulling Dai Mubai into his own Spirit Hall, Dan Chong severely slapped the face of the Zinglo royal family, and His Holiness the Pope will definitely give him a reward, and most importantly, his goddess Nana will definitely look at him differently. Muyang, a dog licks to the end, and has nothing. Brother Dai, let's talk in detail after the game. Knowing that Dai Mubai was moved, Fei Yanyan's address to Dai Mubai became much more friendly. VIP seats. Humph, Bishop Krat, you passed. Seeing Yan tempting Dai Mubai to join the Spirit Hall on the field, Dai Feng, the great elder of the Zinglo royal family and the leader of the Zinglo royal team, snorted coldly, turned his head and said to the Platinum Bishop Krat sitting beside him with a bad face. Haha, sir, don't be angry. Our Spirit Hall welcomes any Spirit Master from the mainland Spirit world to join, but we have no intention of plotting against the White Tiger inheritance. For example, Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo are also honorary elders of our Spirit Hall, aren't they? Klat said with a smile, and took Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian who were sitting next to him as examples. You! Dai Feng was furious. How could this be the same? Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian were just nominal, but if Dai Mubai really wanted to join the Spirit Hall, it would definitely not be as simple as nominal. And even though he said he didn't plot against the White Tiger inheritance, who knows how many women your Spirit Hall will arrange for Dai Mubai to be a stud. Dai Feng didn't believe that Dai Mubai, who had a bad record in the past and had long indulged in flowers, could refuse the woman who came to his door. At this time, the referee came on the field and signaled both teams to release their spirits, and the game was about to begin. In an instant, the beast soul possessed the body, the weapon soul materialized, and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings on the ring shone. Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai was a little confused when he saw Zhu Zuqing, who was beside him, did not release his martial soul and spirit ring. Hehe, Mr. Dai, play by yourself. Wrong, everyone, I'm sorry, I won't participate in this game. After sneering and mocking Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing apologized to Ning Rongrong and others, and then turned and left the competition arena. Dai Mubai. What's going on? End of this chapter. 205 Chapter 205 Take a step back and the sky will be wide open. 205. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing, who had left the competition arena, felt more relaxed than ever. Earlier, Yan invited Dai Mubai to join the martial soul, but Dai Mubai did not refuse verbally, but showed an eager look. Zhu Zuqing immediately understood that Dai Mubai was still the same Dai Mubai as before, and there was no change at all. When Zhu Zuqing thought of the fate waiting for him after the competition, he felt sad. However, Zhu Zuqing thought that she had gone astray. If Dai Mubai really joined the spirit hall, it would be a great thing for her. Why did Zhu Zuqing suffer hostility and suppression from her sister Zhu Zuyun? Wasn't it because she had a marriage contract with Dai Mubai? Once Dai Mubai joined the spirit hall, even if the royal family didn't kill Dai Mubai, they would definitely remove Dai Mubai from the royal family. In this way, the previous marriage contract would naturally be invalid. After all, as the second lady of the Zhu family, she certainly couldn't marry someone from the spirit hall. Without the constraints of the marriage contract, her sister Zhu Zuyun and Davis, who became the crown prince of the empire, would no longer regard her as a threat. The root of the contradiction no longer exists, and she is no longer regarded as a threat. In addition, her parents are still alive, so the fate of being eradicated or imprisoned for life by the spirit power will naturally not fall on her head. Really, take a step back, the sea and the sky are wide open. Without Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai could not activate the Nether White Tiger, and his strength was not much stronger than that of the spirit masters of the same level, making the Shrek team, which was already at a disadvantage, even more no match for the Spirit Hall team. In less than 2 minutes, the Spirit Hall team won with an absolute advantage. In theory, the captain of the team should be the most disappointed when the team lost and missed the next round of the game, but this situation cannot be applied to the Shrek team. Although the game was lost, as the captain of the Shrek team, Dai Mubai was not depressed at this time. There was no other reason, he found a way out. Compared to this, the victory or loss of the game naturally seemed insignificant. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Dai Mubai felt that this was still very reasonable. Returning to Zinglo, he would definitely not be able to compete with his elder brother Davis. The best ending would be to abolish his soul power, be imprisoned for life, or even be killed directly by Davis. But if he joins the Spirit Hall, everything will be very different. There is no doubt that under the same spirit, the genes of the strong are more likely to create geniuses. The cultivation talent of the offspring of the strong father is not absolutely strong, but it is basically not too bad. The lower limit is guaranteed and the upper limit is higher. Therefore, if the Spirit Hall wants to better obtain the inheritance of the White Tiger spirit through him, it will not limit his strength. Similarly, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the White Tiger spirit, you must send him women. He has good food and drinks, and there are girls who come to his door for free. Tisk, don't live too comfortably. After several years, Dai Mubai may become the ancestor of the second White Tiger family in the mainland spirit world. Well, it's better to discuss it with His Holiness the Pope. Those who don't have good looks should not come. Dai Mubai can be regarded as a number 1 genius spirit. Master, if he is willing to cooperate, His Holiness the Pope should not refuse his small request. After the second game, it was the turn of Blazing Fire Academy to compete against Zinglo Royal Academy. Muyang led Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Huo Yun, Huo Yu, Huo Chui and Huo Zhengxiang to the competition arena. On the other side, the Zinglo Royal Academy team, led by Davis with a dark face, also stepped onto the competition arena. Why did Davis have a dark face? It was nothing else. Dai Mubai went directly to Yan after leaving the competition arena. And Davis had seen the scene where Yan invited Dai Mubai to join the Spirit Hall on the competition arena. If Dai Mubai really became a traitor and betrayed his family, the one who would have the most headache, in addition to their 2 brothers' father, Zinglo Emperor, would he not be the one who was about to sit on the throne of the Crown Prince of the Empire? If the Empire failed to solve this matter in time, it would become his top problem in the future. After all, if we calculate the time, the royal inheritance of the White Tiger martial spirit began to leak out when he was the Emperor of Zinglo. However, Davis was trained as the Crown Prince by the Zinglo Empire. Apart from other things, it was no problem to control his surface emotions. After entering the competition arena, his face immediately turned from gloomy to sunny, and he regained his previous confident look. "You guys are very good." At this time, both teams were waiting for the referee's order. Suddenly, Davis, who was looking at Muyang and the other 7, praised. "Muyang and the other 7. Muyang, Hua Washuan, I wonder if you have any plans for the future?" Davis asked with a smile. "Well, there is no other meaning. The great Prince Dai, who cares about the empire, is ready to recruit talents. Although Muyang and the other 3 are from the Tiandu Empire, who says that the Zinglo Empire cannot recruit talents from the Tiandu Empire? As for the background of the 3 People's Blazing Fire Academy, the Zinglo Empire also welcomes the establishment of an advanced Soul Master Academy with strong teaching staff in its own empire. Anyway, recruiting talents only requires a few pleasant words in the early stage, which costs nothing. Even if it doesn't work, there is no loss, but if it does, it will be a big profit." Hearing this, everyone in Muyang couldn't help but look strange. Isn't this Daida prince too self-satisfied? There are 6 forces on the continent, the 2 empires, the Spirit Hall, and the 3 upper sects. The Haoshan sect is secluded, and the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex family is exclusive. Therefore, except for the lone wolf scattered people, most of the Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world have joined the Spirit Hall, the 2 empires, and the 7 treasures glazed sect. Although the strength of the Zinglo Empire is not bad, it is not the best choice for genius Soul Masters who are not from the Zinglo nobles. Not to mention the Spirit Hall, the overlord of the Soul Master world. From the perspective of advantages and disadvantages alone, the Zinglo Empire is not even as good as the Tiandu Empire and the 7 treasures glazed sect. The Spirit Hall is strong and is a good partner. As long as they don't have the bad luck to meet a lawless tough guy like Tang Hao, they basically don't have to worry about their own safety. The 7 treasures glazed sect is rich, well paid, and there are signs of a lack of successors. If there are enough outstanding young spirit masters joining, it is possible that the Grand Master Ning can become a father-in-law. As for the Tiandu Empire, Boss Shuiye is very good at dealing with people, and the Tiandu Empire also lacks top masters. If there are geniuses or strong people joining, Emperor Shuiye will undoubtedly pay attention to it. Except for the lack of high-end strength, the Tiandu Empire can give what other forces can give, and even some things that other forces cannot give, the Tiandu Empire is willing to give. End of this chapter. 206 Chapter 206 Battle against Zinglo Royal Academy. 206. As for the Zinglo Empire, anyone on the mainland who has known about it knows that your White Tiger Dai family is more domineering than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In addition, the Dai family of the Zinglo Imperial family has enough experts, and they are not very eager for geniuses and strong men from other families. Like Douluo, his treatment in the Tiandu Empire is equal to that of the Imperial Prince, or even higher. When there is something to send, Emperor Shuiye will not directly force orders and instructions, but discuss it. But if it is placed in the Zinglo Empire, it is a no-brainer, unless the strength can reach the level of the elders worshipped in the Spirit Hall. Even ordinary genius soul masters may not look down on the Zinglo Empire, let alone Muyang and others. Davis's recruitment is destined to be a waste of effort. Seeing that Muyang and others were unmoved, and even too lazy to speak, Davis couldn't help but frown again. Don't be afraid of others rejecting you, just be afraid of others treating you as heir. But Davis thought about it and thought it was normal for Muyang and others to be unmoved. After all, Blazing Academy currently has 2 titled Douluo in charge. In the mainland Soul Master world, in terms of appearance, it is the second only to the Spirit Hall, the 2 empires and the 3 upper sects. In addition, Muyang and the other 2 are the blood relatives of the 2 Douluo of Blazing Academy. It is not difficult to understand that they look down on their own Zinglo Empire. At this time, the referee came on the field. Please release the spirits of both teams and get ready. The game is about to begin. Suddenly, the beast souls of the 14 players on both teams were possessed, the weapon souls were materialized, and the soul rings on the ring were shining. The game begins. The referee gave an order and the game officially began. Soul capture. Instantly, Muyang's expression condensed, and the soul capture secret technique was activated. The invisible and intangible spiritual power instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and sank into Zhu Ziyun's mind. Davis's soul power level reached the 5th ring, and Zhu Ziyun's level was also the 4th ring high stage. The two's martial soul fusion skills, Netherworld White Tiger, should not be underestimated. Once the two of them launch Netherworld White Tiger, he and his cousin Huo Wu will inevitably reveal their trump cards. At the moment, directly using the soul-stealing secret technique to control Zhu Ziyun, so that the two cannot launch the martial soul fusion skills, is the most convenient and effective way, and it is also the way to expose the least trump cards. After all, Zhu Ziyun is only a 4-ring soul master, and he is a 5-ring soul king. It is natural that a 5-ring soul king can control a 4-ring soul master with spiritual secrets, and it will not attract too much attention. Ziyun, come. Seeing that Zhu Ziyun did not follow the tactics formulated before going on the stage, Davis reminded him. However, what surprised Davis was that Zhu Ziyun ignored him, raised his right hand directly, turned to the referee who had just left the competition arena and said, "Referee, I admit defeat." What? Hearing this, Davis looked unbelievable. What was going on? After glancing at Davis, Zhu Ziyun said nothing. In the confused eyes of his teammates, he walked off the competition stage by himself. Letting the opponent admit defeat voluntarily was actually Muyang's intention to restrain himself, otherwise he could have played more tricks. For example, let Zhu Ziyun sneak attack Davis, and Davis would most likely kneel down under the unexpected situation. After all, Davis would never have thought that his fiancée, who had a martial soul fusion skill with him, would sneak attack him on the court and give him a ruthless blow. However, considering that he had done similar operations in the preliminaries before, and involved many people, in order to avoid being recalled by others and discovering clues, and then bringing trouble to himself, Muyang suppressed the idea of using this trick to eliminate Davis. Anyway, Davis is a little chicken, and without the martial soul fusion skill of the Nether White Tiger, both Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan can easily take him down. Go, kill him. Muyang said to Huo Wushuan, who was standing in front of the battle formation in a daze. Hearing the sound, Huo Wushuan came back to his senses and realized that Muyang had made a move secretly. Immediately, the 3rd soul ring around his body flashed, and his aura soared a lot, and he rushed directly into the formation. 3rd soul skill, resist fire ring. At the same time, Huo Wu also began to clear the field. With a step, he rushed forward. As the 3rd soul ring flashed, a circle of dazzling ring-shaped flames instantly broke out. The competition arena was 100 meters in diameter, and the coverage of the resistance fire ring was as much as 60 to 70 meters in diameter. The center of the circle moved forward, and the people of the Zinglo royal team were not standing on the edge of the arena, so they were immediately covered by the ring-shaped flames formed by the resistance fire ring. The ring-shaped flames that broke out spread and passed over Muyang and others like a phantom, but when they fell on Davis and others, it was a powerful repulsive force. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, the 6 people of the Zinglo Royal Academy team were bounced away by the repulsive force. Among them, except for Davis, who had reached the 5th ring and had a stronger resistance to repulsion than his teammates, and turned his body in midair in time and was not ejected from the ring, the other 5 members of the Zinglo Royal team who were at the 4th ring level were all ejected from the competition ring by the fire resistance ring. There is no doubt that the fire resistance ring is a magical skill in the ring competition, and Huo Wu's soul power level is as high as the 5th ring high stage. The age of the 3rd soul ring is also more than 7,000 years, which is still higher than the 4th soul ring of most 4-ring soul sects. It is only used to deal with 4-ring soul sects, so don't take it too easy. 1st soul skill, Red Flame Fireball. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Before Davis could completely stabilize his body, Huo Wushuan activated the 1st soul skill, and a huge fireball emitting a violent aura shot towards Davis. Humph, the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, the 1st soul skill, White Tiger Body Barrier. With a cold snort, Davis activated the 1st defensive soul skill without hesitation after adding the attribute Amplification soul skill and increasing his strength. A golden light flashed around Davis, and a layer of defensive barrier condensed from his body surface. Boom! A huge red fireball fell, the flames flashed, and a violent explosion sounded. The red flame fireball smashed the defensive barrier condensed on Davis' body surface, but after being offset by the White Tiger body barrier, most of the power was blocked by Huo Wushuan's red flame fireball. It did not cause much damage to Davis, and was blocked by his body protection soul power. The fourth soul skill, White Tiger Destruction. The next moment, as the surging soul power surged, a brilliant light appeared on Davis' right fist, and he punched Hua Wushuan in the air. With one punch, Davis seemed to see the scene of himself KOing Hua Wushuan with one move. Don't think his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Destroying God, looks like an energy type attack soul skill, but it is actually a mental attack soul skill. Both are 5-ring soul kings, and Hua Wushuan is also a strong attack soul master. There is no qualitative difference in the level between the two sides. Davis feels that his mental power is not much worse than Hua Wushuan. Unexpectedly, this mental attack soul skill will definitely make Hua Wushuan suffer a great loss. Hua Wushuan, you are probably dreaming. End of this chapter. 207 Chapter 207 The top 6 of the competition are released. 207. Seeing Davis use the fourth soul skill, Hua Wushuan did not take it lightly. The second soul ring around his body flashed, and a layer of red transparent light shield was propped up on the surface of his body to protect his whole body. Boom! The brilliant light hit Hua Wushuan, and Davis below was refreshed. Davis knew that Zhu Ziyun's inexplicable surrender had directly ruined the Nether White Tiger's trump card, and the 5 teammates were instantly cleared by Hua Wu. In this battle, Zinglo Royal Academy destined to lose, no chance of winning. But they both lost, but there was a big difference in how they lost and how many people they eliminated before losing. If possible, he didn't want to lose too badly. It just so happened that the other members of the Blazing Fire team didn't intend to surround him and fight him in a group. As long as he could beat Hua Wushuan one-on-one, even if he lost in the end, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Humph. However, just when Davis felt that he had won, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, a touch of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his face turned pale, and his body knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Mental attack. In midair, Hua Wushuan, who was hit by a mental attack soul skill but was unharmed, curled his lips in disdain. If Davis's fourth soul skill was a serious strong attack soul skill, his second soul skill, Red Flame Crystal Cover, might be forcibly blown up. After all, as a 5-ring soul king, even if his qualities in all aspects are far superior to Davis, his own second century defensive soul skill will most likely not be able to stop Davis' fourth strong attack soul skill. But this move is a mental attack, which is not a threat to Hua Wushuan at all. With the Taiyin Refining Spirit, a unique skill specializing in spiritual power, although Hua Wushuan is a strong attack soul king, in terms of spiritual power strength alone, even if he cannot match the 70th level soul master, he is definitely not a weakling among the 6 rings. The most taboo thing about spiritual means is that the enemy is strong and I am weak. Davis's spiritual power is far lower than his, and he took a move of White Tiger Destroying God, but he was unscathed. On the other hand, Davis, the initiator of this mental attack, had to endure the mental backlash, a typical case of stealing a chicken and losing the rice. At this moment, Davis never expected that his determined attack would not give Hua Wushuan a hard blow, and the key is that he also suffered mental backlash. Isn't Hua Wushuan a strong attacking spirit master? How come his spirit power is so strong? Although Davis couldn't be sure how strong Hua Wushuan's spirit power was, it was definitely far beyond his own, at least it was at the level of an ordinary 6-ring spirit master. Head. Spirit bone. After a long pause, Davis held his head and gritted his teeth while enduring the pain of the spirit backlash. You should have said it earlier that your spirit power was so strong. How embarrassed am I now? Hee. Hua Wushuan smiled, but didn't answer. He asked, do you want to admit defeat? Hearing this, Davis' pale face immediately turned red. Well, he was angry. But he was not as skilled as others, so he had nothing to say. Moreover, if he said something harsh or found an excuse to open up after losing, it would only be more embarrassing. He could only glare at Hua Wushuan hatefully and nodded helplessly. Then, the referee stepped onto the competition stage and announced loudly, in the 3rd round of the finals, Blazing Academy vs Zinglo Royal Academy, Blazing Academy wins. Congratulations to Blazing Academy for advancing to the 4th round of the finals. After the 3 games, there was still one last game in the 3rd round. However, compared with the previous 3 games, the 4th game did not receive as much attention. Both teams are from Zinglo Empire, and their paper strength is only slightly stronger than Shrek at the moment. There are only 3 and 4 4-ring soul masters in the team. Luck plays a big part in their ability to enter the 3rd round. After a chicken fight, the academy team named Nox defeated the opponent with a slight advantage and advanced to the fourth round of the finals. So far, the 6 teams that have entered the fourth round of the finals of this Soul Master competition have been announced. The Wuhan Hall team, Blazing team, Kamikaze team, Nox team, plus the Tian Shui team and Douluo's team, which ranked second in the 2 Empires promotion games and had a bye in the third round of the finals. There is no doubt that when the third round of the game ended, among the 3 teams of Tiandu, Zinglo, and Wuhandian, Zinglo Empire was the first to be eliminated. Compared with Wuhandian, Shiwo, Tianshui, and Shenfeng, the strength of the Nox team and the Douluo's team of the Zinglo Empire was more than 1 level lower. Let alone winning the championship, if they were not lucky, the 2 teams would not have entered the 5th round if they did not face each other in the next 4th round. Of course, if it is said that there may be shady operations in the first 3 rounds of the finals, then in the 4th round, shady operations must exist. However, this shady operation does not mean that Wuhandian, as the organizer, harms others for its own benefit and deliberately lets strong teams other than Wuhandian team meet each other. Instead, it will try to artificially let strong teams face weak teams and eliminate teams that are not strong but have good results in the competition because of good luck. Otherwise, the strong teams would be eliminated in advance by the champion team of this session, and the weak teams would take advantage of the opportunity and enter the final 5th round. Then the viewing value of the final round would not be so high. Since there were only 4 games, when the 3rd round ended, it was still early in the afternoon. Muyang had nothing to do, and it was his first time in Wuhan City, so he planned to take Shui Binger for a good stroll in Wuhan City. As for the safety issue, Muyang was not worried. Wuhan Hall was the organizer of the final of this Soul Master competition. If the participating team members got into trouble in Wuhan City, no matter which force attacked, Wuhan Hall could not afford to lose face. Just like the original work, Wuhan Hall did not make any tricks in Wuhan City even though it knew that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao. If the identity of Xiao Wu's soul beast was not exposed at the end, Tang San would definitely be able to walk out of Wuhan City safely. Of course, after the Soul Master competition ended and they left Wuhan City, Wuhan Hall would no longer be concerned about the personal safety of the participating students. Full responsibility. Muyang's plan was very good, but there was a small incident in the middle, which ruined his date plan. Seeing that Muyang was going out with his sister-in-law Shui Yue refused and intervened. No matter how he tried, he still couldn't get rid of Shui Yue. In desperation, Muyang had to take her with him. As a result, when the 3 were about to leave, they ran into the wolf warrior Feng Xiaotian who came to lick Huo Wu's cousin. After a while, the initial date of 2 people turned into a shopping and dinner for 6 people. On the streets of Wuhan City, Huo Wushuan, who was walking in the back, couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw Feng Xiaotian walking in the front, following Huo Wu with a calm face, and Muyang holding Shui Binger with one hand and Shui Yue on the side. End of this chapter. 208 Chapter 208 Fei Yan, Slurp. 208. Maybe, I should find a girlfriend too? Huo Wushuan couldn't help thinking sourly. But soon, Huo Wushuan shook his head again. He remembered that a master said that women and the like would only affect the speed at which men become stronger. He didn't want a girlfriend. However, the little cousin with a girlfriend seemed to become stronger faster than him when he was single. Well, the little cousin Muyang is special and can't be calculated by common sense. Hey? Since Feng Xiaotian started to lick his sister, his strength has increased much faster than before. The 18-year-old 36-level Soul Master in the past is not comparable to the 24-year-old 56-level Soul King now. Near noon, walking into a restaurant, Muyang, who had already stuffed a lot of bags in his Soul Guide storage bracelet, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the business environment of Douluo continent is not as good as the modern society in the previous life, it is not much inferior in terms of clothing and food. Moreover, the girls who go shopping, especially when accompanied by good sisters, are simply terrifyingly strong in combat. Maybe the chef of this restaurant is good and the business is good. The 6 people found the only free table in the corner and sat down. Then, Muyang handed the menu on the table to Shui Binger. Binger, you order. Muyang, I want to drink. Shui Yue said to Muyang. No. Shui Binger immediately refuted Shui Yue's request. The person who is addicted to food is Shui Yue. She doesn't want to take care of her drunken sister after returning. No, sister, you are the best. Shui Yue hurriedly acted like a spoiled child. It's useless even if I am the best. Glancing at the mischievous Shui Yuer, Shui Bing'er said lightly, then retracted her gaze and concentrated on flipping through the menu in her hand. Muyang, look at my sister. Seeing that acting like a spoiled child didn't work on her sister, Shui Yuer hurriedly asked Muyang for help. Seeing this, Muyang pretended not to hear. Ahem, well, I think it's not appropriate to have a dinner without some drinks, how about some fruit wine? At this time, Feng Xiaotian cleared his throat and suggested to everyone. As a dog, Feng Xiaotian has also asked the expert for the secret of picking up girls. He clearly remembered that a senior who had been through thousands of flowers without getting a leaf on him once said this: if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. He knew that the fire dance goddess did not refuse to drink. If he served some fruit wine, when the fire dance goddess was slightly drunk, his chances of success would undoubtedly be greater. Even if this method can only increase the success rate by 1 point, Feng Xiaotian is willing to try it. Because in his opinion, his original success rate may not even be 1%. Muyang nodded in agreement and said, that's right, Bing'er, you order some fruit wine, but you are not allowed to drink too much. Yeah, I'll try it. Shui Yuer nodded quickly. Drinking? In fact, she doesn't have this hobby. But there is a saying that alcohol makes cowards brave, and if she gets drunk and does something bold later, it can be understood, right? Anyway, I'm drunk, I don't know what I did after I got drunk, and it wasn't intentional, sister, you and brother-in-law must forgive me. Soon, Shui Bing'er ordered a dozen dishes and a few bottles of fruit wine, asked everyone, and after making sure there was nothing to add, handed the menu to the waiter who had been waiting on the side. Everyone was chatting, and 3 men and 1 woman came to the door of the restaurant, a golden-haired tiger, a silver-haired boy, a red-haired dog, and an orange-haired fox. Walking into the restaurant, the 4 people looked around and saw Muyang and the other 6. They were slightly stunned, and then they didn't care much and sat down at the only empty table next to Muyang and the other 6. Xiao Yang, isn't Daimyo Bai from Shrek from the Zinglo Empire? How did he get together with the Spirit Hall? Noticing the arrival of the 4 people, Huo Wu glanced at them and asked Muyang in a low voice. Hearing this, Muyang raised his eyebrows and thought secretly. Is Daimyo Bai really going to break the jar, betray his family, and seek the Spirit Hall as a backer, and not return to Zinglo? But you have to say, Daimyo Bai picked a good time. In the past, even if Daimyo Bai was ready to surrender, the Spirit Hall would probably not accept him. After all, the Zinglo Empire is not weak, and even a strong one like the Spirit Hall is unwilling to completely tear its face with the Zinglo Empire. But now is different from the past. According to the trajectory of the original work, the Spirit Hall has already begun to infiltrate the various kingdoms under the 2 empires. The Wuhan Empire plan is about to surface, and the Wuhan Hall will have to tear its face with the 2 empires in a short time. Now that Daimyo Bai, a guide with an unusual identity, has come to the door, the Wuhan Hall will not refuse. Look, the son of Emperor Zinglo has joined the Wuhan Hall. My Wuhan Hall unifies the continent, which is what the people want and what destiny wants. Why don't you surrender quickly? Suddenly, Muyang saw Daimyo Bai looking at Hulina from time to time, and said jokingly, I understand. What do you understand? Huo Wu asked curiously, and Shui Bing'er and the other 4 turned their eyes to Muyang. I heard that Daimyo Bai is very lustful. I'm afraid the Wuhan Hall used a beauty trap. Muyang said with a firm face. Isn't this wrong? Zhu Zuqing from Shrek should be his fiancée, right? Isn't she also very beautiful? Shui Bing'er said with some disbelief. Muyang turned to look at Huo Washuan, cousin, tell me, if you have to choose, would you choose Zhu Zuqing or Hulina? I think, I can't have either one, women will only delay my speed of becoming stronger. After thinking for a moment, Huo Washuan said with a firm look. Looking at Huo Washuan with contempt, secretly saying that he is a straight man, Muyang turned to look at Feng Xiaotian. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian's face became serious, and he glanced at Huo Wu with the corner of his eyes, and hurriedly said, in my eyes, whether it is Zhu Zuqing from Shrek or this Hulina, they are just ugly girls. I only like Huo Wu. Bang! As soon as Feng Xiaotian finished speaking, before Huo Wu, who was being licked, had any reaction, there was a sound of slapping the table next to him. Fei Yunyan slammed the table and stood up, shouting at Feng Xiaotian with a bad face, you kid actually said Nana is ugly? If you have the guts, say another word. Fei Yunyan was almost furious at this moment. For a guy like Dai Mubai, Nana still needed to use the beauty trap? If it weren't for the Platinum Bishop Krat, who was also the leader of the academy, who wanted to plot the inheritance of the White Tiger spirit for the Spirit Hall, he would not care about Dai Mubai. However, considering that Muyang and others didn't know the inside story, and they were guests who came to the Spirit City from afar to participate in the competition, as a member of the Spirit Hall and as a part of the landlord, he would have tolerated it. But now Feng Xiaotian lied with his eyes open, and actually said that his goddess Nana was ugly. He really couldn't help it. You can say that I, Fei Yunyan, am ugly, but I, Fei Yunyan, will never allow you to slander my goddess Nana. If I don't teach Feng Xiaotian a lesson, he probably doesn't know that I, Fei Yunyan, am the #1 licker of the goddess Nana. Fei Yunyan, slurp. It's just a joke, I guess you guys won't take it seriously, right? Muyang asked with a smile after glancing at Hulina. Hearing this, Fei Yunyan became even angrier. You said you were joking? You actually joked about my goddess Nana, it's simply unforgivable. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, I, Fei Yunyan, would have to let you know why the flowers are so red today. End of this chapter. 209 Chapter 209 A Different Bet. 209. Okay, Yan, sit down. Hulina said to Yan. Only ugly girls would mind if someone said she was ugly, because she was indeed ugly, but beautiful girls wouldn't, because everyone with a discerning eye knew she was beautiful. Hulina, who felt that she was a great beauty and was confident in her own charm, wouldn't care if someone said she was ugly, unless the person who said that was someone who could make her heart beat. Humph, for Nana's sake, I'll let you go for now. After hearing the goddess words, Fei Yunyan glared at Feng Xiaotian and Muyang, said something harsh, and then sat down. Muyang raised his eyebrows and said, let us go? Red hair, how about a bet? Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu, ... They are also red-haired. Red hair? Me? Fei Yunyan's eyes widened, and his face darkened immediately. It's true that I, Fei Yunyan, am red-haired, but you are belittling me when you say this. How can I tolerate this? This is definitely intolerable. He immediately slammed the table and counterattacked without hesitation. Blue-haired monster, who are you talking about red hair? Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, ... Muyang, ... Hiss, I almost forgot that he is red-haired and I am also blue-haired. However, there are 10 people on both sides, 3 with red hair, 3 with blue hair, 2 with silver hair, 1 with orange hair, and 1 with golden hair, but none of them has black hair, so there is no need to worry about the problem of alternative hair color. Waving his hand, Muyang said, don't worry about the hair first, just tell me if you dare to bet. You tell me, I will agree to all of them. The guest follows the host's wishes, as long as the bet is equal. As one of the leaders of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, he Fei Yunyan has nothing to be afraid of, not to mention that the goddess is sitting next to him, so he must not be timid. We came to the Spirit City to participate in the Soul Master competition, and we bet on who can win the championship. To be honest, I am very unhappy with your red hair. If any of our 3 teams, Shiwo, Tian Shui and Shenfeng, wins the championship, you will directly shave all your red hair. On the contrary, if your Spirit Hall team wins the championship, I will shave my head on the spot. Muyang said jokingly. If the bet is too big, the other party will not dare to accept it, or will not be able to pay. But if the bet is not too harmful, insulting, but not vulgar, the other party will probably accept it. Hehe, I just don't like your blue hair, so I'll bet. But it's such a small bet. The bet is not enough. Finding that the bet is not big, even if you lose, it's just a loss of face. Yan didn't hesitate at all, raised his head, and agreed directly, and even planned to increase the bet. Not enough? You said, as long as the bet is equal, you can increase it. Muyang said casually. Although you outsiders are not polite, I have to admit that you are still a little capable. In this Soul Master competition, you are the ones who are qualified to compete with our Wuhan Hall team for the championship honor. My increased bet is not big. If our Wuhan Hall team wins the championship of this competition, then the team that loses to us in the final championship battle, as long as they can still speak, will have to say that Nana is the most beautiful woman in the world. Fei Yunyan said with his head held high, as if the Spirit Hall team had already won the championship of this Soul Master competition. Hearing this, Muyang and the other 6 couldn't help but twitch their lips, and even Hulina beside them couldn't help but blush. You know, the championship battle is a highly anticipated game among all the games in the Soul Master competition. The number of spectators may not be large, but there are definitely many heavyweight guests including his teacher Bibi Dong. Being praised by the opponent as the most beautiful in the world in front of so many people, tisk, I feel a little shy. What do you think? Muyang turned his head to look at Shui Binger and Feng Xiaotian. Although the final championship battle could not be a clash between the Spirit Hall team and the Kamikaze team, Muyang did not leave Feng Xiaotian out. Shui Binger nodded, and Feng Xiaotian said without hesitation, I, Feng Xiaotian, agree on behalf of the Kamikaze team. Huo Wu is the most beautiful. Sure enough, the liquor is still the liquor. Seeing this, Muyang turned to look at Yan again. This increase is fine, but we have to discuss the details in advance. For example, if your Wuhan Hall team fails to enter the final championship battle and loses to us in advance, what should we do? Another thing is that there are 3 teams participating in the bet, but in the end there is only one team that will play against your Wuhan Hall. If we lose, we have to praise Hulina, so what if you lose? We will never lose. Fei Yunyan said loudly immediately. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Don't make a conclusion so early until the dust settles. Since it is a bet, we have to discuss it in advance, otherwise it will only make me think that you want to default on your debts if you lose. Muyang said lightly. Hearing this, Fei Yunyan was furious. Damn, you kid actually said that our dignified Wuhan Hall team would default on their debts? At this time, Xiaoyu, the captain of the Spirit Hall team, waved his hand and said, we in the Spirit Hall will never default on our debts. If we lose to you, you can decide what we will do. Xiaoyu thought this bet was very interesting. As Hulina's brother, it would be great if he could win the game, win the championship, and let his defeated general praise his sister in the spotlight. Similarly, the team that can go to the end and compete with their Wuhan Hall team is undoubtedly a rare genius in the mainland Soul Master world. As long as they don't die, they will definitely be a rare strong man in the mainland Soul Master world in the future. After many years, when Muyang and others become strong men, they will bring up the old things again, which will undoubtedly greatly increase the prestige of the Wuhan Hall. As a member of the Wuhan Hall, Xiaoyu felt that this was what he should do, and he had to try his best to do it well. After thinking for a while, Muyang said, so, there are no girls in the Kamikaze team, and Huo Wu is the only girl in my Blazing Fire team. If your Wuhan Hall team loses to us in the game, whether it is a championship battle or not, you have to praise Huo Wu when the game is over. If we lose to the Tian Shui team, you can praise all the girls in the Tian Shui team. Although we have some advantages in this way, you can only win this bet if you win the championship, and we can win it as long as we defeat you in the subsequent games. But I think your Wuhandian team will not mind, right? After all, Wuhan Academy is known as the strongest high-level Soul Master Academy in the continent. After Muyang finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian immediately ignited a raging fighting spirit in his heart. If the Kamikaze team can defeat the Wuhandian team under his leadership, and let the Wuhandian team praise the Fire Dance Goddess in front of many spectators after the game, I think the Fire Dance Goddess will be very happy, right? End of this chapter. 210 Chapter 210 Charming Villain. 210. In this way, maybe I have a chance to catch up with Huo Wu? I am a little excited just thinking about it. Although the overall strength of the Wuhan Hall team is still above their own Kamikaze team, if the 3 people in front of them are at the ordinary level of the same level, and they don't have any powerful trump cards, relying on the self-created Swift Wind Wolf 36 consecutive slashes, I am not without any chance of winning? Feng Xiaotian, you are the best, for the goddess Huo Wu, go for it. Listening to Muyang's request, thinking carefully, Xiaoyu, Hulina and Yan looked at each other and nodded. Xiaoyu said confidently, just because you said that my Wuhan Academy is the strongest high-level Soul Master Academy on the continent, this bet is settled, and it doesn't matter if you take advantage of it. Muyang smiled and nodded, it's a deal. Humph, you just wait to shave your head and praise Nana. With a cold snort, Fei Yunyan said to Muyang with disdain. After the episode, the previously ordered wine and food were served one after another. As expected, Shui Yuer, who was still addicted to food, got drunk and dragged Muyang to his arms. If Shui Binger hadn't pulled tightly, Muyang might have been irritated. As for whether Shui Yuer was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, no one except herself could know. Anyway, She drank wine and her face was flushed. In a blink of an eye, 2 days later, the round of the competition has begun. In this round of competition, a total of 6 teams participated, and they played against each other in pairs to determine the top 3 of the competition. When the draw results came out, Feng Xiaotian was frustrated. When he made the bet the day before yesterday, his idea was very good, but the reality was very cruel. Since there are only 6 teams in the competition, and the competition system is 6-3, the probability of Shiwo, Tianshui and Shenfeng teams meeting each other is not small. The Wuhandian team and the Tianshui team were very lucky. Their opponents were Nox and Delos, 2 teams from the Zinglo Empire. The 2 games were won by Wuhandian team and Tianshui team with absolute advantage. As for the Kamikaze team against the Blazing team, whether it was Feng Xiaotian or the other team members, or Dean Fengzhen, they all knew that the Kamikaze team was definitely not the opponent of the Blazing team. After all, the 2 teams had already played against each other in the preliminaries. Therefore, Kamikaze Academy directly voted, and the Blazing Academy team automatically advanced to the top 3 of the competition. 3 more days. The bright sunshine fell on the earth, and under the sunshine, the palace was even more magnificent. In front of the Pope's palace, 2 rows of palace knights wearing silver armor and holding heavy swords lined up from the front of the Pope's palace to the foot of the mountain, making the entire Pope's mountain more majestic. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that entered the final 3 finals, a total of 21 contestants, had already appeared in the square in front of the Pope's palace and waited quietly. At this time, 12 cardinals walked out of the side door of the Pope's palace. They walked to the front of the Pope's palace and stood on the left and right, 6 people on each side, and the leader shouted loudly, "His Holiness the Pope is here! Long live! Long live! Long live!" 3 loud shouts echoed throughout the Wuhan city like a landslide and tsunami. That was not only the voice of the neatly arranged palace guards on the Pope Hill, but also the shouts of all the soul masters in the entire Wuhan city who were not qualified to stand in front of the limited space of the Pope's palace to watch the last round of the game. Ka ka ka. The huge door of the Pope's palace slowly opened, and the emblems on the 2 doors gradually deviated from the track. Everyone's eyes unconsciously gathered in the direction of the opening of the door. The Pope, wearing a golden long dress, a purple gold crown on his head, holding a gemstone scepter in his hand, and a solemn face, Bibi Dong was the first to walk out of the Pope's hall. She had an illusory feeling, as if she was infinitely tall, and no one even noticed her beautiful face. At this moment, she only represented the majesty of the contemporary Pope of the Spirit Hall. The golden long dress was extremely fitted, and the dazzling dress was shining with precious light. There were more than 100 red, blue, and gold gems on it. The purple gold crown on her head was shining with thousands of rays of light under the sunlight, as if all the light was concentrated on her at this moment. When Bibi Dong's figure appeared, all the Spirit Hall members present knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings to His Holiness the Pope." No wonder even an old cotter like the Chamber of Secrets couldn't stand the test. Looking at Bibi Dong, who looked like a woman in her early 20s, Muyang couldn't help but think to himself. At that time, King Sunji was no longer a young man. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, what kind of happiness had he not enjoyed? In the end, this old cotter who had been tested for a long time still couldn't control himself. It can only be said that King Sunji just made a mistake that all men would make. Really, a charming villain. In Bibi Dong behind him, there were 6 people following. 5 of them were wearing bright red dresses. Unlike the red dress of the cardinal, their red dresses were inlaid with gold and silver patterns, especially the gem on the chest that was shining with golden light and as big as a baby's fist, which was full of luxury. For ordinary people, perhaps this dress only symbolizes nobility, but for soul masters, it is a great honor, because only the rare titled Douluo masters in the mainland soul master world are qualified to wear this red dress. Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Tyrannosaurus Douluo Huo Lai, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. As for the 5th Douluo, she is a short-haired woman who looks like a young woman in her mid-20s. Ling Yuan. Muyang secretly guessed the identity of the short-haired woman. As for the 6th person who walked out of the main gate of the Pope's palace with the 5 Douluos, although his strength is far from that of the 9-ring titled Douluo, his status and position are not inferior at all. He is none other than Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The people present today are no other heavyweight guests, they just didn't join. Such as the Blue Phosphorus Douluo Dugubo, the Blazing Fire Douluo Muziu, the Ice Douluo Shuiyanyu, the great elder of the Zinglo royal family Dai Feng, etc. Well, Dai Feng is indeed a heavyweight guest. Although his soul power level is only 8 rings, because his wife is still alive, with the help of the Nether White Tiger martial soul fusion skill, his strength is still above the 9-ring titled Douluo like Shilong. At this time, on the wide square in front of the Pope's palace, there are only the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team. The 14 contestants did not kneel down, which was undoubtedly different from the Spirit Hall team and the Spirit Hall members around them. However, Bibi Dong, who walked out of the Pope's hall, did not care much. She waved the scepter in her hand slightly and said, "Stand up." Bibi Dong's voice was not loud, or even very small, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. End of this chapter. 211 Chapter 211 Tactical Waiver. 211. After all the people who had fallen to the ground stood up, Bibi Dong smiled and looked from left to right, sweeping all the 21 young spirit masters who participated in the top 3 finals. Especially when she looked at Hulina, Bibi Dong's eyes were full of relief. This precious disciple of hers not only has a good talent for cultivation and works hard, but also has the best luck. It can be foreseen that the future is definitely bright. I see hope in you. In front of the Pope's palace, I hope to see all your talents and strengths. And the final winner will get the biggest reward from the Spirit Hall. While speaking, Bibi Dong waved the gemstone scepter in her hand, and 3 points of light instantly enlarged in front of her and floated in the air. These 3 points of light were not other objects, but 3 soul bones, 1 head soul bone, 1 right arm soul bone, and 1 left leg soul bone, flashing with light blue, fiery red, and dark green halos respectively. The moment the 3 soul bones appeared, they attracted countless greedy eyes, especially the head soul bone in the middle with a light blue halo, which was the most tempting. If this was not in front of the Pope's palace, if there were not several titled Douluo as a deterrent, I am afraid that someone would have rushed up to grab it without restraining their greed. The dog owner is really generous. Muyang could not help but sigh secretly as he passed over the 2 right arm and left leg soul bones and looked at the extraordinary head soul bone. If nothing unexpected happened, this light blue head soul bone should be the 60,000-year-old wisdom skull in the original book. Because of the preciousness of the head soul bone, in terms of value alone, this soul bone is second only to the 100,000-year-old limb soul bones, and is even higher than the inherited soul bones that are treasured by all forces on the continent. Knowing that the strength of other college teams is not bad and the Spirit Hall team may not necessarily win the championship, the Spirit Hall still took out this wisdom skull of spirit condensation as one of the championship rewards, which shows that the Spirit Hall is indeed a big dog. You know, this is a public place with many witnesses. Since Bibi Dong, the Pope, has spoken, the Spirit Hall must not go back on its word. Once the Spirit Hall team fails to win the championship, these 3 soul bones must be given away, otherwise the reputation of the Spirit Hall will plummet. In view of the imminent unification, there must be no stain on the reputation. Therefore, let alone a 60,000-year-old head soul bone plus 2 limb soul bones of decent value, even if a 100,000-year-old soul bone is promised, the Spirit Hall must give it. Of course, after the plan to encircle and kill Tang Hao failed, the Spirit Hall still took out the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration as one of the champion rewards, and there was a reason for that. If possible, the Spirit Hall did not want to lose this precious head soul bone. But there was no way. The right to host the finals of this Soul Master competition was obtained by the Spirit Hall from the Star Luo Empire. And the Star Luo Empire agreed to this because the Spirit Hall stated that it would take out 3 soul bones as rewards, and had already determined in advance which 3 soul bones these 3 soul bones were, and they could not be changed later. Otherwise, if the Spirit Hall doesn't want billion, and it's not the Spirit Hall team that wins the championship, what will happen if they just take out 3,000-year or even 100-year soul bones of not too much value to deal with it? After all, Tang Hao did a big deal in the Tiandu Empire not long ago. The purpose of the Spirit Hall asking for the right to host the finals is obvious. How can you get what you want without paying a price? For the Zinglo Empire, no matter who the soul bones end up with, as long as they can bleed the Spirit Hall as a potential opponent, it's all good. At this time, a charming voice sounded. These 3 soul bones are all from soul beasts that are more than 10,000 years old. They are the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm bone of explosive burning flames, and the left leg bone of chasing the wind. Among them, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration is from a soul beast that is more than 50,000 years old. It was killed by the previous pope himself. It is definitely the best among soul bones, second only to external soul bones and top soul bones produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. It was Douluo Yuguan who introduced these 3 soul bones. After Yuguan finished speaking, Bibi Dong spoke again, there is always only one winner, and the same is true for the champion. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will all belong to the final champion team. I hope that your team that enters the top 3 can go all out and win this honor. This morning, it will be an individual elimination match for 7 people from each of your 3 teams. The winning team will take the lead and directly enter the championship battle tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will compete for another place in the finals in the afternoon. Now, you can send the first player to draw lots. The first game of the 5th round of the finals is an individual elimination match like the promotion match, but it is a match for 3 teams. Although this is not the final championship battle, it is equally important. To win not only means entering the top 2, but also means being able to rest and better deal with the final battle tomorrow. A row of gilded chairs was placed in front of the Pope's palace. At Bibi Dong's suggestion, she sat in the middle, with Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian and Huo Lai sitting on the left, and Yu Guan, Gui Mei and Ling Yuan sitting on the right. 7 people sat down, and the 3 teams of Shiwo, Tian Shui and Wuhan Hall sent the first players to draw lots. The Wuhan Hall team did not directly send the 3 Golden Generation players to the field. The starting player was a tall woman with short hair. Unlike the Wuhan Hall team, the first players to play in the Shiwo team and Tian Shui team were not the relatively weaker players in the team, but Muyang and Shui Binger, the team captains. Before the game officially started, the starting players of the 3 teams had to draw lots to determine the order of appearance of the 3 teams. And the last one to appear in the order of appearance will undoubtedly have a certain advantage. Soon, the draw results came out. Muyang was unlucky and was the first to play, the Spirit Hall team was second, and the Tian Shui team was last. But at this moment, Shui Binger turned to Bibi Dong, who was sitting in front of the Pope's palace, bowed slightly, and said, "Your Highness, I will give up this game on behalf of the Tian Shui College team and directly enter the loser group in the afternoon." This was agreed upon by the 2 teams in advance. In the individual elimination match of the 3 teams in the morning, whichever team played first, the other team would directly give up and enter the loser group in the afternoon. Anyway, with Muyang and Shui Binger as the trump cards of their respective teams, whether it was Shiwo or Tian Shui, they would win the individual elimination match against the Spirit Hall team. End of this chapter. 212 Chapter 212 Muyang, next. 212. And in the team battle in the afternoon, if the opponent was the Spirit Hall team, both teams would also have the confidence to win. Therefore, in order to avoid a loss in the individual elimination match of the 3 teams in the morning, the 2 teams communicated in advance and decided which team would give up based on the luck of the draw, and then play a team battle with the Spirit Hall team in the afternoon. In this way, the 2 teams only need to play 1 game each to enter the final championship battle. What a despicable tactic! Bibi Dong frowned slightly, stared at Shui Binger, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "Your Holiness, I'm sure." Shui Binger nodded. Hearing this, Bibi Dong did not say much, and nodded slightly to a cardinal who was acting as a referee in the square. Although this tactic of the Tian Shui team is inevitably disadvantageous to the Spirit Hall team, which must play 2 full games, giving up in the game is the right of the participating team. The rules are like this, and others can't say much. We can't let the Spirit Hall team learn from the Tian Shui team and give up directly to prepare for the team battle in the afternoon, right? Impossible. As the host, even if they knew that giving up this game was the best tactic, the Spirit Hall team could not make such a choice. After receiving Bibi Dong's signal, the referee announced loudly, "The Tian Shui College team gave up, and this game will be played by the Spirit Hall team and the Blazing College team. The defeated team will enter the loser group team battle in the afternoon with the Tian Shui College team, and the winner will compete with the winner of this game for the final championship tomorrow. Next, please leave the field for irrelevant personnel, the game is about to begin." Soon, only Muyang and the tall woman who started the Spirit Hall team were left in the square in front of the Pope's palace. Suddenly, Muyang raised his right hand. "Muyang, the Blazing team player, do you have any questions?" The referee asked Muyang. In the first few rounds of the game, due to the large number of contestants, the referee may not know the names of the players in the last game. But at this stage, the number of contestants has dropped significantly, and with the increase in fame, there will no longer be a situation where the referee does not know who the contestants are. Muyang turned around and bowed to the 7 people sitting on the 7 gilded chairs in front of the Pope's hall, saying, "May I ask His Holiness the Pope, the 5 Douluo and Sect Master Ning to be witnesses?" Hearing this, Bibi Dong looked surprised. Looking at this situation, the young people are going to cause trouble. "Young man, I wonder what you want us to witness? Just say it." Glancing at Bibi Dong and Huo Lai sitting next to him, Ning Fengzi said with a smile. After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Bibi Dong also nodded, "Yes, just say it." It was just a witness, not a wish. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she couldn't veto it. Muyang said, "It's like this. A few days ago, our Blazing Fire team and the Spirit Hall team made a bet. If the Spirit Hall team beats us on the field, then I, Muyang, will cut my hair on the spot and shave my head, and the whole Blazing Fire team will praise Hulina as the most beautiful woman in the world. On the contrary, if my Blazing Fire team can beat the Spirit Hall team, then Yan will shave his head on the spot, and the whole Spirit Hall team will praise Huo Wu. The bet is not big, and it is not harmful to the body. I hope His Holiness the Pope, the 5 Douluo and Master Ning can be a small witness." "Really?" "Yes." Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at her beloved disciple Hulina, whose cheeks were flushed outside the field, stared at Muyang for 3 seconds, and nodded. Although the upcoming competition is a personal competition, which is somewhat disadvantageous for the Spirit Hall team that has the Spirit Fusion skill as its trump card, this competition system also limits the strength of the Blazing Fire team to a certain extent. For example, Muyang is a food-type soul master, and the role he can play in a team battle must be far greater than that in an individual battle. Therefore, Bibi Dong really couldn't tell who would win or lose between the 2 teams. However, Bibi Dong knew that as the host, the Spirit Hall team had to accept the bet, otherwise the momentum would be weak. And from what Muyang said, the bet had been made long ago, and letting them as witnesses was just to ensure that the Spirit Hall team would not default on the debt if they lost. Humph, the young people nowadays are really hateful, just looking down on the reputation of my Spirit Hall? It's a bit interesting, it seems that the game later will be very exciting. Ning Fengzi said with a smile. Since they dared to make a bet, it means that both teams are very confident in the strength of their own teams. Otherwise, if they were not sure of winning, they would not dare to play so fancy in front of everyone. Although this bet is not harmful to the body, after the game is over, it will inevitably give the many spectators a big gossip. Even if someone from the 2 teams becomes a strong man in the mainland Soul Master world in the future, today's gossip will still be worth talking about in the Soul Master world decades later. On the field. Please release the martial spirits of both teams, the game is about to begin. The referee said loudly. Fei Yan, possess. With a delicate shout, Zhang Ping of the Wuhan Hall team flashed with soul power, and the martial spirit possessed her body, and 4 yellow and purple soul rings bloomed. As for Muyang did not move, but just looked at the opposite side with a smile. Zhang Ping, martial spirit, golden waisted Fei Yan, 48 level agility attack system fighting soul section. Zhang Ping introduced herself. The opponent was polite, so Muyang was naturally not a rude person. He said, Muyang, martial soul, ice and fire fairy jade ginseng, 5-ring food type soul king. By the way, I don't release my martial soul, but I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that my martial soul is not very helpful in the battle. At the end, out of politeness, Muyang added another sentence, fearing that the other lady would misunderstand. Zhang Ping, ... Explanation is a cover-up. It would be better if you didn't say it. Now that you said it, it seems that it is true. Fighting against her, not releasing martial soul, not using food soul skills to assist oneself, it can be seen that Muyang really underestimated me. But it's also true. Since the Blazing Fire team can let Muyang be the starting player, it means that the opponent's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. After all, self-created soul skills are not limited to combat soul masters. Soul masters of any system can practice them. As a genius soul master, it is not impossible for Muyang to master 1 or 2 self-created soul skills with decent power. Similarly, it is not ruled out that Muyang has refined the soul bone and is ready to defeat her with the soul bone skills. The game begins. Soon, the referee gave an order and the game officially began. Real illusion. At the moment of the opening, Muyang's expression condensed, and the real illusion secret technique in the illusion secret technique was activated. The invisible and intangible spiritual power instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and descended into Zhang Ping's sea of consciousness. 3 seconds later, a slightly neurotic voice sounded on the field, "Hehe, what blazing fire team, didn't you get beaten by me? Forget it, I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go today." As he said, Zhang Ping held her head high and walked straight off the field like a proud peacock. Seeing this, Muyang held his forehead in silence, then turned to the referee in the distance and said, "Next." With a real illusion secret technique, Muyang created a false illusion for Zhang Ping in which she defeated 4 people from the Blazing Fire team in a row, and then had to withdraw from the competition due to insufficient soul power. Unexpectedly, this young lady was quite arrogant. Well, I hope she can still be arrogant after leaving the competition and getting rid of the illusion. End of this chapter. 213 Chapter 213 Look at Me, the Mighty Dragon. Part 1. 213. After leaving the competition, the false illusion and reality were seamlessly connected, and Zhang Ping walked to the rest area of the Wuhan Hall team outside the field. "Hey? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing the speechless eyes of her teammates, Zhang Ping couldn't help but be confused. Although even she didn't expect that she could beat 4 people in a row, "What do you mean by this look?" At this moment, the referee's voice sounded, "Please send the second player of the Spirit Hall team to the field." Hearing the voice, a sturdy young man from the Spirit Hall team stepped forward and patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, sighed, and said, "Don't be discouraged." After that, the sturdy young man walked towards the competition venue. Zhang Ping asked with a face. "Hey, look back at the competition venue." Hulina pointed to the competition venue. Zhang Ping turned her head and looked at the competition venue, only to see Muyang, who had been defeated by her before, standing there as he did at the beginning of the game on the wide square in front of the Pope's palace. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's face changed for a while, and after a long time, she lowered her head with a dark face. It was obvious that what she knew of herself as a 1-on-4 was just a false illusion. The real situation was that she was under the illusion and walked off the field automatically. "I didn't expect Muyang to be so powerful. It seems that except for the 3 of us, no one in the team can withstand his attack. What do you think, should we change the order of appearance?" Fei Yunyan said to Xiaoyu and Hulina with emotion. "No need, spirit in a confrontation at the level of strength, a slight difference is like a chasm. Except for Nana, even if we go on the field, we probably can't stop him, but at least we can consume his mental power and pave the way for Nana to defeat him later. As long as Muyang is defeated, with Nana's strength, even if her soul power level is not as good as Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, she is definitely enough to defeat the remaining 6 members of the Blazing Fire team." Xiaoyu shook his head and rejected Yan's proposal. "Damn, this kid dug a hole for me before." The limitations of the individual competition system have ruined the biggest trump card of their own team. The possibility of losing this game cannot be ruled out. Thinking of the bet with Muyang, Fei Yunyan was so angry that his teeth itched. "Yan, think about it on the bright side. At least Muyang didn't do anything cruel." Patting Yan on the shoulder, Xiaoyu comforted him. It is true that Zhang Ping lost the game, but she did not suffer any injuries. Her fighting power can be said to be at its peak, which will not affect the subsequent games at all. It can be seen that although they are opponents with Muyang on the field, this young man will not do anything to win the game. Otherwise, if Muyang severely injures all the players on his team, if they win this individual battle, they will not be able to meet the championship battle tomorrow in good condition. And if they lose this game, then the team battle with the Tian Shui College team in the afternoon will be even more of a disaster. Hearing this, Yan pondered for a moment and said, "You say, this guy held back, is it because he wants all 7 of our team to praise Huo Wu in unison?" Xiaoyu. Hulina rolled her eyes and scolded unhappily, "Shut your crow mouth. Next. Please ask the Spirit Hall team to send the 3rd player to the field. Next. Please send the 4th player of the Spirit Hall team. Next. Please send the 5th player of the Spirit Hall team." Another teammate was eliminated. At the signal of the referee, Fei Yunyan, as the 5th player of the Spirit Hall team, stepped into the arena with a solemn look. "Muyang, I admit that you are very strong, but I will not give up." As soon as he came on the court, Fei Yunyan said loudly. "Yeah, I know." Muyang nodded with a smile. Now he has already defeated 4, and he is going to defeat 7 later. It is reasonable for him to let others say something to encourage courage, otherwise it will seem that he, Muyang, is a little unkind. Humph, Flame Lord, possess. With a cold snort, a flash of red light, a scorching breath came out, and Fei Yunyan was possessed by the Flame Lord's spirit. The game begins. The referee gave the order and the match began. This time, Muyang did not use the spirit secret technique to kill his opponent instantly. As a high-level 5-ring food type soul master, it is reasonable for him to control the 4-ring soul master with the spirit secret technique, but if he can control Yan, who is also a 5-ring soul king, regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, even if others think it is reasonable, it will undoubtedly appear to be more high profile. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Muyang did not plan to continue using the spirit secret technique in the match with the 3 people of the Golden Generation, but was prepared to use the Ice Flame secret technique to deal with it. Using the spirit secret technique is a one-shot kill, and using the Ice Flame secret technique is a two-way exchange. Even if the levels of the 2 secret techniques are almost the same, in the eyes of others, the threat of the former is definitely much higher than the latter. After all, killing the opponent instantly sounds scary. Expand your thinking. If a 5-ring can kill a 5-ring in a second, then when it comes to the 9-ring in the future, can it also kill the 9-ring in a second? Therefore, using the Ice Flame secret technique to fight the enemy, his threat in the eyes of others will be reduced accordingly. Where is your spiritual power secret technique? Fei Yunyan, who was always alert and could detect signs that Muyang was performing spiritual secret techniques, asked in surprise. Guess. Muyang smiled and asked back. Seeing this, Fei Yunyan raised his eyebrows. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yan smiled happily and said, I understand. Muyang, could it be that you can't use that spiritual secret technique frequently? Or, your spiritual secret technique is not very good, and can only bully soul masters with much lower levels than you? Although there is no evidence, Fei Yunyan feels that his guess is close to the truth, or he has guessed the truth. Tisk, so smart. Muyang smacked his lips and gave Yan a thumbs up. The second soul skill, Granite Rock. With a smug look on his face, Fei Yunyan snorted, and the second soul ring around him flashed. His body expanded greatly, as if he had turned into a lava monster, and his aura soared. Fourth soul skill, Magma Boiling. The next moment, as the surging soul power surged, a large amount of hot magma appeared on the ground around Yan's feet. In a blink of an eye, with Yan himself as the center, the area of more than 20 meters turned into rolling lava. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Muyang glanced at him disdainfully, and the secret technique was activated. The ice blue soul power around him shone, and accompanied by the dragon's roar, a lifelike, 3-meter-long ice blue dragon rose into the air behind him. Ice Flame secret technique, Ice Flame Dragon secret technique. Look at my mighty dragon. The next moment, Muyang shouted loudly and pushed out his palms. The ice flame dragon that soared into the air behind him opened its mouth wide, and the fan-shaped ice flame fire that emitted a biting cold air swept down. End of this chapter. 214 Chapter 214 Look at me, the mighty dragon. Part 2. 214. Ka. The extremely cold ice flame fire spewed down, and in an instant suddenly, the originally rolling red magma turned into an ice blue sea of fire. It was also burning fiercely, but the difference was that the ice blue flame did not emit any burning breath, but instead emitted a biting cold air. What? Seeing that his fourth soul skill, the magma churning, changed its appearance in an instant and was dyed into an ice blue color, Fei Yunyan couldn't help but widen his eyes. At this time, Yan could clearly perceive that if the magma condensed by his Flame Lord martial soul was hot, then the strange ice blue flame released by Muyang with the secret technique was extremely cold. Under the burning of this extremely cold ice blue flame, the magma condensed by his fourth soul skill was quickly extinguished. Monster, why don't you surrender quickly? Muyang scolded. Damn it, is this how you play? Fifth soul skill, Flying Sand and Wild Flames. Seeing that Muyang was actually acting with him, Fei Yunyan's heart was burning with anger, and he immediately activated the fifth soul skill of 10,000 years. Suddenly, red light bloomed, and the surging soul power surged. With Yan himself as the center, countless fine sands burning with red light and fire condensed within a radius of more than 10 meters. From a distance, it looked like a fire sandstorm that was about to erupt. The next moment, the fire sandstorm surged and boiled, sweeping towards Muyang like a natural disaster. Muyang had no doubt that if he resisted with his flesh and blood, what awaited him would be ashes floating in the wind, or even ashes. Ang! Muyang's mind changed, and accompanied by the sudden appearance of the dragon's roar, the ice flame dragon in the air rushed down under the control of mental power and protected him. Then, the extremely cold ice flame gushed out of the dragon's mouth like a waterfall, falling on the flaming sandstorm. The collision of blue and red, one low temperature, the other high temperature, is like the collision of ice and fire, but in fact, it is not the case. As soon as it came into contact, the ice flame ignited the incoming flying sand madness, turning Yan's fifth soul skill into an ice blue storm. Then, the fire and earth dual energy carried by the flying sand madness was quickly annihilated by the burning ice flame. In a blink of an eye, before the ice blue storm swept Muyang, the stadium returned to calm, as if the previous huge movement was just an illusory special effect. How? With his hands folded across his chest, Muyang raised his head and asked the dumbfounded Fei Yanyan. Come again. The third soul skill, Hell Fierce. Gritting his teeth, unable to bear Muyang's arrogance, Fei Yanyan's third soul ring lit up again. Go down. Before Fei Yanyan released his third soul skill, under Muyang's control, the ice flame dragon once again spewed out the extremely cold ice flame fire, which possessed the Flame Lord's martial spirit, and Fei Yanyan, who seemed to have turned into a lava monster, became the Ice Flame Lord. However, given that the competition prohibits the disabled opponent, and this place is the base camp of the Spirit Hall, and the big boss of the Spirit Hall is also watching, Muyang dared not be too ruthless. When the ice flame fire burned the stone shell formed by the second soul skill, granite on Fei Yanyan's body surface, and then corroded his body protection soul power, Muyang took the initiative to extinguish the ice flame fire on Fei Yanyan's body. Then, Muyang turned his head and looked at the referee. The significance of the referee's existence is not just to announce the start of the game and announce which team will advance after the game is decided. Because the competition has a rule that prohibits injuring or even killing opponents, there will be strong contestants showing mercy to weaker contestants from time to time. At this time, the role of the referee is highlighted. When the referee determines that the skills performed by the contestant can indeed cause serious damage to the opponent or even threaten the life, but the contestant interrupts the release of the skill due to the competition rules, or deliberately does not hit the opponent, the referee will determine that the contestant wins. In order to prevent the referee of the organizer of the competition from deliberately blowing the black whistle, the other two parties organizing the competition sent representatives to participate in the review and supervision to ensure the fairness of the competition. Muyang 1, please ask Yan to leave the field in time, and ask the Wuhan Hall team to send the sixth player to the field. The loser is one of the golden generation of his own Wuhan Hall. If possible, the referee also wants to blow the black whistle, but this can only be thought of in his mind. So many people are watching, blowing the black whistle is too embarrassing for the Wuhan Hall. The game can be lost, but the Spirit Hall must not bear the stigma of having a shady deal. Red-haired boy, oh no, bald boy, I'll wait for you. Muyang smiled and said to Fei Yanyan, who was leaving with a dark face. Hearing this, Fei Yanyan's face became even darker. Tisk, born at the wrong time. Ning Fengzi sighed with a sigh. All of a sudden, including Bibi Dong, the other 6 people sitting in front of the Pope's Hall looked at Ning Fengzi. Your Highness, as far as I know, Yan of the Spirit Hall team is only in his early 20s now, right? Being able to cultivate to the 5-ring Soul King realm at this age is definitely a rare genius in the mainland Soul Master world. It's a pity that there are always people better than you, and I didn't expect to meet a more evil one. As he said this, Ning Fengzi glanced at the 3 soul bones on the tray in the hands of a cardinal standing next to him. Your Spirit Hall is indeed awesome, but you, Bibi Dong, certainly didn't expect that this time, your Spirit Hall would lose more than it gained. Rice, right? A food-type Soul Master beats an attack-type Soul Master? That's great. And most importantly, Muyang, who beat his opponent, is a student of the Blazing Fire Academy in the Tiandu Empire, while Yan, who was beaten, is not only a student of the Spirit Academy, but also one of the 3 people of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengzi could foresee how beautiful Bibi Dong's mood was at this moment. Ning Fengzi even secretly expected how Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would feel when Muyang, a food-type Soul Master, defeated 7 people with his own strength and overturned the entire Spirit Hall team. Well, I hope that the Tian Shui Academy team in the afternoon can also be more powerful and beat the Spirit Hall team, so that the Spirit Hall, the host, will not even have a chance to compete for the final championship, It's no wonder that Ning Fengzi gloats over misfortune. The main reason is that the Spirit Hall has always been concerned about the huge family business of the Grand Master Ning. When his family business is being coveted, Ning Fengzi is naturally very hostile to the Spirit Hall and hopes that the Spirit Hall can make a fool of itself. Master Ning, the game is not over yet. How can we draw a conclusion too early until the last moment? Bibi Dong said lightly. Although the individual competition system has abolished the biggest trump card of the Spirit Hall team, the trump card of the Spirit Hall team is more than just the Spirit Fusion technique. Bibi Dong believes that her precious disciple Hulina, who has been carefully cultivated, will give her a satisfactory answer. Hulina, you are making things difficult for me, Fat Fox. End of this chapter. 215 Chapter 215 Destined to be only scraping. 215. Soon, the cool silver-haired boy Xiaoyu walked onto the field. The referee glanced at the ice flame dragon hovering in the air behind Muyang and said, Muyang, please take back your secret skills. All skills can only be released after the game starts. Hearing this, Muyang raised his eyebrows and did not refute. He directly cancelled the ice flame dragon. The game has not started yet. The skills left over from the previous game naturally cannot be used in the next game. Otherwise, how is this different from releasing soul skills to gain the upper hand before the game officially starts? Players on both sides release their martial souls. The game begins. The first soul skill, Moonwheel Slash. At the moment of the opening, Xiaoyu's first soul ring lit up on his body, and the moon blade in his hand passed through, a scarlet light blade slashed out at a high speed, and then the whole person rushed straight towards Muyang on the opposite side. Xiaoyu watched the previous match between his friend Yan and Muyang very seriously, and understood that the secret method of condensing the ice blue dragon was powerful and he probably couldn't stop it. However, Xiaoyu also saw that although Muyang's ice blue dragon secret technique was powerful, it took time to perform the secret technique. If he wanted to win, he had a chance. He could beat the slow with the fast one and fight in close combat without giving Muyang the opportunity to perform the secret technique. Therefore, at the beginning, Xiaoyu activated the instant strong attack soul skill and charged directly. The light blade attacked at high speed, but Muyang's expression did not change. He stepped on the ground and performed the unique body skill, the immortal step. He left a residual image on the spot. His body seemed to shrink the earth into an inch. He moved sideways for more than 10 meters and avoided the incoming light blade. Your strong attack soul skill is instant? I will directly teleport to see how you deal with it. Fourth soul skill, flying blades all over the sky. Even though the first move failed, Xiaoyu was not discouraged. The fourth soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. In an instant, the soul power surged, and dense sharp short blades condensed. Then they flew and spun towards Muyang, blocking all his evasive routes. Humph! The immortal step is just a mysterious body movement, not a space movement that ignores obstacles. Unavoidable, Muyang snorted coldly, and an ice blue light bloomed around him, and a layer of ice blue full body armor condensed. Ice Flame Secret Technique, Ice Flame Armor Secret Technique. Dang dang dang. The dense sharp short blades swept in, falling on the ice flame armor like a rainstorm, and a series of collisions sounded. Although it is the fourth strongest attack soul skill, because it is a group multi-stage attack soul skill, the power of a single attack is not too strong. Although there are countless short blades attacking, they cannot penetrate the defense of the ice flame armor. Even after Muyang circulated his soul power, the ice flame armor that was damaged by the dense short blades was being repaired quickly. Secret Technique, Ice Flame Dragon. Relying on the protection of the ice flame armor, Muyang did not hesitate to activate the Ice Flame Dragon secret technique again. However, Xiaoyu also realized the seriousness of the situation at this time. He knew that he must not let Muyang summon the Ice Blue Dragon, otherwise he would definitely lose. Immediately, Xiaoyu's arms were exposed with blue veins, his arms were stretched out, the moon blades in his hands were unfolded, and they formed a circle. He shouted loudly, "Full moon!" In an instant, Xiaoyu moved, and the whole person and the two moon blades in his hands disappeared almost at the same time. Then, a huge white disc appeared in Muyang's sight. There was no friction sound or whistling wind sound, as if all the sounds had been swallowed by the rapidly rotating white disc. Knowing that Xiaoyu's move was extremely powerful, the ice flame armor alone could not stop it. Muyang, who was performing the ice flame dragon secret art, did not dare to neglect it. He split his attention and used two things at once. The soul power in his body turned, and a brilliant blue crystal light began to spread rapidly from the chest under the protection of the ice flame armor to the whole body. There were many titled Douluo warriors among the spectators, but few noticed that Muyang, wearing the ice flame armor, had grown slightly larger. Under the ice flame armor, a set of crystal armor that was completely translucent had condensed. External soul bone, crystal scale armor. Then, Muyang, who secretly manifested the soul bone attached to the crystal scale armor, once again shone with a burst of blue crystal light, and the soul bone skill, crystal body was activated. Soul bone skill, crystal body, immune to 30% of physical and energy damage below the god level. At this moment, Muyang has already stacked up 3 layers of defense. The immunity effect of the crystal body, the resistance effect of the surface ice flame armor, and the defense effect of the soul bone attached to the crystal scale armor under the ice flame armor. Of course, the triple defense effect does not currently include the head and neck. Due to the fact that the soul power level is not too high, the soul bone attached to the crystal scale armor cannot derive the scale armor of the human body in above the neck. The next moment, Ang! The mighty ice blue dragon rose into the air from behind Muyang. At the same time, the white disc that broke through the air also fell on Muyang. Boom! A violent collision sounded. Under the huge impact force, Muyang couldn't help but take a step back. The white disc that was spinning at high speed was also bounced several meters in the collision. Even the speed of rotation was slowed down a lot. The figure of Xiaoyu could be vaguely seen. But in just a blink of an eye, the speed of rotation of the white disc returned to normal and fell towards Muyang again. Boom! The second explosion sounded. The impact force was not as strong as before. Muyang's figure swayed slightly, but he did not retreat again. Similarly, the white disc that was spinning at high speed was not bounced away. Squeak squeak squeak. A harsh friction and cutting sound sounded. The white disc was like a grinding wheel spinning rapidly on a cutting machine, as if it was going to cut Muyang, a human-shaped hard object, into 2 pieces. It's a bit interesting, but it's still not enough. After 2 seconds of stalemate, Muyang realized that the ice flame armor had been cut through by the white disc, and was now being defended by the unusually strong crystal scales and attached soul bones. He secretly commented. His speed in all aspects is much stronger than Xiaoyu, and the defensive effect of the ice flame armor is definitely not inferior to the ordinary 10,000-year defense soul skills. In addition, there is also the 30% immunity effect of the crystal body soul bone skill. Xiaoyu can break the defense of the ice flame armor, which shows that the power of his full moon is indeed amazing. If there is only the ice flame armor as a defensive means, then he really can't block Xiaoyu's move today, and can only dodge, and can't choose to fight head-on. But unfortunately, he is serious about stacking defense. It is said that only by standing firm can there be output, and Muyang deeply understands the truth that the life of a fragile skin is thinner than paper. At the moment, Xiaoyu only broke a layer of ice flame armor, which was nothing. He didn't even need to use all his defenses. Just the layer of crystal scale armor with soul bones attached to it, Xiaoyu's attack was destined to be just a scratch. End of this chapter. 216 Chapter 216 Strange Purple Eyes. 216. I won't play with you anymore, go down. Waving his hands coquettishly, Muyang's mind turned, and the ice flame dragon in the air, which was ready to go, spewed out a breath of ice flame dragon breath, directly covering him and Xiaoyu, who turned into a white disc. The ice blue extreme cold flame burned fiercely, but it did not cause any effect on Muyang. With his soul power control ability, he was able to bathe in his own ice flame fire without any damage. But Xiaoyu was different. He was sprayed by the ice flame dragon breath. The disgusting ice blue flames attached to his whole body, and he couldn't get rid of it. It was like being bathed in a white phosphorus incendiary bomb. That is, he had just been attached and the burning time was still short. The ice flames had not yet corroded his body's protective soul power. Otherwise, if he relied on his flesh and blood to resist, he would have turned into ashes in a moment. Pop! A handful of ice flames lit up Xiaoyu's clothes, leaving him only a pair of underpants. Muyang snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the blazing ice flames on the field went out, as if they had never been lit. You win! You win! Under the erosion of the bitter cold before, although he was not frozen, Xiaoyu, who was shivering with cold, saw that Muyang had left him a pair of underpants, and couldn't help but shivering bitterly. Xiaoyu, this person is quite good, leaving me underpants. Muyang nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." Then, the referee, with a gloomy face, as if someone owed him 8 million gold soul coins, announced, "Muyang won, please ask Xiaoyu to leave, please ask the Spirit Hall team to send the last 7th player to play." The Spirit Hall team was defeated miserably, and was currently defeated by Muyang 1-6, and it is very likely that he will be defeated by 1-7 and shaved bald next. As the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, it would be strange if the referee was in a good mood at this moment. Outside the court, Hulina took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and walked towards the court. "Nana!" At this time, Fei Yunyan shouted. Hearing the voice, Hulina turned around. "Come on!" Fei Yunyan encouraged. "Yet." Nodding, Hulina walked onto the court with a solemn look. Looking at the goddess back, Fei Yunyan fell into silence. The wind whistles and the Yishui River is cold. Once the warrior leaves, he will never return. Yan is aware of the pressure his goddess is facing at this time. In the next battle, if Hulina wins, the Spirit Hall team still has the hope of defeating the Blazing Fire team and directly entering the championship battle tomorrow. But if Muyang wins, the Spirit Hall team will be miserable. After the individual battle in the morning, there will be a team battle with the Tian Shui team in the afternoon. The strength of the Tian Shui team not weak either. Even if they can win, they will not be able to face the championship battle in good condition tomorrow. Once they lose this battle, the Spirit Hall team will most likely be isolated from the championship team. At this moment, Fei Yunyan hated herself so much. She hated why her strength was so weak, and let the goddess's delicate shoulders bear the pressure she should not bear. On the court, Hulina, Spirit, Demon Fox, 54th level Control Spirit King. Hulina, who was possessed by the Demon Fox spirit and transformed into a fox-tailed girl, introduced herself to Muyang. Yet, Muyang nodded. Seeing that Muyang just nodded, didn't give face, and didn't introduce himself, Hulina couldn't help but look black. Tisk, am I so unattractive? For the first time in her life, Hulina was not confident about her charm. Muyang, can you tell me your spirit level and age? Hulina asked curiously. A woman's sixth sense told her that Muyang was at least several years younger than her, but his soul power level was higher than hers. It would be a lie if she wasn't curious about such a young genius. After hearing this, Muyang pondered for a moment and said, "I have a girlfriend," and Binger said that boys should protect themselves outside and not disclose their privacy to others at will. Suddenly, Hulina's face turned completely black. "You straight man, you'll see what's happening to you later." Hulina was very upset to hear Muyang's words, but it was different for Shui Binger, who was watching the game outside the arena. She felt happy. "Humph, a mere fox wants to seduce my little Muyang? Dream on." Game, start. The referee gave an order and the 7th game began. Third soul skill, Sky Fox Transformation. At the moment of the opening, Hulina's third soul ring flashed, and with the blessing of attribute enhancing soul skills, her mental power immediately soared by 100%. One strike decides the outcome. Magic Eye. Soul Bone Skill, Sky Fox Illusion. Then, Hulina shouted, and a strange purple light flashed above her eyebrows, and a purple eye emerged. The next moment, a dreamy purple light shot out, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters and hitting Muyang, who had no time to dodge. The moment the dreamy purple light hit, Muyang felt an extremely good spiritual power descending on his sea of consciousness. It was at this moment that Muyang understood why Bibi Dong generously took out 3 soul bones as a reward for the champion team, even though she knew that other academies had many 5-ring Soul King level students in this Soul Master competition. This was not Bibi Dong's generosity, but full confidence. In the team battle, the Wuhan Hall team had the Wuhan Fusion skill, Demon Charm, and the opponent did not have the strength of the 7-ring Soul Saint level, so the Wuhan Hall team would win. In a personal battle, Hulina is a level 54 Mind Control Spirit Master. Judging from her spirit power alone, even in a normal state, her spirit power level is not weaker than that of an ordinary level 60 Combat Spirit Master. With the spirit skills that increase her spirit power, plus the spirit power increase brought by the external spirit bone on her head, as long as the opponent's level is below the 7th ring, it is likely that he will not be able to escape her mental control. Yes, that's right. Although it was just a glimpse, Muyang still saw that the purple eyes that appeared on Hulina's forehead before were very rare external spirit bones, and they were also the most suitable external spirit bones for spirit masters to enhance their spirit power. Is luck so favorable to this orange-haired fox? It's outrageous. Muyang secretly complained. In the original work, Hulina did have external spirit bones, but her tail-like external spirit bones were really not that good. Hulina is a spiritual soul master. Giving her a physical melee-type external soul bone actually does not help her increase her strength limit. It can only be said that it slightly makes up for her shortcomings. External soul bones are generally obtained when hunting souls, and it happens to be a fox tail. It can be seen that this external soul bone was obtained by Hulina by accident when hunting souls. Originally, Muyang thought that if the fox tail external soul bone was obtained when Hulina advanced to the 4th or 5th ring, she would have missed it. After all, under the butterfly effect brought by him, Tang Fozu lost the 8 spider lance external soul bone. But unexpectedly, although the fox tail external soul bone was missed, Hulina got a better eye external soul bone. End of this chapter. 217 Chapter 217 True and False Protagonist. 217. Could it be that Hulina was the real destiny protagonist of the original Douluo continent? The reason why her ending was not good in the original novel was purely because of the appearance of Tang San, a time traveler who should not have existed. From the perspective of God, although Hulina's parents died early and she depended on her brother Xiaoyu since childhood, she had the support of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful Spirit Master organization in the mainland Spirit Master world, so her safety was not a problem. And later, Hulina worshipped Pope Bibi Dong as her teacher, and Bibi Dong, for her own reasons, gave all her motherly love to Hulina and treated her as her own daughter. From the perspective of a teacher alone, Bibi Dong can definitely be regarded as a very good teacher. The teacher is the future Rakshasa god, and the senior sister is the future angel god. She also sat on the position of the Saint of the Spirit Hall because of her outstanding talent and hard work. After the Spirit Hall was transformed into the Spirit Empire in the later period, she changed from the Saint of the Spirit Hall to the Saint of the Spirit Empire, and was the first heir to the throne of the Spirit Empire on the surface. If there was no variable of the time traveler Tang San, the Spirit Empire with 2 gods in the later period would definitely be able to unify the continent. When she ascended with the divine teacher Bibi Dong and senior sister Qian Rongxiu ascending to the divine realm, Hulina can become the empress of the only empire in Douluo continent, and she also has a powerful backstage. With 2 backers in the divine realm, the imperial power of the empire is extremely stable. Well, if Tang San had not turned the tables, the immortal grass-grandfather Douluo would most likely be killed by the masters of the Spirit Hall in the subsequent war of unification of the continent. In the future, when the Spirit Hall unifies the continent and counts the spoils, it is very likely to find the treasure land of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. It just so happens that Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan also has a lot of research on immortal herbs. By then, Hulina may be able to make up for her shortcomings in talent with the power of immortal herbs and become one of the most talented people in the continental soul master world. With top talent and the care of 2 first-level main gods, Hulina will definitely ascend to the divine throne in the future. Isn't this a perfect template for a lucky protagonist? Although there is no direct evidence, Muyang feels that his guess should be the original trajectory of Douluo continent without any time travelers. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Muyang started to work on the present. Although Hulina's spiritual strength is not weak, compared with him who practiced Tei in refining spirit and once took Wangchuang Kaihu water dew, it is still a lot worse. The initial year of the external soul bone is the same as the soul ring year, and the subsequent years are linked to the soul master's soul power level. Hulina is only a 5-ring soul king at the moment, so the age of this eye-attached soul bone and its soul bone skills is naturally not much higher. Whether it is soul skills or soul bones, if the age is not high, except for a few rule-based skills, the effect must be limited. If Muyang's real illusion and soul-stealing secret technique can work on most 7-ring soul saints, then Hulina's Sky Fox illusion soul bone skill is mostly ineffective even if it is used against soul saints who have just entered the 7th ring. At most, it can only deal with ordinary level 70 soul masters who have not added the 7th soul ring. Without thinking much, Muyang was ready to forcibly break Hulina's trick and shave the head of the Wuhan Hall team. However, just before he was about to do it, Muyang stopped again. There is no doubt that Hulina's Sky Fox illusion soul bone skill is enough to work on ordinary level 70 soul masters. If he directly forcibly breaks it, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others that his mental power can at least match that of a 7-ring soul saint? The mental power of a 7-ring soul saint, coupled with the mental secret technique he has used, except for the fact that the level of soul power and the number of soul rings did not meet the standards, wouldn't he, Muyang, Become a 7-ring mind control soul saint? No, no, absolutely not. He can't expose his strong spiritual power. You know, he just did a big deal some time ago. There must be many people with wild imaginations and smart minds in the spirit hall. If he reveals his strong spiritual power now and associates him with the cause of Tang Hao's destruction of the Heaven Do Temple, then it will be a disaster. Both sides will suffer. Suddenly, this thought flashed through Muyang's mind. If Hulina can fight him to a draw, proving that his spiritual power is not at the level of a 7-ringed soul saint, then no one will suspect that he is the initiator of the destruction of the Heaven Do Temple, right? As for the smart ones who think that this may be done by Huo Lai with his spiritual secret technique, as long as he is not suspected, everything will be fine. Even if the spirit hall suspected that Huo Lai, the titled Douluo, did this, it would not matter. Anyway, Tang Hao had already taken the blame, and the spirit hall would not offend the Blazing Fire Academy, which was no longer a soft persimmon. The reason why he was in trouble when the spirit hall suspected him was not that the spirit hall wanted to retaliate against him as the instigator. It was that Muyang was worried that the spirit hall would regard him as a real threat, and regardless of his plastic brother relationship with Jian Rongxiu, he was determined to eliminate him. This is not impossible. After all, he destroyed the Heaven Do Holy Temple with the help of Tang Hao. In the eyes of the Spirit Hall's high-level officials, he must be full of hostility to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, which felt that it could laugh to the end, could tolerate the appearance of a genius soul master with a neutral stance, but it was obviously better to eliminate a genius full of hostility as soon as possible. Although Muyang's original intention was not this, he could not help but others would think so. After figuring out the key points, Muyang immediately restrained his spiritual power, controlling it to the extent that he could be pulled into the illusion by Hulina's illusion soul bone skill, but he could also break free from the illusion with his strong will. You know what, pretending to be weak, especially pretending to be weak without being seen through by others, is really a bit difficult, and ordinary people don't have this ability. Fortunately, this matter is not difficult for Muyang. Unless there is a cheat, all the ability to control one's own power, to put it bluntly, is practice makes perfect. Practicing attack and defense secrets can improve one's soul power control level, and practicing spirit secrets can naturally improve the ability to control spiritual power. Soon, the spiritual power was unbeatable, and Muyang's consciousness fell into Hulina's Sky Fox illusion. The sight changed, and what came into Muyang's eyes was still the stadium in front of the Pope's palace. Aside from the fact that Hulina had already used the illusionary soul bone skill on him in reality, and the match in the illusion had not yet been officially announced by the referee, and even Hulina had not yet released her martial soul, the illusion and reality were almost seamlessly connected. Of course, from Muyang's perspective, the world in front of him seemed a little unreal, as if he could easily destroy the entire world. Is it a simple illusion, or something like a real illusion? Looking at the illusion without leaving any trace, Muyang couldn't help but hinking secretly. End of this chapter. 218 Chapter 218 Heavenly Fox Illusion. 218. It was a close call, I almost failed. Successfully pulled Muyang's consciousness into the illusion, Hulina secretly said that she was lucky. Apart from the method of cultivating mental power, mental strength can also be linked to the soul power level to a certain extent. If her soul power level is one level lower, or Muyang's soul power level is one level higher, then her Heavenly Fox illusion soul bone skill will basically not work on Muyang. Besides being thankful, Hulina had a smile on her lips, looking like a fox that stole a chicken. Then, Hulina's consciousness also sank into the illusion. She didn't need to do this for an opponent whose mental power was far weaker than hers, but Muyang's mental power was very strong, only a little weaker than hers. If her consciousness was not immersed in the illusion, she would be easily discovered by Muyang and break free from the control of the illusion. After all, the Sky Fox illusion soul bone skill was just a simple illusion. Once the flaws of pure illusion skills were discovered, the specific effect would be greatly reduced. Even if there were too many flaws, the opponent whose mental power was weaker than hers, but not too much weaker, would break free from the illusion. Under Hulina's control, the time point in the illusion that was almost seamlessly connected to the outside world was slightly slower than the time point in the outside world. At this time, the game had not officially started yet, and the referee signaled the martial spirits of the players on both sides to possess their bodies. As before in the outside world, Muyang still did not move, but Hulina was different, and she directly made a big scene. Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox, possess. Accompanied by a delicate cry, a huge nine-tailed white fox behind Hulina flashed, her ears stretched and turned into a pair of white furry fox ears, 9 white fox tails stretched behind her, and soul rings bloomed one after another. In a blink of an eye, 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red surrounded Hulina, who was possessed by her martial soul. Seeing this, Muyang's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Playing so outrageously, not only did the martial soul super-evolve, the soul power level skyrocketed, but also created a 100,000 year 9th soul ring. Do you really think that you, Uncle Mew, are mentally retarded and will believe all this is true? However, just as Muyang was secretly complaining, he felt a spiritual force invading his sea of consciousness, trying to tamper with his cognition. Muyang thought about it and did not resist this spiritual force, but he also kept his mind to ensure that his cognition would not be tampered with. The next moment, in Muyang's perception, Hulina, who was standing across the arena, exuded a terrifying aura, as if Hulina had really become a 9-ring titled Douluo. However, Hulina, who had achieved the 9-ring titled Douluo, gave Muyang the feeling that this illusion was not real enough, like a paper tiger that would break with a poke. Interesting. Muyang commented secretly. It was obvious that this illusion-type soul bone skill could turn Hulina into a GM in the illusion, as if she were the god of creation. But if the effect was just like this, it was obviously not enough. After all, the flaw was too big. In the common people's cognition, the age limit of the Soul Master competition was within 25 years old, which was not enough for the contestants to cultivate to the 9-ring titled Douluo realm, even if they had full innate soul power. Therefore, this illusion-type soul bone skill also derived another ability, which was to tamper with the target's cognition, so that all the unreasonable things were rationalized, and to believe from the bottom of their hearts that what Hulina showed herself was all true. You, titled Douluo? 100,000-year spirit ring. Looking at the 9 spirit rings blooming on Hulina's body, Muyang pretended to be shocked. Humph, little Muyang, why don't you quickly go and pay respect to His Majesty the Sky Fox? Hulina snorted and said with a proud face. Hearing this, Muyang's face darkened. Let me, Muyang, respectfully call you His Majesty the Sky Fox? Unless you, Hulina, have really cultivated to become a titled Douluo now. But although he thought so, Muyang's thoughts were turning rapidly. What strategy should he use to deal with Hulina, who was pretending to be a big-tail wolf? Suddenly, Muyang's eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Hulina, you are really a super genius unprecedented in the mainland Soul Master world. Now you have cultivated to become a titled Douluo. Muyang asked, pretending to be a little unbelievable. Although in the script, his cognition was tampered by Hulina, but because his spiritual power was only slightly inferior to Hulina's, it was reasonable that his cognition was not completely reversed. Humph. Without saying anything, Hulina snorted coldly, and the terrifying soul power pressure enveloped Muyang. Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged from Muyang's heart. This soul power pressure seemed to be like falling into the abyss, but it was like a breeze blowing on the face, which was indescribably strange. Hardly bearing the terrifying soul power pressure, Muyang gritted his teeth. Fake, everything is fake. Hulina, if you are really a titled Douluo, you must be able to see through my soul power level, just tell me what my soul power level is. Hulina, What is your soul power level? The teacher didn't tell me, how do I know? You are making things difficult for me, fat fox. Level 57. Hulina said uncertainly. Haha, I told you, this must be fake. Hulina, let me tell you, I am a level 56 Soul King. Mew. Yang said nonsense. Level 56? Got it. Hulina smiled and nodded, then at the cost of consuming mental power, she used the ability to tamper with cognition again, temporarily erasing Muyang's memory of this conversation. Then, the familiar scene was played out again. Little Muyang, why don't you quickly go to see His Majesty the Sky Fox? Fake, everything is fake. Hulina, just tell me what my soul power level is. Humph, you are a person who only sees the sky from a well, and you dare to shout in front of this Douluo with the strength of a mere 56th level Soul King. Hulina said with a look of disdain. Muyang, you will definitely not guess that my aunt has already asked about your soul power level, right? The more the target feels that the illusion world is real, the deeper it will fall into, and the more difficult it will be to get rid of the control of the illusion. As for pretending to be a big boss, Hulina admitted that she was pretending to be a big shot, but it didn't matter. With the ability to tamper with cognition, as long as Muyang believed it, it would not have any impact. Of course, the reason why she pretended to be a big shot was mainly because when the target left the illusion, the memory blocked by her ability would be restored. Muyang was quite good at pretending, and he almost shaved his own Wuhan Hall team's head, which was recorded by Hulina in her little notebook. I asked him to apologize respectfully and then ravage him well, which was very necessary. And such a pleasant thing, not only must you remember it yourself, but you must also let Muyang remember it, otherwise, wouldn't it be impossible to achieve the effect of doubling happiness? It's like a woman who likes to pretend to be cool. When she goes out shopping, she can't carry 2 high-end bags, otherwise if no one can recognize it, wouldn't it be a waste of pretending to be cool? End of this chapter. 219 Chapter 219 A little gambling is fun, I hope you don't take it to heart. 219. Just when Hulina was secretly fantasizing, a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 dash, Hulina, you are really a big fool. I had expected that you would use means to control my cognition. After all, a 9-ring titled Douluo in his early 20s, this is absolutely fake, even a fool would not believe it. But I believed it in my heart, this must be influenced by external forces. After I asked you to tell me my soul power level and verify the authenticity of your 9-ring strength, I kept hypnotizing myself that I was a level 56 Soul King. As expected, you said that I was a level 56 Soul King. This must be after you asked me and then blocked or erased my memory. If I am not mistaken, this conversation between me and you is not the first time, right? You are definitely not strong enough to tamper with my memory so casually. In other words, are we in an illusion? Of course, this is not the biggest flaw. The biggest flaw of your illusion is that if you are really a 9-ring titled Douluo, is there any need for you to participate in the Soul Master competition? After the taunt, Muyang pretended to be sure and said. Well, Muyang secretly praised his acting skills. Hearing this, Hulina was silent. There are so many flaws? How come I don't know? No, it's not that I have many flaws, but Muyang is too cunning, and his mental power is not much worse than that of himself who has added attribute amplification soul skills, so he was found out. It's just an illusion, break it for me. The next second, a loud shout came into Hulina's ears, and then the illusion space was broken, and the consciousness of the two returned to reality. As soon as she returned to reality, Hulina felt a sharp pain in her mind and her face turned pale. The illusion of the Sky Fox was broken. Although Muyang did not use all his strength to break it, Hulina still suffered a slight mental backlash. Of course, compared with Hulina, Muyang, who forcibly broke the illusion, looked worse. After regaining consciousness, Muyang secretly circulated his blood and qi, and then his face turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and even some blood oozed from the corners of his mouth and nose, pretending that he had paid a heavy price to forcibly break the illusion. Nice illusion, but it ends here. Secret technique, Ice Flame Dragon. The secret technique was activated, and soon, a lifelike ice blue dragon rose into the air from behind Muyang. Aang! Go! The dragon roared, Muyang raised his hand and pointed, and the ice flame dragon rushed straight towards Hulina. As soon as the ice blue dragon appeared, Hulina knew that she was finished. There was no way, she was a spirit master of the mind control system. Apart from mental means, she, a 5-ring spirit king, could not beat an ordinary 4-ring battle spirit master. Even her most proficient mental means could not do anything to Muyang, so naturally she had no other choice. You know, Xiaoyu and Yan, both 5-ring soul kings, can't beat this ice dragon condensed by the secret technique. In less than 10 seconds, Hulina, who couldn't dodge in time, was sprayed by the ice flame dragon's ice flame dragon breath. Afterwards, Muyang took the initiative to extinguish the ice flame fire that had just attached to Hulina, and turned to look at the referee. After 3 seconds of silence and a deep breath, the referee said with a dead face, "The Blazing Academy team versus the Wuhan Academy team, the Blazing Academy team won. Congratulations to the Blazing Academy team for advancing to the championship battle, please prepare for the team battle in the afternoon." After defeating the Wuhan team with a 1-on-7 victory, Blazing successfully entered the final championship battle. Muyang nodded with satisfaction, and then the soul power in his hand flashed, and the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul appeared. Accompanied by the second soul ring lit up in succession, and the red Jade Soul Restoring Ginseng and orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng appeared while the soul spell was silently chanted. After swallowing 2 soul power ginsengs, Muyang pretended to recover from his injury. After glancing at Hulina, who was frustrated after the defeat on the field, and the other 6 members of the Spirit Hall team standing outside the field, Muyang's final gaze fell on Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the gilded chair in front of the Pope's hall. Seeing this, Bibi Dong, who had originally had a dark face because of the defeat of the Spirit Hall team, couldn't help but look even darker. "What do you mean, kid? This Pope has made a golden promise. Since the bet between the 2 teams has been set, the losing party must fulfill it naturally, and there is no possibility of regret. You actually doubted that this Pope doesn't, and the Spirit Hall team can't afford to lose?" Although she was unhappy, Bibi Dong did not bother with Muyang. She moved her lips slightly and sent a message to Hulina and the remaining 6 members of the Spirit Hall team outside the field. Soon, Xiaoyu and the other 6 walked onto the field and lined up with Hulina. The next moment, the sky above the Pope Mountain echoed with the 7 people's uniform shouts, "Huo Wu from Blazing Fire Academy is the most beautiful woman on the continent." Huo Wu, oh, so shy. Then, Fei Yunyan took a step forward, and a red light appeared on his palms, and the fire attribute soul power surged out and wiped his head. With a burst of burnt smell, Fei Yunyan's handsome red hair disappeared soon. Of course, because of Fei Tony's poor skills, Muyang did not see the bright big bald head. "A little gambling is fun, I hope you don't take it to heart." After bowing to the 7 people, Muyang turned around and walked out of the field. "A little gambling can make you happy? Don't take it to heart? That's the truth, but why does it sound like you're deliberately hurting your heart?" Staring at Muyang's back as he walked off the field, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team all had the fire of revenge in their eyes. Among them, Fei Yunyan was the worst. Heads can be cut off, blood can flow, but hair cannot be messed up. What's more, he no longer has a hairstyle. Originally, Goddess Nana rejected his pursuit because he had a handsome hairstyle. Now that she has lost her handsome hairstyle, Goddess Nana will definitely not agree to it. She is so sad. Seeing the anger in the eyes of the 7 people on the field, Bibi Dong nodded secretly with satisfaction. Compared to simply losing the game, Bibi Dong felt that this bet was destined to be good, and it was very good. Having lost both the game and the bet, the Spirit Hall team is undoubtedly at the most shameful moment today. Bibi Dong believes that the biggest wish of the 7 people right now is to defeat Muyang and the Blazing Fire team to regain the face they just lost. It is said that the army of the underdog will win. I believe that in the next game, the Spirit Hall team will definitely be able to burst out with 12 points of combat power. And even if the Spirit Hall team can defeat the Blazing Fire team with the Spirit Fusion technique in the future, win the championship honor, and regain the face they lost before, but with today's shame, I think it can also make the 7 of them, especially their own disciples Hulina and the other 2, put away their pride and complacency, and understand what there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens, which is definitely more beneficial than harmful. End of this chapter. 220 Chapter 220 Focusing Fire Tactics. 220. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and the team battle between the Tian Shui team and the Spirit Hall team was about to begin. "Come on!" On Pope Mountain, outside the stadium, Muyang encouraged the 7 members of the Tian Shui team. "We must win!" The girls of the Tian Shui team shouted in unison with high morale. Then, Shui Bing'er waved her jade hand and led the Tian Shui team onto the field. Soon, the neatly arranged Wuhan Hall team and Tian Shui team stood opposite each other on the field in front of the Pope's hall. Both teams arrived, and the referee announced loudly, "Please release your spirits. The game is about to begin. The loser of this game will win the 3rd place in the finals of this Soul Master competition, and the winner will enter tomorrow's championship battle." The next moment, the 14 members of both teams were possessed by beast souls, and their weapon souls appeared, and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings bloomed. Immediately afterwards, both teams adjusted their formations. On the Tian Shui team side, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er were in the front, 4 strong attackers and agile attackers were in the center of the formation, and Shui Wu, who was a team assistant, was at the end. On the side of the Spirit Hall team, Fei Yunyan, who had lost her hair, stood at the front of the battle formation, and behind Yunyan, Sun Juantao and Li Kai of the strong attack department, and Zhang Ping of the Agility Attack Department surrounded Su Yu of the Support Department, Hu Lina and Xia Yu in the center. Seeing the formation of the Spirit Hall team, Shui Binger couldn't help but frown. There is no doubt that the strongest individual in the Spirit Hall team is Hu Lina, followed by Xia Yu, and then Yan. As a 5-ring strong attack department Soul King, it is no problem for Yan to lead the battle. Hu Lina is a mind control department Soul King, and close combat is her weakness. It is reasonable for her to be in the center of the team and protected by her teammates. But Xia Yu's position is very problematic. As a strong attack department Soul King who is good at close combat and has great explosive power, and is also the second strongest main force in the team, why did he run to the center of the battle formation? Could it be martial soul fusion skill? Shui Binger couldn't help but think to herself. Because she also had this experience, Shui Binger could easily think of this. And she remembered that Muyang had said more than once that the Spirit Hall team was very strong. In addition to Hu Lina's superb illusion skills, it was also possible that the Spirit Hall team also had there may be other cards hidden. After thinking about it, Shui Binger sent a voice message to Shui Yu and the other 6 people, focus on Hu Lina first. Originally, Shui Binger was going to start with the easy and then the difficult, using her 1st and 5th soul skills to restrict Hu Lina and the other 3, while Shui Yu and the other 6 people would first eliminate the 4 4-ring soul masters of the Spirit Hall team, thus laying the foundation for victory. But now Hu Lina and Xia Yu of the Spirit Hall team are suspected of having a spirit fusion skill, so the tactics must be changed. No matter whether the two have a spirit fusion skill or not, the entire team will focus on Hu Lina at the beginning, and first kill Hu Lina, who is relatively the most threatening. Hu Lina and Xia Yu are both level 54 Soul Kings. If the two have a spirit fusion skill and use it, it is estimated that their strength may be able to enter the level of 7 rings, and Bingxiu Piaoling may not necessarily have an absolute advantage. After all, although her level 60 soul power is much higher than Hu Lina and the other 2, Suo's soul power level is also much lower than the 2. With 1 increase and 1 decrease, even if Bingxiu Piaoling is stronger than the opponent's martial soul fusion skill, it must be limited. Soon, the preparation time passed, and the referee gave an order, and the game officially began. First soul skill, freeze. At the moment of the opening, the first soul ring on Shui Binger's body flashed, and 3 ice blue streams of light surged out, instantly hitting the 3 people on the opposite side, Yan, Xia Yu and Hu Lina. Instantly, Fei and Yan, who was about to charge the formation, and Hu Lina and Xia Yu, who were preparing to launch the martial soul fusion skill in the center of the battle formation, immediately felt a chill coming, and then the whole person was frozen, and a thick layer of ice condensed on the surface of the body. 5th soul skill, Ying Yu clone. Shui Yu's 5th soul ring flashed, and as the soul power surged, 5 clones with 50% of the original body's strength and the ability to use the 1st to 4th soul skills appeared on the field. At the same time, the remaining 5 members of the Tian Shui team, except for Suo from the auxiliary system, all activated their 4th or 3rd powerful attack soul skills, focusing their fire on the frozen Hu Lina. Not good. Seeing the Tian Shui team focusing their fire on Hu Lina, the Wuhandian team immediately thought it was not good. Without hesitation, the 3rd soul ring on Su Yu from the auxiliary system flashed, adding a layer of soul shield to Hu Lina. And Zhang Ping, Sun Chuantao and Li Kai either activated their attack soul skills to block the Tian Shui team's concentrated attack skills, or activated their own defense soul skills and stood in front of Hu Lina to serve as a flesh and blood shield for her. The 4 knew that Hu Lina was the absolute main force of the Wuhandian team. Once she was eliminated, the Wuhandian team would have no chance of turning over. On the contrary, as long as Hu Lina was still on the field, even if all 4 of their soul masters were eliminated, the Wuhandian team would still have the possibility of winning. It can be said that, apart from the factor of the martial soul fusion skill, Hu Lina's personal strength accounts for 80% of the entire team's strength, and the other 6 people, including Xia Yu and Yan, can only account for 20% at most. If the martial soul fusion skill is taken into account, Hu Lina and Xia Yu, this pendant, will account for more than 90% of the entire team's strength. You come and I go, seeing that her team's firepower tactics are showing signs of being blocked by the Wuhan Hall team, Shui Yu exploded. 3rd soul skill, Ying Yu Shadow. Under the blessing of the attribute amplification soul skill, Shui Yu's aura soared a lot. Immediately afterwards, Shui Yu's 4th soul ring of 10,000 years flashed, and the surging water energy fluctuations emerged. It can be foreseen that Shui Yu is quickly brewing a big move at this stage. Fourth soul skill, Azure Vortex, a group attack soul skill, condenses a rapidly rotating water blade vortex, causing dense water blade cutting damage to enemies within the vortex range. In addition, the center of this water vortex has a strong suction force, which can restrict the escape of opponents who are not stronger than the opponent in the range of the soul skill. The disadvantage is that while the soul skill has a good effect, it takes a relatively long time to release. It is not only Shui Yuer who activates the Azure Vortex. The 5 clones she condensed earlier are also activating this fourth soul skill of 10,000 years. However, compared with the main body, the movement of the 5 clones is much smaller, but it cannot be underestimated. At the critical moment, Hulina, who was restricted by the frozen soul skill, moved. Well, Hulina did not get rid of the control of the frozen soul skill, but a purple light flashed at the center of her eyebrows, and the soul bone attached to her eyes appeared, activating the attached soul bone skill, Sky Fox Illusion. Shui Binger's frozen soul skill only limits the opponent's actions, and the means on the spiritual level cannot be restricted. After all, it is only 100 years. 221 Chapter 221 Using the rules of the game does not mean cheating. 221. A dreamy purple light surged out from the enchanting eyes that appeared between Hulina's eyebrows and instantly sank into Shui Yuer's sea of consciousness. In terms of soul power level, Shui Yuer is higher than Hulina, but in terms of mental power alone, Shui Yuer is not a match for Hulina, who is a spiritual soul master and has an I-type external soul bone. After all, since Shui Yuer is just a sister-in-law, Muyang did not give her a full set of Taiyin Refining God, but only the first 2 levels. The upper limit of the practice of the skill is only the level of an ordinary 60-level soul master. Once this limit is exceeded, only the first 2 levels of Taiyin Refining God will not work. Shui Yuer's mental strength can only increase with the increase of soul power level, which is much worse than Hulina. The moment the purple light hit her, Shui Yuer's body froze. After a moment of mental confrontation, her consciousness was pulled into an illusion, and her 10,000-year-old fourth soul skill was immediately interrupted. However, Shui Yuer's 10,000-year-old fourth soul skill was interrupted, but the 5 clones the fourth soul skill released did not stop there. Because the soul skill age is just over 10,000 years, the clones separated by Yingyu clone can use soul skills except the 5th soul skill, but they are not subject to Shui Yuer's fine control, only fighting instinct, and have no direct connection with the original body. But it is precisely because there is no direct connection between the clones and the original body, they can fight without control, which is why Shui Yuer fell into the illusion, but the actions of her 5 clones were not affected. On the field, 5 blue water blade vortexes with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared one after another, 2 in front and 3 in the back, sweeping towards the Wuhan Hall team like plowing the courtyard and sweeping the caves. Looking at the 5 water blade vortexes sweeping in, Zhang Ping, Sun Chuantao and Li Kai, who were blocking the concentrated fire attack for Hulina, suddenly felt unwell. Although Shui Yuer's clone's basic strength is not as good as the original body, it is still a clone of the 5-ring Soul King. Not only is the soul skill of the 5-ring Soul King 10,000 years old, but there are 5 of them. 5 attacks of the 5-ring Soul King's 10,000 years old soul skill, even if it is just a weakened version, it is not something that the 3-4-ring soul masters can resist. Bang! Just at this moment, a slight strange sound was heard, and the ice condensed on Fei Yunyan's body turned into a large handful of ice powder and dissipated, breaking free from the frozen control faster than Hulina and Xiaoyu. It's not that Fei Yunyan's strength is stronger than Xiaoyu and Hulina, but that his Flame Lord has both fire and earth attributes. When the martial spirit is attached to him, the control effect of the frozen soul skill on him will inevitably be discounted. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Fourth soul skill, Magma Roiling. The moment he got rid of the frozen control, Fei Yunyan was brave and fearless, and the soul rings around him flashed continuously, and he activated the second and fourth soul skills without hesitation. Instantly, Fei Yunyan turned into a lava monster, and the surrounding magma rolled on the ground, hoping to stop the attacking 5-layer water blade vortex. At the same time, Zhang Ping and the other 2 did not just watch, and lined up with Fei Yunyan, urging their soul skills to attack the attacking water blade vortex, trying to weaken the power of the water blade vortex. Even the auxiliary soul master Su Yu in the back frequently lit up his soul ring to bless the 4 people with auxiliary soul skills. The next moment, the 5-layer water blade vortex swept in, directly engulfing Fei Yunyan and Zhang Ping who were blocking the front. However, the 4 people engulfed by the water blade vortex did not panic, and there was no fear on their faces that they would be cut to pieces by the water blade vortex. Just as the defensive soul skills activated by the four people themselves or the defensive shields blessed by teammate Suyu were broken, and the dense water blades in the vortex were about to hit them, 4 streams of light shot out from outside the stadium and landed accurately on the 4 people. Suddenly, a layer of cocky transparent light shield condensed on the 4 people. This cocky transparent light shield seemed weak, but it seemed indestructible. It showed no sign of breaking even when cut by the dense water blades in the vortex. Seeing this, Shui Binger, who was at the back of the Tian Shui team, had already ignited an ice blue flame and was about to launch the martial soul fusion skill with Swu, ice and snow drifting, frowned and turned to look at the direction where the 4 streams of light shot out. Looking around, Shui Binger saw the referee outside the stadium holding a cocky flag martial soul, and 7 yellow, purple, black and black soul rings bloomed around his body. It was obvious that the one who just made the move was the referee. Openly cheating. A thought flashed through Shui Binger's mind. At this time, the referee said, "This referee has determined that the soul skill released by Shui Yuer is too powerful. The lives of Yan, Zhongping, Li Kai and Sun Chuantao of the Spirit Hall team are in danger. The above 4 people are eliminated and please leave the competition immediately." Well, it's not cheating, but Shui Binger is still unhappy. It's not that she is unhappy about the referee saving the 4 people, but because the referee's move has a huge impact on the game. Although Shui Binger didn't see clearly which soul skill the defense shield that the referee had blessed the 4 people was, the defense shield blessed by the 7-ring auxiliary soul saint is naturally not something that Shui Yuer's clone with only 5 rings can break. If no one intervened, after the 5 water blade vortexes engulfed the 4 people of the Spirit Hall team, Hulina and Xiaoyu, who were frozen in place behind the 4 people, would not be able to escape. But with the referee's intervention, the 4 people who were wearing solid defensive shields and standing in a row were like a solid flood control slope, blocking the surging flood and resolving the crisis for Hulina and Xiaoyu behind them. However, no matter how unhappy she was, Shui Binger could only accept it. After all, the Soul Master competition is not a life and death battle. When the participating students encounter irreparable serious injuries or even life-threatening situations, the referee has the right to intervene in the competition. Of course, once the referee intervenes in the competition, the participating students who are helped in the process of intervention are also equivalent to being eliminated. Just like now, the 4 people who were given a defensive shield by the referee were directly eliminated. But if the 4 people did not stand side by side in front of the 5 weakened versions of the water blade vortex and could escape from the soul skill coverage in time, the referee would apply the defensive shield to Hulina and Xiaoyu. In contrast, the 4 members of the Spirit Hall team avoided the main issue and chose to eliminate themselves in exchange for Hulina and Xiaoyu staying on the field. It can only be said that the Spirit Hall team took advantage of the rules of the game, not really disadvantages. As for eliminating fewer of their own players in exchange for Hulina and the other 2 to stay on the field, this won't work. Even if the 4 of them stand side by side, they can only use the shield blessed by the referee to block the 5 water blade vortexes that attack. If one person is missing and there are only 3 people, it will not be able to stop them. After all, if there is a gap in the flood control dam, it will be a river bursting its dam. End of this chapter. 222 Chapter 222 Charm, Ice and Snow Drifting. 222. Bang bang. At this moment, the ice condensed on the surface of Xiaoyu and Hulina's body broke, and the 2 broke through the ice. At this time, except for Shui Yuer who was trapped in the illusion and had not yet escaped, all the people of the Tian Shui team were surprised that the referee rescued Yan and the other 4. And Xiaoyu and the other 2 were only restricted by Shui Binger's ice before. In addition, the ice condensed by the frozen soul skill was somewhat transparent and did not completely block the line of sight. Both Hulina and Xiaoyu were aware of the unfavorable situation facing the Spirit Hall team, and immediately activated the Spirit Fusion skill without hesitation. The 5 spirit rings blooming on Hulina's body flashed very regularly, and then her whole body was covered with a strange red light. At the same time, Xiaoyu, holding 2 blood-colored moon blades, crashed into Hulina. Then, 2 golden lights surged out from the golden scepter spirit in the hands of Suyu, the auxiliary spirit master of the Spirit Hall team, and quickly sank into the bodies of the 2. The next moment, the red light curtain suddenly spread, and at the moment when the 2 collided with each other, the red light on Hulina's body enveloped and engulfed the figures of the 2, and then burst out instantly, filling nearly half of the stadium. At the same time, a dazzling blue-white light column rose behind the Tian Shui team's array, and snow fell all over the sky. The spirit fusion skill, Snow and Ice Drift, activated. In front of the Pope's palace. Tisk, it seems that the game is getting more and more exciting. Looking at the red mist that filled half of the stadium and the falling snow, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but smack his lips. Brother Huo, your blazing fire team doesn't have a martial soul fusion skill, right? Chen Xin asked Huo Lai, who was sitting beside him. It would be great if there was. Huo Lai shook his head regretfully. It's true that the blazing fire team has a trump card, and there are more than one, but it's not a martial soul fusion skill. But to be honest, the strength of this year's Spirit Hall team is indeed ridiculously strong. The winning team in the previous Soul Master competition had at most 1 or 2 5-ring Soul King level combat power in the team. But what about this year's Spirit Hall team? It is obvious that there are 3 5-ring Soul Kings, and Hulina's single combat power is definitely the best below the 7th ring, and she even has the trump card of martial soul fusion skills. Ordinary fighting soul saints who have just entered the 7th ring may not necessarily win. With such strength, it can be said that they can kill indiscriminately in the Soul Master competition. It is a pity that although the Wuhan Hall team is strong this time, they have encountered unreasonable Hang Bi. With Huo Lai's eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the power of the Wuhan Hall team's martial soul fusion skills is still inferior to Bingxiu Piaoling. And even if the Wuhan Hall team can turn the tables with martial soul fusion skills, it is impossible to beat his eldest nephew Muyang. This guy's spiritual secret technique is simply unreasonable. Even a serious 7-ring soul saint has to kneel down. The Wuhan Hall team is not good enough with the martial soul fusion skills of the first entry 7th ring strength. If they hadn't concealed their weakness, Hulina and Xiaoyu wouldn't even have had the chance to launch their martial soul fusion skills, and would have fallen under Muyang's spiritual secret technique the moment they started. Unlike Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Huo Lai, who were at ease, Bibi Dong, Zhu Gui, and Ling Yuan, immediately became gloomy when they saw the Tian Shui team also launch their martial soul fusion skills. All of them were titled Douluo level masters. Although they hadn't started the fight, the 4 of them could sense the strength of the 2 martial soul fusion skills on the field. There's no doubt that in the perception of the 4, the demon shrouded in the red mist, judging from the strength of the breath it exuded, was inferior to the blue-white light column. And most importantly, after a brief observation, the 4 of them realized that it was very difficult to break the martial soul fusion skill of the Tian Shui team, and they had to break the defense of the blue-white light column. However, all the soul masters who have learned about the martial soul fusion technique know that the defensive power of the protective light column caused by the martial soul fusion technique is extremely amazing. Without overwhelming strength, it is not enough to break its defense. That is to say, for the relatively inferior demon, there is only one way to break the martial soul fusion technique of the Tian Shui team, that is, wait until Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu have exhausted their soul power and have to exit the martial soul fusion state. But the question is, can the demon hold on until then? You know, the demon has a physical body, and is good at direction control. And because Xiaoyu is proficient in his own soul skills, he is also good at attacking, but not good at defense. Looking at the Tian Shui team's flying snow martial soul fusion skill, most of them can carry out large-scale coverage attacks. In addition, the competition venue is limited. The collision of the 2 martial soul fusion skills this time is difficult for the demon. His sight penetrated the red fog that filled half of the stadium, looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky and the dazzling blue-white light column rising from the opposite side of the stadium. Xiaoyu, who was in charge of the martial soul fusion skill, enchanting, couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. He thought that he could turn the tide by launching the martial soul fusion skill, but he never expected that it was not only his own martial soul hall team that had the martial soul fusion skill, but also the Tian Shui Academy team. Thanks to Tian Shui, the team's martial soul fusion skill was launched by Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu. Although Shui Bing'er's soul power level and soul ring configuration are stronger than her brother and sister, Shui Wu, who is a level 4 soul master, is a drag, otherwise they can't fight at all. But even so, the situation is not optimistic. Although Xiaoyu is confident, he is not sure that he can forcibly break the defense of the blue-white light column with his own soul skills in the demon state. On the contrary, the demon is very likely to be defeated by the opponent's martial soul fusion skill. At this time, Hulina's firm voice sounded in Xiaoyu's heart, "Brother, it's not time to give up, and we must not lose this battle." Hearing this, Xiaoyu, who led the demon, couldn't help but clench the blood-colored moon blade in his hand, and the battle in his eyes was rekindled. "Yes, my sister is right, they must win this battle with the Tian Shui team. Counting back 3 sessions, the Spirit Hall won the Soul Master competition twice. Even in the session when the Douluo Empire won the championship, the Spirit Hall team also won the 2nd place. If they only won the 3rd place this time, then their Spirit Hall team would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame. This is not only the result of their team this time, but also the worst in recent sessions. You should know that the organizer of this Soul Master competition finals is their own Spirit Hall. As the host, the Spirit Academy, which is known as the strongest high-level Soul Master Academy on the continent, failed to achieve good results. Not to mention that long before the start of the promotion game, His Holiness the Pope was still sure that they could win the Soul Master competition, so he took out 3 soul bones suitable for the 3 of them as a championship reward and asked the Douluo Empire to take over the hosting rights of this competition finals. If they fail to win the championship, not only will they fail the Pope's expectations, but the Spirit Hall, which offers 3 soul bones as a prize for the championship, will also become a laughingstock of all forces in the Spirit Master world, which is unacceptable to the entire Spirit Hall team. Only victory is allowed. And Xiaoyu believes that as long as they can defeat the Tian Shui team, the championship honor will be theirs in tomorrow's championship battle. After all, the Spirit Fusion technique is only exclusive to a few lucky people. The Blazing Fire team can't possibly have a Spirit Fusion technique, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. End of this chapter. 223 Chapter 223 The Spirit Hall team ranked 3rd. 223. Looking through the blue and white light column, looking at the red fog that filled half of the stadium, Shui Binger couldn't help but frown. Just looking at the fog, she couldn't see the details of the Spirit Fusion technique of the Spirit Hall team, let alone any weaknesses of this Spirit Fusion technique. After thinking for a while, Shui Binger, who wanted to test the truth, changed her mind. The snow above the stadium intensified, and the falling snowflakes covered every corner of the area covered by the red fog. I found you. The next second, Shui Binger turned her sight to a corner of the stadium. Although the diffuse red fog blocked the sight, even the mental power detection was blocked, but when the countless snowflakes formed by the drifting ice and snow covered every corner of the red fog area, Shui Binger, as the leader of the martial soul fusion skill, finally noticed something strange. Human form. Shui Binger vaguely realized that the martial soul fusion skill launched by Xiaoyu and Hulina was similar to her and Muyang's 2nd form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, both of which belonged to humanoid transformation martial soul fusion skills. Without hesitation, after determining the opponent's position, the countless snowflakes falling in the air showed sharp edges, turned into ice and snow blades, formed a snow dance tornado, and swept towards the target's position. Not good. Sensing the sharp edge of each snowflake, Xiaoyu secretly thought it was not good, and immediately rushed towards the blue-white light column on the opposite side of the stadium. Xiaoyu could foresee that the power of a single snowflake was not great. With Yao Mei's strength at the initial level of the 7th ring, she would definitely be able to ignore the cutting of a small number of snowflakes. But there were too many snowflakes. With only the 2 moon blades in her hands, she could not defend at all. If she could only passively take the beating, Yao Mei would definitely not be able to withstand it. Xiaoyu knew that if she wanted to win this battle, she had to break the opponent's martial soul fusion skill before Yao Mei could no longer hold on. Yao Mei was very fast, but Shui Binger's snow dance tornado was faster. After all, if the flying speed of the attack skill was not as fast as the opponent's movement speed, it could only mean that there was a huge gap in strength between herself and the opponent. In the red fog, the snow dance tornado approached her, and a harsh sound came out. Yao Mei was cut by the sharp snowflakes flying from all directions, which seriously hindered her body shape. The martial soul fusion skill is formed by combining the martial souls of 2 or more soul masters and sublimating their soul power. Unlike the flesh and blood of soul masters, when it is injured beyond its upper limit, it can recover by consuming the soul power of the instigator. Humph! Full moon! The dense sharp snowflakes cut into his body. Sensing that the soul power in his body was being consumed rapidly, Xiaoyu did not hesitate. He turned the blood-colored moon blade in his hand. The next moment, the demon's figure disappeared and turned into a huge white disc that rotated at a high speed. Under the attack of the snow dance tornado, it flew towards the blue-white light column fixed at the edge of the stadium. Ding ding ding! Accompanied by the dense collision sound, the white disc wrapped in red mist and forming a red vortex cut all the sharp snowflakes that blocked along the way and fell on the dazzling blue-white light column unstoppably. Squeaky, squeak. As soon as they came into contact, a strong cutting sound was heard, and the white disc seemed to have turned into a grinding wheel that rotated at high speed. While the white disc was rapidly cutting the protective light column, under the control of Shui Binger, countless sharp snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the entire white disc, and rapidly rotating and cutting in the opposite direction. Both sides took hard measures, and now it depends on which side can't hold on first. However, Yao Mei can only attack but not defend, and Bing Shui Piaoling, due to the characteristics of the martial soul fusion technique, has both offense and defense. In the case of a small gap in strength between the two sides, Yao Mei's disadvantage is very obvious. This point is not unknown to Xiaoyu, who dominates Yao Mei, but he has no choice. In the opponents, if the attack can cover the entire arena, the demon will only wait for death if they don't fight hard. Only by fighting hard to the end can they have the possibility of winning. After a stalemate, under the extremely fast cutting of the white disc, the protective blue-white light column formed by the drifting ice and snow rippled violently, but there was no sign of breaking. On the other hand, under the reverse cutting of the snow dance tornado, the rotation speed of the white disc began to drop sharply, and even the figure of the demon holding the double moon blades could be vaguely seen. Facing Shui Binger's standing output, Xiaoyu felt that the whole person was not well. Maintaining the existence of the martial soul fusion technique requires a lot of soul power. Using the round moon secret technique consumes the soul power in the body quickly, and dealing with the countless ice and snow blades carried by the dragon dance and the healing of the demon's wounds require a lot of soul power. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt that the soul power in his body was like a small puddle that was pumped by a high power pump, and the water level dropped rapidly. Fortunately, the soul power consumed in this process was not only borne by him, but Hulina also supported half of the consumption, otherwise, most of his soul power would have been drained in this short moment. Even so, Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling desperate. For opponents of the same level of strength, the protective light column formed by the martial soul fusion technique can almost be regarded as an absolute defense excluding the consumption of soul power. When performing the round moon secret technique in the demon state, they just couldn't break the opponent's protective light column. After a long time, just as the dazzling blue-white light column protecting Shui Binger and Shui Wu began to crack, the red fog covering most of the arena began to gradually dissipate, and the rotating and cutting white disc twisted and changed, revealing the figures of Xiaoyu and Hulina, whose soul power was exhausted and could no longer maintain their secret skills and martial soul fusion skills. Seeing this, Shui Binger dispersed the snow dance tornado in time, and the dense and sharp snowflakes suddenly turned into harmless snowflakes, so as not to accidentally kill the two who had no power to fight back at this time. After the red fog dissipated and the entire arena could be seen clearly, the referee's voice sounded. The Wuhan Hall team played against the Tian Shui College team, and the Tian Shui College team won. Congratulations to the Tian Shui College team for entering the final championship battle of this Soul Master competition tomorrow morning. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it is impossible for the referee to blow a black whistle, and the Spirit Hall cannot afford to lose face. So far, the Spirit Hall team, which Bibi Dong had high hopes for, only won the third place in the Soul Master competition, and did not even qualify to participate in the championship battle tomorrow. In terms of strength, this year's Spirit Hall team, led by the three of the Golden Generation, is the strongest in recent decades. But judging from the results of the Soul Master competition alone, this year's Spirit Hall team is the worst in recent years. Of course, this is not the fault of war. Who made this year's Spirit Hall team so unlucky and encountered a wall? Even if Shui Binger didn't cheat herself, Muyang helped her cheat. Muyang, a small cheat doesn't count. End of this chapter. 224 Chapter 224 It's not that our army is not strong. 224. VIP seats. Bibi Dong, is this your confidence? Seeing the Spirit Hall team lose and only get the third place in the competition, Qian Rongxiu, who turned into Shui Qinghe, glanced at Bibi Dong sitting on the gilded chair in front of the Pope's palace, and thought to herself with disdain. It's not that she disdains the strength of the Spirit Hall team. It is undeniable that the strength of the three Golden Generation is still very good. The teams that won the championship honors in the first three Soul Master competitions were definitely not as strong as the Spirit Hall team in this session. The reason why they only got the third place was simply because they were unlucky and met a more talented opponent. Qian Rongxiu's disdain was that Bibi Dong was too confident. The right to host the finals was obtained by the Spirit Hall from the Zinglo Empire, and the reward was given to the champion. The three soul bones of the team were paid by the Spirit Hall itself. Although Tang Hao, who was originally planned to be caught, was hooked, he was unhooked because of Tang Xiao's help. At present, the Spirit Hall team has encountered opponents with ridiculous strength one after another, and finally only won the third place in the competition. This time, the Spirit Hall can be said to have lost more than it gained. Not far away, Dai Feng, the great elder of the Zinglo royal family, sneered at the platinum Bishop Krat sitting beside him with contempt. Bishop Krat, it seems that your Spirit Hall team is not very good. Hearing this, Krat, who was already gloomy because of the defeat of the Spirit Hall team, suddenly became more gloomy. After a long time of changing his expression, Krat sorted out his facial emotions and regained his calmness. He said calmly, Sir Dai Feng, there is nothing to say about the Spirit Hall team's inferior skills. My Spirit Hall is not unable to afford to lose. But if I remember correctly, the Zinglo Royal Academy team, which you have high hopes for, won the third round of the finals. Were we eliminated? It is true that our Spirit Hall team failed to win the championship and only took the third place, but it is better than the Zinglo Royal Academy team that lost in the third round, right? Glancing at Dai Feng's face that looked like he had eaten a dead fly, Krat curled his lips and continued, Sir Dai Feng, there is something I forgot to tell you. Dai Mubai, a student from Shrek Academy, is very talented and is valued by His Holiness the Pope. Under the cordial invitation of our Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai is now a member of our Spirit Hall. By the way, I have another good news to tell you. Dai Mubai has been accepted as a direct disciple by the seventh elder of our Elder Hall, Tiger Roar Douluo. Ka. Hearing that Dai Mubai had not only joined the Spirit Hall, but also became a direct disciple of the Spirit Hall elder, Dai Feng, with a sullen face, immediately glared at Krat, and his right hand unconsciously crushed the armrest of the chair. Please calm down, Mr. Dai Feng. Our Spirit Hall is the strongest Soul Master organization in the mainland Soul Master world. Except for the evil Soul Masters who do evil, no Soul Master in the mainland Soul Master world is restricted from joining. It is also reasonable for student Dai Mubai to choose to join our Spirit Hall. Here, I remind you that this is the Spirit City, and now we are in front of the Pope's palace. Pointing to the ground, Krat said with a smile. Bishop Krat, are you threatening me? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Dai Feng asked in a deep voice. You are only an 8-ring soul Douluo, who dares to threaten me? Although Dai Feng's level is not up to the 9th ring, he is only an 89 level White Tiger soul Douluo, but his wife, who is a 7-ring soul saint, is still alive. Once the Nether White Tiger is activated, it will be no problem for him to compete with titled Douluo like Chuigui. No, Mr. Dai Feng, you misunderstood. I am not threatening you, nor anyone else. This is just a kind reminder. Krat shook his head and said seriously. However, judging from the teasing tone in his voice, Krat was threatening Dai Feng. In front of the Pope's palace, let alone Dai Feng, even if the Star Luo Emperor Dai Yushan came, Krat would not be afraid at all. The only person who could make him, one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall, admit defeat in front of the Pope's palace was the Land Invincible who had been missing for many years and was as famous as his own chief priest. As for the others, dare to take action? If you do, you will die. Humph. Dai Feng snorted coldly and turned his head to look elsewhere. Damn Spirit Hall, damn Krat, you will have to suffer sooner or later. Today's game came to an end, half an hour later, in the Pope's palace. Pope Bibi Dong sat on the main seat in the palace, tapping the armrest with her white jade fingers. In front of Bibi Dong stood the 7 contestants of the Spirit Hall team, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hu Lina stood in front, and the other 4 were in the back. At this time, including the 3 people from the Golden Generation, all 7 of them lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong and were caught. Ah! After a long time, Bibi Dong sighed helplessly. It's not that our army is not strong, but that the opponent is too strong. Who would have thought that the Shuo and Tianshui Academy teams, which performed mediocrely in previous competitions, would become so outrageous this time? If the loss to the Shuo team was just bad luck, because the individual competition system abolished the Wuhan fusion skill, which led to the defeat, then Bibi Dong had nothing to say about the loss to the Tianshui team. After all, even with the biggest trump card used, the Wuhan Hall team still couldn't win. This is no longer a tactical problem, but a hard power that was crushed by the opponent. The 7 of you get ready. After a week, go to the Lost Grand Canyon to train for 3 years. I hope that by then, I can see your new look. Bibi Dong said to the 7 people in front of her who lowered their heads and looked lost. There are rewards for winning, and punishments for losing. Going to the Lost Grand Canyon for 3 years of training is the punishment for the 7 people's failure to win the Soul Master competition. Of course, the purpose of going to the Lost Grand Canyon for training is not simply to punish them, but it is difficult for a genius to become a strong man without tempering, unless you are an unreasonable genius. Yes. The 7 people responded in unison. Although the Lost Canyon is a haunted place with many dangers, this is the order of His Holiness the Pope. Can they resist it? Go. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling the 7 people to withdraw. Hearing this, the 7 people breathed a sigh of relief and then walked towards the side door of the hall. Halfway through, Hulina, who was in a heavy mood, gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and walked back to Bibi Dong. Seeing Hulina turn back, after Xiaoyu and the other 6 left, Bibi Dong frowned and looked at her beloved disciple. Teacher, I want to go to the City of Slaughter. Hulina said with a resolute look. Although the Grand Canyon of Lost is relatively dangerous, that is also relative. With her current strength, there are very few places in the Grand Canyon of Lost that can bring her danger. How can there be a good training effect without danger? If her strength cannot be improved quickly, won't she still lose when she meets Muyang and Shui Binger in the future? Hulina, who is strong-willed by nature, doesn't want to lose to them again. End of this chapter. 225 Chapter 225 Why is the gap so big? 225. When Bibi Dong heard that Hulina was going to the City of Slaughter for training, her heart tightened and she asked hurriedly, why? As one of the rare killing gods in the world, Bibi Dong knows that the City of Slaughter is not a good place. Although Hulina's strength is good, in Bibi Dong's opinion, her disciple is still a little bit short. At least she has to wait until her soul power level exceeds the 6th ring before going. Otherwise, relying on her own strength, it is likely that she will not be able to get out. You can do it once or twice, but not 3 times. I have already lost twice. I hope the teacher will help me. Hulina said without hesitation. After hearing this, Bibi Dong fell silent. Hulina grew up under her care, and Bibi Dong naturally knew that her disciple had a strong character. Once she made up her mind, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast could not pull her back. Now that she said she wanted to go to the Slaughter City for training, it might be an impulsive statement made by Hulina when she was hot-headed. But after having this idea in her mind, even if she calmed down later, she would definitely go to the Slaughter City for training. After a long silence, Bibi Dong said, Nana, I will have someone send you the information about the Slaughter City later. The teacher will give you 7 days to consider it. I hope you can calm down and think it over before making a decision. Bibi Dong did not reject Hulina's idea of going to the Slaughter City for training. According to her original plan, Hulina must go to the Slaughter City, but the time is not now, but after advancing to the 6th ring or even the 7th ring. Undoubtedly, the Slaughter City is not easy. After winning 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field and passing the Hell Road, the trainee can obtain the power of the Killing God domain. As for giving the trainee the power of the domain, Bibi Dong does not think that mortals can do it, even the old guy in the worship hall who is only half a step away from the God realm can't do it. Only gods above level 100 have such great power. In addition, the Rakshasa divine test was also obtained unexpectedly after obtaining the Killing God domain, which shows the extraordinariness of the Killing City. In Bibi Dong's opinion, if nothing unexpected happens, the Killing City should be the inheritance place set by a certain god. As her disciple, Hulina naturally needs to try her luck. If she is lucky enough to be favored by the god, then Hulina's achievements in the future will be extraordinary. Of course, if she fails, it doesn't matter. When she achieves the Rakshasa godhood, she will be able to help this apprentice. Holding the power of the gods and paying some price should be able to create a 99-level peerless Douluo, right? Yes, teacher. Seeing that teacher Bibi Dong agreed, Hulina nodded and left the Pope's palace. Looking at Hulina's departing back, Bibi Dong's mind emerged with another figure with an equally strong personality, and a trace of sadness could not help but be revealed between her brows. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. After breakfast, the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team held their heads high and set off to the square in front of the Pope's palace to participate in the final championship battle of this Soul Master competition. Although the two sides are opponents, the atmosphere between the two teams is very harmonious, which can be said to have never been seen in previous Soul Master competitions. The captains of the two teams are in a relationship, and even after the game, the colleges where the two teams are located will be merged and reorganized into a new college, so the relationship between them is naturally harmonious. Soon, the two teams walked to the stone steps of the Pope Mountain. Binger! Muyang shouted to Shui Binger. Shui Binger blinked, and her beautiful ice blue eyes looked at Muyang. Come on! Show your full strength! Muyang said seriously. Okay. Seeing this, Shui Binger smiled and nodded. Then, the two teams climbed up the Pope Mountain. At this time, Pope Bibidong, Ning Fengzi, and 5 Douluo were already sitting on the 7 gilded chairs in front of the Pope's hall, and the 3 soul bones as the champion reward were also quietly lying on the red brocade plate beside them, releasing a faint halo. The finals of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are about to begin. The players of both sides are ready. After a quarter of an hour, the game will begin. The protagonists are all here, the referee on the field announced. Hearing the voice, the many guests and spectators present were all in high spirits. The championship battle is about to begin. It's time to witness who is the strongest talent of the younger generation of the mainland Soul Master world. No one wants to miss such a wonderful moment. In front of the Pope's palace. Glancing at the Blazing Fire and Tian Shui teams, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look at Huo Lai who was sitting next to him with envy. To be honest, Ning Fengzi envied Huo Lai very much. Not only is he a titled Douluo, his wife is also a titled Douluo, and his 2 children and nephew are also titled. Even because Muyang and Shui Binger from Tian Shui College are in a relationship, Blazing Fire College and Tian Shui College are very close. These 3 Douluos and 5 Tianjiao can almost considered as a community of interests. 3 Douluo, 5 geniuses who will surely become titled Douluo, this makes Ning Fengzi, who has already shown signs of a lack of successors in his own sect, envious. If I had known this, I should have sent Rong to Tian Shui College. Ning Fengzi couldn't help but think to himself. If my daughter Ning Rong went to Tian Shui College and got along well with the 2 sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, even if the community of interests formed by these 8 people were not from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, they could become good friends of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. More friends, more paths, not to mention that these 8 friends are either big friends or big friends in the future. You said that Tian Shui College only accepts students of the water department or the ice department. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Tian Shui College will not refuse the admission of the eldest lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Tuin Shrek? Bullshit Shrek. Tang San's talent is not bad, but his father Tang Hao is too good at causing trouble. For such a friend who is dedicated to doing big things, Ning Fengzi feels that his 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not strong enough and can't afford to make friends with him. Xiao Wu? This is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, not a human. The other students of Shrek? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing are from Zinglo. Because Tiandu and Zinglo are hostile to each other, and Tiandu Empire is his staunch ally, Ning Fengzi doesn't think that the 2 can piss in the same pot with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. And as far as he knows, Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of Zinglo, rebelled and joined the Spirit Hall. As for the rest of Shrek, except for the Golden Iron Triangle who can compete with titled Douluo and Oscar, who has innate full soul power, the others can only be said to be talents, but not worthy of the attention of the busy Ning Grand Master. Both are food-type soul masters with full innate soul power, why is there such a big gap? Ning Fengzi couldn't help comparing Oscar with Muyang. If Oscar could be as good as Muyang, Ning Fengzi would have tied him back to be a good son-in-law. End of this chapter. 226 Chapter 226 You old man, I give up. 226. A quarter of an hour is not long. Soon, the players of both teams walked onto the field at the signal of the referee. Prepare for the game. Both teams can release their martial spirits. After the 2 teams stood still, the referee announced immediately. The 2 teams began to change their formations. On the field, beast souls possessed and weapon souls materialized, and yellow, purple and black soul rings shone. On the side of the Tian Shui team, 7 people formed a defensive formation of 1 in front, 4 in the middle and 2 in the back. Shui Yuer was at the front of the formation, 4 players were in the middle, Shui Binger and Shui Wu were at the end, obviously preparing to launch the martial spirit fusion technique at the beginning. On the Blazing Fire team side, there was 1 in front, 3 in the middle, and 3 in the back. Huo Wushuan was in the front of the battle formation, Huo Wu, Huo Yun and Huo Yu were in the middle, and Muyang at the back of the formation protected Huo Chui and Huo Jun in front of him. The tactics of the Blazing Fire team were very simple. The Soul Master Huo Wushuan charged into the formation, Huo Wu was the main controller, Huo Yun and Huo Yu were the assisting ones, Huo Chui and Huo Jun were the auxiliary ones, and Muyang quietly used the spirit secret technique to secretly hurt people. The championship battle begins. After announcing the start of the final championship battle of this Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, the referee quickly retreated and handed the field to the two teams. At the moment of the opening, Muyang's expression condensed, and he used the soul-stealing secret technique towards Shui Wu. There is no doubt that the biggest trump card of the Tian Shui team is the martial soul fusion technique of Shui Binger and Shui Wu. As long as Shui Wu is eliminated, it is equivalent to destroying the biggest trump card of the Tian Shui team. Besides, Shui Wu's soul power level is only 4 ring soul master, and using the spirit secret technique to kill her instantly will not expose the fact that his mental power and spirit secret technique are extremely powerful. However, when Muyang activated the soul-stealing secret technique, Shui Binger, who had anticipated this and predicted Muyang's action, took a wrong step and blocked Shui Wu. The next moment, the soul-stealing secret technique originally aimed at Shui Wu fell on Shui Binger. Although the spirit secret technique is invisible and intangible, the way it hits is not to cross space directly, and it was intercepted by Shui Binger who had calculated it accurately. Seeing this, Muyang could not help but be speechless. To break the martial soul fusion skill of Bingxiu Piaoling, it is not the only way to eliminate Shui Wu, but also to eliminate Shui Binger. However, if he eliminated Shui Binger with the spirit secret technique, it would expose his true colors. Without hesitation, Muyang decisively interrupted the secret technique. Shui Binger, who had expected this and knew that Muyang was not going to expose his spiritual depth on the field, smiled, and then the first soul ring around her body lit up, and 3 ice blue streams of light flew out at high speed, falling on Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu and Muyang respectively. Both sides knew the details of the other side. Shui Binger knew that the main force of the Blazing Fire team was Muyang, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. After freezing the 3 people, in addition to guarding against Muyang's spiritual secrets, the remaining 4 Huoyans of the Blazing Fire team were not much of a threat. It was just a matter of a few moves to eliminate them. It can be said that once Muyang and the other 2 were controlled, the Tian Shui team took the lead and created great favorable conditions for winning the game. But at this moment, Huo Wu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the 3rd soul ring around her body flashed. As the surging fire soul power surged, the dazzling ring-shaped flames instantly spread and exploded, sweeping across most of the field. The ring-shaped flame swept past, and the 3 ice blue streams released by Shui Binger were directly bounced away by the powerful repulsive force, and then affected Shui Yu and 4 members of the Tian Shui team who had released 5 clones. Finally, when it was about to exceed the maximum range of the soul skill effect, it affected Shui Binger and Shui Wu in the back. Huo Wu swept past with a map cannon, and the 7 members of the Tian Shui team, including Shui Yu's 5 clones, were all bounced back by the powerful repulsive force. 4th soul skill, Red Flame Dragon Claw. The opponent's formation was in chaos, and this was the best time to use the big one. Huo Wushuan activated the 4th soul skill without hesitation, and the huge red dragon claw suddenly condensed and shot straight towards Shui Yu. At the same time, Huo Wu, who had released a map cannon, did not stop the action in her hands. 5th soul skill, Phoenix Fire Meteor. With the help of Huokui and Huojun, Huohu's 5th soul ring flashed, condensing several flaming meteors with extremely strong explosive power, flying towards the Tian Shui team at high speed. 2nd soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. 3rd soul skill, Resist Ice Ring. Shui Binger is the strongest, and she is very good at resisting the repulsive force of the fire ring. Under this, she was the first one in the Tian Shui team to stabilize her body. Seeing Huo Wushuan's 10,000 year 4th soul skill falling towards Shui Yu, and Huo Wu's 10,000 year 5th strong attack soul skill, Shui Binger did not dare to neglect it at all, and hurriedly blessed Shui Yu with a defensive soul skill, lest her sister failed to block Huo Wushuan's move and was beaten badly, then adjusted the angle and activated the 3rd soul skill. The next moment, a gorgeous ice blue light bloomed, and several flaming meteors falling in the air were immediately affected by the blooming ice ring. Boom 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 dash. As soon as the collision occurred, the flaming meteors that were affected by the ice ring exploded in the air on the spot, and a violent roar was heard. Unlike the fire resistance ring, which does not carry any attack damage, Shui Binger's ice resistance ring not only carries repulsion, but also carries attack damage that cannot be underestimated. The ice resistance ring itself is only a 1,000-year soul skill, while Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Meteor is about 20,000 years old. If we only look at the age of the soul skill, the ice resistance ring will definitely not be able to stop the Phoenix Fire Meteor. But there is no need to stop the ice resistance ring, as long as the energy balance inside these flame meteors is broken and they are detonated in advance. This is like a bomb with a 100 kg equivalent is not as powerful as a bomb with a 1,000 kg equivalent, but when the former falls into an ammunition depot filled with a large number of the latter and explodes, both sides are likely to perish together. After using the ice resistance ring to dissolve Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Meteor, Shui Yuer, who had stabilized her body, teamed up with 5 clones to instantly use the first and second soul skills, breaking Huo Wushuan's 10,000-year fourth soul skill. Shui Binger nodded in satisfaction. Although the Tian Shui team was caught off guard by Huo Wu's resistance fire ring, they successfully resolved the crisis. But just as Shui Binger was secretly pleased, Shui Wu's voice rang out from behind, "Referee, I give up." Suddenly, Shui Binger's face darkened, and her beautiful ice blue eyes glared at Muyang fiercely. "You old man, I give up." Shui Binger guessed correctly. Just as she was trying to resolve Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Meteor, Muyang secretly used a soul-stealing secret technique on Shui Wu again. With Shui Wu's strength, she naturally couldn't resist the soul-stealing secret technique activated by Muyang, which even many seven-ring soul saints had to kneel down. After a moment of mental confrontation, Muyang temporarily tampered with Shui Wu's mind, making her surrender, and in one fell swoop destroyed the martial soul fusion technique of the Tian Shui team. End of this chapter. 227 Chapter 227 Danger. 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 227. Well done. Seeing Muyang eliminate Shui Wu and destroy the martial soul fusion skill of Tian Shui team, ice and snow drifting, Huo Wu couldn't help cheering. The martial soul fusion skill was destroyed, and the morale of Tian Shui team immediately plummeted. Muyang has been staying in Tian Shui College for many years, and he has been training with Shui Binger. Everyone in Tian Shui team knows that although Muyang is just a food-type soul master with little combat power on the surface, he is proficient in various secret arts and his strength is no worse than Shui Binger, and even better. Even if Muyang doesn't explode completely, as long as he can hold Shui Binger back, Tian Shui team can't win the game. After all, with Shui Yuer's strength, it is obviously not enough to defeat the combination of Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. It's good enough for her to stop one. As for the others, Yu Haro and the other 4 know that the 4 of them, like the 4 Huoyun of the Shuo team, are just on the field to show off their strength. When the opponent is an ordinary team, they can be regarded as the main players, but when the opponent is the Blazing Fire team, the key to the victory or defeat depends on the battle between Muyang, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan and the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. If the sisters beat Muyang and his 3 companions, then the champion of this Soul Master competition will be from Tian Shui College. On the contrary, if Muyang and his 3 companions win, the champion will be from Blazing Fire College. When there is a qualitative gap in strength and the number is not enough to form a qualitative change, the gap between the 2 sides cannot be made up. It's not time to give up yet. The 4th soul skill, Ice Phoenix Wings. The 5th soul skill, Extreme Frost. Although the martial soul fusion skill as a trump card was abolished, Shui Binger did not intend to admit defeat and surrender. The 2 10,000-year soul rings flashed continuously, and the breath was rising. At the same time, the icy cold wave seemed to rise from behind Shui Binger like a turbulent tsunami, and then swept down towards the Blazing Fire team. Seeing this, Huo Wushuan in midair quickly flapped his dragon wings behind him and narrowly avoided the cold wave. At the same time, Huo Wu on the ground tapped her feet lightly, and used the not too skilled Zongji Dengxian steps, and her body quickly retreated to the diagonal rear. At the end of the formation, Muyang quickly picked up the collars of Huo Chui and Huo Jun in front of him, and also used the Zongji Dengxian steps, moving backwards as if shrinking the earth into an inch. As for Huoyun and Huoyu, these 2 brothers have wings and are flying in the air now, so they can only wish for good luck. Everyone in the Blazing Fire team dodged one after another, and their ultimate moves were about to be wasted. Shui Binger couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately activated the soul power in her body. With the flashing of the first soul ring, 3 ice blue streams of light shot out at a high speed. This time, Huo Wu, who was dodging the cold wave, was too late to save the situation. And even if Huo Wu wanted to save the situation, it would be impossible. Every time, he can turn the tide. After all, the fire ring resistance is the third soul skill of the millennium, and it is as old as 7,000 years, while Shui Binger's ice soul skill is only the first soul skill of about 400 years. The number of times that the former can be activated in the same time is definitely far less than the latter, and the soul power consumption is also greater. This is like using an expensive missile to shoot down a cheap swarm drone. Even if it hits accurately, it is a huge loss. 3 ice blue streamers flashed and hit Huo Wushuan, Huoyun, and Huoyu, who were unable to dodge in mid-air. Suddenly, a layer of solid ice condensed on the surface of the 3 people, froze into a lump in mid-air, and then fell towards the ground of the stadium. Before they fell to the ground, Huoyun and Huoyu were engulfed by the cold wave that swept in. Ice on ice, the solidity of the thick and solid ice condensed on the surface of the body was directly doubled. Don't think about escaping in a short time. Moreover, unlike the instantaneous freezing soul skill, the extreme cold frost is Shui Binger's 5th soul skill, which is about 30,000 years old. Even if the 2 brothers get rid of the freezing restriction, with their level of only 4 rings, they will not be able to recover for a while under the erosion of the biting cold. Huo Wushuan was lucky. When Shui Binger activated the extreme cold frost, he immediately flapped his wings to dodge. With his flying speed, he has already run out of the coverage of the extreme cold frost. In a blink of an eye, the cold wave rushed down, and most of the ground of the stadium was covered with a layer of solid ice. 4th soul skill, Azure Vortex. Seeing that Huo Wushuan, who was frozen into a lump and fell to the ground, was not caught, Shui Yuer did not just watch. The main body and the 5 clones activated the 4th soul skill of 10,000 years together. Soon, like the surging waves, 6 water blade vortexes with a diameter of more than 10 meters swept towards Huo Wushuan one after another. Huo Wushuan is one of the 3 main players of the Blazing Fire team. Although he is the weakest, if he can be eliminated, the chances of the Tian Shui team's victory will undoubtedly increase by 3 points. Huo Wushuan, danger! 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 Seeing this, Huo Wu, who was always paying attention to the battle situation, changed her expression and activated the secret technique without hesitation. Mirror of Extreme Flame, go! With the emergence of red light, the 6 ice flame mirrors surrounding her body suddenly condensed as her soul power circulated. Then Huo Wu raised her hand and pointed, and the 6-foot-long extreme flame mirrors broke through the air at high speed and landed on Huo Wushuan's side. The next moment, the 6 extreme flame mirrors quickly enlarged, 2 by 2, and formed a triangle to protect Huo Wushuan, who was frozen into a lump. At the same time, 6 smooth round mirrors of ice blue fell, and another layer of defense was superimposed in the same way. It was not someone else, but Muyang who took action. However, this is not the end. You know, the extreme flame mirror and ice flame mirror used by Huo Wu and Muyang need to resist the 10,000-year attack soul skills of the 6 5-ring soul kings. Even if 5 of them are just weakened versions of the clones, and their power is much less than that of the main body, they must not be underestimated. Whether they can be defended is still unknown. The 4th soul rings of Huo Chui and Huo Jun are shining, and the sparks condensed in the air are falling one after another. While the guardian triangle cone formed by the ice flame mirror is running, a layer of red transparent light shield is condensed. The 4th soul skill, Flame Star Guardian, is a defensive soul skill that can be used on oneself or for teammates. The more sparks there are, the stronger the defensive effect of Flame Star Guardian. Soon, 6 layers of azure vortexes followed one after another, and the dense water blades carried in the vortex cut the red light shield formed by Flame Star Guardian. Sizzle, 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 bang! In just 1 second, the sound of glass cracking and the harsh sound of friction and cutting came out, and the red light shield formed by the Flame Star Guardian was covered with fine cracks, and then shattered. However, although the red light shield formed by the Flame Star Guardian was broken, the defensive soul skill activated by Huokui and Huojun was not without effect. It directly blocked the 228. Chapter 228. The victory and defeat were decided. 228. The water waves surged, and the dense water blades carried by the second layer of azure vortex cut the guardian triangle formed by the outer layer of ice flame mirror. Another sharp friction and cutting sound was heard, but the defensive power of the ice flame mirror secret art activated by Muyang was much stronger than the Flame Star Guardian activated by Huo Chui and Huo Jun. After blocking the second and third clone versions of the azure vortex, it was blown up by the fourth azure vortex. Huo Wu's extreme flame mirror's defensive ability was slightly weaker than Muyang's ice flame mirror, but after blocking the fourth azure vortex whose power had been weakened to a certain extent, it also blocked the fifth azure vortex. However, after the four people successively blocked the 5 clone versions of the azure vortex for Huo Wushuan, what awaited Huo Wushuan, who was frozen in the ice, was the complete azure vortex released by Shui Yuer's body. Seeing that Huo Wushuan's figure was about to be swallowed by the azure vortex, it was very likely to leave irreparable injuries, or even life-threatening. The cardinal who was the referee of the game outside the stadium couldn't help but feel entangled. If he chooses to take action, Huo Wushuan is not a member of the Spirit Hall. From the perspective of his own Spirit Hall, it would be best if all the talented Spirit Masters from other forces in the mainland Spirit Master world were killed. But if he does not take action, as the referee of this game, he has the obligation and responsibility to save the students when their lives are in danger. What's more, this final is hosted by his own Spirit Hall. If the participating students are killed or disabled, the Spirit Hall will also lose face. Of course, the main reason was that His Holiness the Pope did not tell him what to do in this situation, otherwise he would not have to worry about it. Forget it, I'd better take action. The thought flashed through his mind, and the referee finally decided to save Huo Wushuan, who was about to be swallowed by the azure vortex. After all, Huo Wushuan's father, Tyrannosaurus Douluo Huo Lai, was sitting in front of the Pope's palace. Even if he did not take action, Huo Lai, the titled Douluo, would take action at the critical moment. Since Huo Wushuan would be rescued in the end, it would be better for him to take action and fulfill the responsibilities and obligations that a referee should bear, reflecting the glorious image of Wuhan Hall as the organizer of the finals. However, just before the referee took action, 6 ice blue round mirrors fell from the sky and once again protected Huo Wushuan in a frozen state. Muyang calculated very well. After his ice flame mirror was broken, Huo Wushuan was protected by Huo Wu's extreme flame mirror, and Huo Wu's extreme flame mirror could more or less resist the azure vortex that followed. With this gap, he could condense the ice flame mirror again. As expected, his sister-in-law Shui Yuer was not as strong as him, and the azure vortex was not the most powerful single-attack soul skill. Although the ice flame mirror was broken, the azure vortex had been at its end for 10,000 years and could not cause any injury to Huo Wushuan, who had no means of protection at this time. And it was at this time that the ice condensed on Huo Wushuan's body shattered, breaking free from the restrictions of Shui Binger's ice soul skill. The next moment, a voice rang out, "Referee, I admit defeat." After the voice fell, Yu Hero of the Tian Shui team walked off the field on his own. That's right, as the 6th, Muyang took action again, and used the soul-stealing secret technique to deal with another person from the Tian Shui team. Damn it! Seeing Muyang send away another teammate, Shui Yuer was so angry that she wanted to push Muyang to the ground and bite him hard. Secret technique, Extreme Ice Dragon. Seeing when one of her teammates was eliminated again, Shui Binger's expression remained unchanged. An ice blue light flashed around her. As the surging soul power surged, a dragon roared, and a lifelike ice dragon rose into the air behind her. As a control-type soul master, Shui Binger's soul skills tend to control. So far, she has not had a serious attack soul skill. And with the current battle situation, it is obvious that she is not allowed to be a simple control-type soul master. Fortunately, if her soul skills are not enough, the secret technique can make up for it. It is just an attack method. The Extreme Ice secret technique can make up for her shortcomings in this regard. Seeing then, a blue dragon flew out from behind Shui Yuer. Muyang passed on the Extreme Ice secret method to Shui Binger and his aunt-to-be Shui Yanyu. As his sister-in-law Shui Yuer, Muyang naturally also passed on her water-attributed version of the Extreme Water secret method. Well, the name is not very nice, but it doesn't matter, as long as the secret method is useful. However, compared to the Extreme Ice Dragon, the power of the Extreme Water Dragon condensed by Shui Yuer is obviously inferior. With lower soul power levels and lower proficiency in the control of the secret method, the Extreme Water Dragon condensed by Shui Yuer is naturally inferior to Shui Binger's Extreme Ice Dragon. Of course, it cannot be underestimated. At least, soul masters who are less than the level of the 5-ring Soul King are not qualified to compete with Shui Yuer's Extreme Water Dragon. The 2 dragons of the Tian Shui team gathered, and the blazing team was not to be outdone. Dragon roars appeared one after another, and 2 extremely flaming dragons soared into the air. Under the control of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, they faced the extremely icy dragon and the extremely water dragon. As for Muyang, he was busy being the 6th, sending the remaining little Karami of the Tian Shui team out of the arena. Referee, I give up. Referee, I. Referee. Soon, with one surrender after another, only Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er were left on the Tian Shui team. On the other hand, although Huo Yun and Huo Yu were frozen and trembling after getting rid of the dual control of ice and extreme cold frost, Muyang, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Huo Chui and Huo Jun were still left on the field. So far, it has been very clear who will win the championship of this session of the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. 10 minutes later, Shui Bing'er, who was being held tightly by Huo Wu, saw Shui Yu'er defeated by the combined forces of Huo Wushuan, Huo Chui and Huo Jun. She showed helplessness on her face and said to Huo Wu, "You won." After that, Shui Bing'er glared at Muyang in the distance. If this bastard had not eliminated Shui Wu in advance, with the martial soul fusion technique in hand, the Tian Shui team would not have had no chance of winning. Of course, Shui Bing'er also knew that it was because Muyang took into account that he would attract many malicious eyes after his full strength burst, otherwise he could have beaten the entire Soul Master competition alone, even if they had the martial soul fusion technique as a trump card. After all, no matter how strong the martial soul fusion technique is, it must have a chance to be activated. And no matter what type of martial soul fusion technique, the speed of activation cannot be comparable to Muyang's mental secret technique that can control the opponent's mind and can be activated instantly. And he didn't manipulate the target's mind to stab his teammates in the back. This was considered as Muyang's restrained attack. End of this chapter. 229 Chapter 229 Invitation, declined. 229. The winner was decided. The referee came on the field and said loudly, "The Blazing Academy team played against the Tian Shui Academy team. The Blazing Academy team won. Please invite all the members of the Blazing Academy team to the field. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness this glorious moment." Soon, Huo Lai, Huo Yu, Huo Lin, who were substitutes for the team, and the team leader Mu Zia walked onto the field and lined up with Muyang and the other 7. At this time, all 7 people sitting on the gilded chair in front of the Pope's Hall stood up, and Bibi Dong announced with a smile, "The final champion of this year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is, Blazing Academy. Congratulations, young talented Soul Masters." After Bibi Dong finished speaking, the Cardinal who was the referee said loudly, "Please invite the representative of Blazing Academy to come forward to receive the championship reward." Hearing the voice, the eyes of the Blazing team fell on Muyang. Seeing this, Muyang nodded slightly, and walked in front of Bibi Dong with his head held high. Walking closer, Muyang found that Bibi Dong was more beautiful than he had seen from a distance. Although her daughter Qian Rongxia was already 24 years old, the years did not seem to leave any traces on Bibi Dong. The beautiful face, noble and elegant temperament, powerful strength and the identity of the contemporary Pope of the Spirit Hall all hit the G-spot of men. No wonder countless Dujinshi travelers cried and shouted to defend the Spirit Hall to the death and defeat the Buddha Tang who took the way of death, and finally got a double harvest or even a triple harvest. Looking at the blue-haired boy in front of him, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and said, "As a food-type soul master, you are very outstanding. Have you ever considered joining the Spirit Hall?" At the beginning, Bibi Dong, who had high standards and was also facing the Rakshasa God test, did not take Muyang seriously. But after several matches, especially the individual match yesterday morning, when Muyang, as a food-type soul master, defeated the Spirit Hall team with a 1-on-7 victory, Bibi Dong no longer thought so. As a teacher, Bibi Dong knew the strength of her own disciple Hulina very well, but as strong as Hulina was, she still could not defeat Muyang in her best mental power. It can be seen that Muyang is really extraordinary and far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, Bibi Dong very much welcomes Muyang to join the Spirit Hall, and it is not impossible for her to accept another personal disciple. Hearing this, Muyang's first reaction was to refuse. However, it seemed not good to refuse directly with words. After thinking for a while, Muyang had an idea. Turning his head back to look at Shui Qinghe sitting in the VIP seat, Muyang shook his head and said, "Thank you, His Holiness the Pope, for your attention, but the Academy still needs my contribution. I plan to work in the Academy after graduation. Your Holiness, it's not that the Spirit Hall is bad, nor that I, Muyang, don't know what's good for me, but that Brother Qinghe and I are good brothers. Please forgive me for not being able to join the Spirit Hall. Well, no matter whether you, Bibi Dong, believe it or not, I, Muyang, believe it anyway." Seeing this, Bibi Dong looked at him meaningfully, and then said with regret, "In this case, the Pope will not force you. I wish you to become the first food-type titled Douluo in the history of the mainland Soul Master world as soon as possible." As she spoke, Bibi Dong took the brocade plate containing the 3 soul bones from the hands of a red cardinal next to her and handed it to Muyang. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Bowed slightly, Muyang thanked him and took the brocade plate. Sensing the greedy eyes from all around, Muyang raised his eyebrows, raised his head and chest, and responded with contempt. "Muyang, come on if you dare. There are 3 titled Douluo standing behind me. I want to ask you who dares to take action if you are not even a titled Douluo? What's more, if he really wants to take action, with Shui Bing'er by his side, he is not afraid of enemies with a soul power level below the 9th ring. As for the 9 ring titled Douluo, it's just the wisdom skull of 60,000 years of spirit condensation and 2 ordinary 10,000 year soul bones. Seeing that he has 3 Douluos to protect him, those with weak strength dare not take action, and those with strong strength, whose soul bones are a little low in age, look down on it. Of course, if the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor is exposed, there will definitely be many titled Douluo who are ready to explode him." Returning to the team, Muyang handed the brocade plate in his hand to his aunt Muziu. Although the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration definitely belongs to him, as the captain of the team, Muyang can't just put the soul bone into his pocket without saying a word. In order to avoid appearing to be too greedy, let Muziu, the team leader, take a look, and then distribute it according to need according to the degree of fit and the contributions made by each in the competition. Soul bones are limited, there are only 3. After returning to the academy will give certain rewards to students who fail to obtain soul bones. After rolling her eyes at Muyang, Muziu took the brocade plate, glanced at everyone, and comforted the 4 main players and 3 substitutes who were destined not to get soul bones. Then she continued, "The left leg bone of the wind chasing swiftly is most suitable for agile attacking soul masters. Huayun, this soul bone is for you. Among you, only Xiao Yang can use the secret arts of spirit, and his mental power is the strongest. This wisdom skull of mental concentration belongs to Muyang. As for the right arm bone of the blasting and burning flame." After giving the 2 soul bones to Huayun and Muyang, Muziu turned to look at Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. "Give it to Xiaowu, I'm your brother." Huo Wushuan waved his hand without hesitation. In Huo Wushuan's opinion, as an elder brother, he should learn to be humble, and his sister Huo Wu is slightly stronger than him in both talent and strength. If the soul bone is refined by her, it can play a better role. "Tisk, brother, your strength is weaker than mine, I'll give you this soul bone, so that you won't fall behind one day." Huo Wu curled her lips and said something. The brother and sister were still trying to give way to each other. Muyang patted Huo Wushuan on the shoulder and said, "Don't give way. When your strength improves in the future, you will definitely get better soul bones." In Muyang's eyes, this fire attribute right arm soul bone can only be regarded as average. When his fist is strong in the future, he will have as many as he wants, but he will definitely not lack it. Besides the problem of attribute compatibility, after his twin martial souls are fully developed, it will definitely not be a problem to run a few trips to the vast ocean to collect a few sets of 100,000 year soul bones. There are few 100,000 year soul beasts on land, but there are many 100,000 year sea soul beasts in the vast ocean. As long as you have the strength, why worry about not getting 100,000 year soul bones? Even soul bones of the fierce beast level can come with more than 1 set. Seeing this, Huo Wushuan nodded and accepted this right arm bone of the exploding and burning flame. Just like Muyang said, with their talent, they will sooner or later become the strongest in the Soul Master world. At that time, the ordinary 10,000 year soul bones will not be a question of whether they can be obtained, but whether they can be appreciated. End of this chapter. 230 Chapter 230 Expelling Tang Fozu from the Human Race. 230. At this time, seeing that the Blazing Fire team had distributed the soul bones, Bibi Dong's face became serious and she said, "This year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has come to a successful conclusion. Next, my Wuhan Hall has something to announce." Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Bibi Dong. "I believe you have all heard of the name of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. He is the most wanted criminal of our Spirit Hall, but few people know about the grievances between our Spirit Hall and Tang Hao. 14 years ago, Tang Hao colluded with the transformed soul beast Blue Silver Emperor and deliberately killed the former Pope of our Spirit Hall. It was precisely because of the death of the former Pope that our Spirit Hall forced Haoshan sect to close the mountain and hide from the world. Over the years, our Spirit Hall has not been able to obtain Tang Hao's total, but some time ago, Tang Hao was so bold as to commit crimes again and did such a heinous thing as destroying the Tiandu Spirit Hall. Tang Hao's wife is a transformed soul beast, and his son Tang San has at least half of the soul beast blood in his body. And Tang San's awakened spirit is blue silver grass instead of Haoshan hammer, which is enough to prove that the blood inherited by Tang San is more inclined to soul beasts than humans. This is not even the worst. Like father, like son. Now Tang San follows suit and colludes with the transformed soul beast Softbone Rabbit. If the two have another child, can the offspring still be considered human? If this situation is not stopped from spreading, will the soul master world of our continent be dominated by orcs in the future? In order to avoid the tragic situation of soul beasts ruling the continent in ancient times, and humans like us can only become blood food and be on the verge of extinction, this Pope once again requests the two empires of Tiandu and Zinglo, as well as the subordinate kingdoms and principalities to post wanted orders for Tang Hao and his son in every town in the territory. Once the traces of Tang Hao and his son are found, they must be reported to the local Wuhan Hall. At that time, our Wuhan Hall will send the elders to capture them and bring them back to Wuhan City for an open and just trial. Bibi Dong said loudly and indignantly. As soon as these words came out, the entire Pope Mountain was silent, and representatives of various forces looked at Bibi Dong in shock. Good fellow, is the Spirit Hall going to expel Tang Fosa from the human race? Muyang couldn't help thinking to himself. Tang San, from now on, I will not be a human being. Thinking about it, Muyang felt that expelling Tang San from the human race was just a superficial move. On a deeper level, the Spirit Hall was preparing to use this to establish a higher prestige, label Tang Hao and his son as human traitors, and alienate the relationship between them and the two empires. As for whether the two empires would agree to this? If nothing unexpected happens, the two empires will agree. After all, the Spirit Hall is using the righteousness of the human race to pressure others, and the two empires have no choice but to agree. Of course, even if they agree, the two empires will definitely not work hard and just do superficial work. Otherwise, once Tang Hao is caught, the Spirit Hall will lose a powerful enemy, which is not in the interests of the two empires. After solemnly announcing the continent-wide wanted order for Tang Hao and his son, Bibi Dong did not do anything else. After letting Ning Fengzi and Huo Lai, two heavyweight guests who came from afar, talk a lot of nonsense, she announced that this Soul Master competition was completely over. The Soul Master competition was over, but the impact it had produced was not calm, and it would even expand further in the future. No other reason, because of taking whale glue and thus adding super limit soul rings, the overall strength of the contestants in this Soul Master competition was much higher than that of previous sessions. The number of students with soul power levels above level 40 increased significantly, and even the main players of several participating teams reached the level of 4 rings and above. And during the entire competition, there were a full 10 contestants at the level of 5 ring soul kings, and there were also top talents whose actual combat power far exceeded their soul power levels. It can be said that just looking at the strength of the contestants in this Soul Master competition, it can be seen that the Soul Master world has entered a golden age, and there will definitely be many strong people rising in this period of time in the future. Muyang didn't plan to pay much attention to this. After the competition ended and the team returned to the hotel, he returned to his room. 60,000 years. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, taking out the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration from the soul guide storage bracelet, Muyang thought about it secretly. Apart from the battle armor and martial soul fusion skills, the spiritual secret technique is undoubtedly the strongest trump card when facing the enemy. Refining the head soul bone can improve mental power, and the stronger the mental power, the stronger the effect of the spiritual secret technique. If he refines this 60,000-year-old spiritual condensed wisdom skull, his current strength limit will be higher, and he can also obtain a mental attack type soul bone skill. But there are also problems with refining this head soul bone. The head soul bone is not like an external soul bone, which can be improved as the soul master's soul power level increases. Once refined, the age of this head soul bone will not increase unless there is a special opportunity. And because it is a soul bone in the vital part of the head, he cannot remove the refined soul bone at the cost of chopping off his hands and feet and reducing his soul power level like Tang Hao in the original work. After all, chopping off the limbs can still save his life, and he can grow them again later through the healing soul bone skill. Wildfire cannot burn them all, spring breeze blows them back to life with the effect of regenerating broken limbs. But the two vital parts of the head and torso cannot be chopped off, otherwise they will be killed. For ordinary soul masters, the age of a soul bone of 60,000 years is not low, and it can even be said to be very high. In addition, the head soul bone is relatively more precious, which is definitely a treasure that most soul masters in the mainland soul master world dream of. But in the eyes of Muyang, who has great ambitions, the age of this wisdom skull of spiritual concentration is still a bit low. Even if we don't mention 1,000,000 years, 100,000 years is always necessary, right? After thinking for a while, Muyang temporarily put down the head soul bone in his hand and activated his innate ability, deduction, trying out the ideas in his mind. The age of soul bones is fixed. Although soul bones look like tangible and substantial physical substances, Muyang knows that this thing is actually a solid energy body, not a bone bursting from a soul beast. Since it is an energy body, can the age of the 6 normal soul bones be evolved like external soul bones by relying on special secret methods? Are soul bones irreplaceable? Since soul bones are energy bodies and can be refined by soul masters, can we use special secret methods to peel off the soul bones that have been refined into the body again, without any hidden dangers and without paying any price? After a long time, the idea in his mind was initially verified. Muyang nodded with satisfaction and gnawed a red jade soul-restoring ginseng to replenish the consumed mental power. As expected, excluding the power of God, there are indeed secret methods to increase the age of soul bones and replace soul bones in theory, but it takes a certain amount of time to deduce these two secret methods. Of course, since these two secret methods have just been tried and deduced, and the progress bar has just started, Muyang cannot calculate how long it will take to deduce the two secret methods based on the feedback progress. But this is enough. Since the feedback of the innate ability is that it can be deduced, it is only a matter of time before the secret method is born. Similarly, this also means that he can now refine this wisdom skull of spiritual concentration with peace of mind, and there is no need to worry about the problem of the soul bone age being too low and seeming a bit useless in the future. Without further hesitation, Muyang began to refine this wisdom skull of spiritual concentration. End of this chapter. 231 Chapter 231 Tei in Divine Light. 231. Time passed slowly, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. At this time, Muyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and completely refined the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, gradually calmed down the spiritual fluctuations emanating from his body. He did not try the newly acquired soul bone skills immediately. Muyang looked inward at his own sea of consciousness and carefully experienced the changes before and after. In the sea of consciousness, a convex moon emitting bright light hung high. The Teian refining spirit, a unique skill dedicated to spiritual power, is divided into 5 realms, the first realm of illusion moon, the second realm of half moon, the third realm of full moon, the fourth realm of brilliant moon and the fifth realm of Teian. The third realm of full moon is the process of growing from a perfect crescent in the half moon realm to a full moon. The spiritual power strength of the practitioner corresponds to ordinary soul masters of level 60 to 90. The lunar star that appeared in the sea of consciousness was a convex moon, which meant that Muyang's spiritual power had surpassed that of an ordinary 80th level soul master and entered the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo. It shouldn't be lower than that of an ordinary 85th level soul Douluo, right? After a rough estimate, Muyang couldn't help but think to himself. Before this, his spiritual power was no worse than that of an ordinary soul saint level master in the middle stage of the 7th ring. Now, after refining the wisdom skull of 60,000 years of spiritual concentration, his already powerful spiritual power has surged again. With the 2 spiritual secrets of illusion mystic art, I'm afraid that more than half of the soul Douluos in the mainland soul master world can't beat him. After all, in the same major level of the cultivation system entering the late stage, the soul power level of most soul masters is not higher than the middle stage. Knowing that his talent is limited and he cannot cultivate to the next level, and there is no qualitative difference in the specific level of the same realm, the motivation for cultivation is definitely not as strong as before, so don't choose to lie down too much. Of course, after refining the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, he not only gained an increase in spiritual power, but also gained an additional soul bone skill. Although it has not been officially used yet, according to the feedback information after refining, Muyang knows that the effect of this soul bone skill is similar to Tang San's purple extreme divine light in the original work. They are all single body spiritual attack soul bone skills. The specific power depends on the strength of one's own spiritual power and the amount of spiritual power consumed when activating. Wisdom Divine Light. Spiritual Divine Light? Well, it's still Taiyin Divine Light. After thinking for a moment, Muyang named the soul bone skill of this head soul bone. As for the experiment, Muyang did not test it directly. He was in the hotel at the moment, and it is not very convenient in Wuhan City. There will be plenty of time for experiments when leaving Wuhan City later. The only pity is that although the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration is not low, it has not been able to improve his soul power level after refining. Even if the possible bottleneck factors are eliminated, it will take at least 1 month to cultivate to the 60th level of Quasi-Soul Emperor. The Soul Master competition has ended. In the morning, the participating teams of Tiandu Empire left Wuhan City and joined the 1,000 knights of the Tiandu Royal Knights stationed outside the city. Under the protection of the knights, they set off to Tiandu in a mighty manner. Of course, Muyang did not follow the large group. After saying goodbye to his good brother Shui Qinghe, he followed Shui Yanyu and Shui Bing'er to the extreme north to hunt souls. Shui Bing'er's soul power level broke through to level 60 before the finals began. Now it has been delayed for more than half a month. It is time to go to hunt souls for advancement. 2 months later, Zinglo Great Forest, core area. At this time, a fierce battle was going on in the sky above the forest. A huge dragon shadow covered with pure white dragon scales, emitting golden light and faintly revealing a sacred aura, was struggling to deal with the attacks of 2 flying bird figures, one large and one small, and an ice blue dragon shadow. It turned out that Muyang and Shui Bing'er, who launched the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Flame Phoenix, and Shui Yanyu, who released the Extreme Ice Dragon secret technique and the martial soul true body, were working together to hunt a bright holy dragon. Looking at the size of this bright holy dragon and the soul power it exudes, it is not difficult to judge that the age of this bright dragon has reached more than 60,000 years. For soul beasts of ordinary bloodline level, excluding those that are not good at fighting, if the strength of 60,000 years is converted into human soul masters, it is almost at the level of the middle of the 8th ring. But as a member of the dragon clan, even if it is not pure blood, even if it has not mastered the power of the domain, this 60,000-year-old bright holy dragon cannot be underestimated. It is enough to compete with ordinary titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. However, this soul hunting target of equal strength level is not difficult for Muyang and his 3 companions. More than a month ago, Shui Bing'er hunted a 70,000-year-old ice phoenix in the extreme north. After she advanced to the 6th-ring Soul Emperor, the upper limit of the strength of the 2 people after joining forces was raised again. Including the increase in the battle armor, the 2 forms of the martial soul fusion skills of the 2 people are now at the top below the ordinary 9 rings, and can even compete with the weak 9-ring titled Douluo. Relying on the continuous freezing characteristics of the special ice flame, it is definitely enough to compete with this bright holy dragon. What's more, Shui Yanyu is a serious 9-ring control system titled Douluo. The Extreme Ice secret method makes up for her shortcomings in attack. With the first soul core in her body, she can't beat the 100,000-year-old Beast King, but it is definitely no problem to bully this bright holy dragon by relying on the realm. 9th soul skill, Freeze the Universe. Suddenly, the 9th soul ring of Shui Yanyu, who was in the true form of the ice bird, shone brightly, accompanied by the terrifying soul power fluctuations, and the biting cold air that seemed to be able to freeze time and space spread rapidly. The solid ice spread rapidly from the huge dragon body. In the blink of an eye, the holy dragon of light was frozen in midair and then fell towards the forest below. Before the frozen holy dragon of light fell to the ground, the ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and flew over, opening its mouth wide, spewing out ice flames, causing the holy dragon of light to be frozen by ice while constantly bearing the burning of extremely cold flames. Boom! The holy dragon of light, frozen in the ice, fell heavily to the ground, and the blazing ice flames burning around it ignited the vegetation growing around it. The next moment, the ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and fell, and its body changed, turning into a human-shaped ice phoenix flame shadow. Then, the ice flame shot out and turned into a thick ice blue fire line, which continued to burn the light holy dragon frozen in the ice. It has to be admitted that the theory that the control-type Soul Master is the strongest is not without basis when other conditions are not much different. For example, Muyang and Shui Bing'er's martial soul fusion skills, whether it is the beast-shaped ice flame phoenix or the human-shaped ice phoenix flame shadow, as long as the freezing effect of the special ice flame fire can play a role, it can basically establish the victory. Always being frozen, always being burned, unless it is a super large steel plate that can ignore the burning damage of the ice flame fire, otherwise even if it is a blood cow with a super long blood bar, it is destined to wait for death. End of this chapter. 232 Chapter 232 Sixth Soul Skill, Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng. 232. Perhaps for an ordinary 8-ring level soul hunting team, the strong physique and solid dragon scales of the Holy Dragon of Light make it a big steel plate, and only high-year strong attack soul skills are not enough to break its defense. But for the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, whose strength can be comparable to that of the 9 rings under the blessing of the battle armor, this Holy Dragon of Light can only be regarded as an elite monster with decent defense and a slightly longer health bar. It can't be easily defeated, but it is still within the scope of coping. After a long time, under the background of the blazing ice flame, the Holy Dragon of Light frozen in the ice completely lost its breath of life, countless golden light spots diffused out, and a dark soul ring gradually condensed. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow stopped attacking, and then the ice blue light flashed, and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow disappeared, revealing the figures of Muyang and Shui Bing'er in the original place. Go and add soul rings to advance. Shui Yanyu, who had already put away her martial soul, waved her hand. Yes. Nodding slightly, Muyang transformed his martial soul into the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng and stepped forward to refine the soul ring. When he advanced to the 5th ring at that time, the 5th soul ring attached was close to 50,000 years old. Logically speaking, the 6th soul ring of about 60,000 years old is definitely not worthy of him. However, this is the case for ordinary 60,000 year soul rings, but this does not include soul rings of soul beasts with powerful bloodlines such as the Holy Dragon of Light. Although the age is a bit worse, the actual effect of this soul ring is definitely not worse than that of ordinary soul rings of 80,000 or 90,000 years old. Of course, this is not the point. The biggest reason is that Muyang tried to use the deduction talent ability to verify the feasibility of a secret method some time ago. In the eyes of ordinary soul masters, the age of their own soul rings cannot be changed. What year it was when it was attached is what year it will be until death. In the eyes of a few soul masters, the age of soul rings is not absolutely impossible to improve. Passing the divine examination will give you the opportunity to get rewards for improving the age of soul rings. In Muyang's eyes, there are more ways to improve the age of soul rings than passing the divine examination and getting rewards for improving the age of soul rings. For example, the most widely known by traversers, Deep Blue, add points. It's a pity that he doesn't have Deep Blue, so the only talent he can have is deduction. When in doubt, deduction will solve the problem. Some time ago, Muyang's mind was full of ideas, and he couldn't help but think of whether he could use some special secret method to increase the age of the soul ring. In the original work, Tang San's 5th life soul ring of blue silver grass can automatically increase the age as his physique improves. In the future, soul masters can obtain energy to increase the age of their own soul rings by killing soul beasts in the soul ascension platform. These two examples prove that the world rules of Douluo continent do not limit the soul master's soul ring age to only divine power. As expected, after a trial deduction, the feedback information of the deduction talent ability told him that in theory, there can be such a secret method to increase the age of soul rings in the world. As for the time required for the deduction of this secret method and the specific effect, well, it is unknown for the time being. It's not that Muyang doesn't want to find out, but there are priorities. The current priority of deducing talent is to deduce metal forging and battle armor manufacturing. Deducing talent is not a plug-in like Deep Blue. The secret method deduced does not mean that his soul ring age will reach 100,000 years or even a million years immediately. He still needs to invest an unknown amount of time to practice. In the absence of an exact number, Muyang naturally gives priority to deducing things that can improve his own strength as soon as possible. Time passed slowly, the sun set and the moon rose, and it was early morning in a blink of an eye. In the forest, on a towering tree, Shui Yanyu exuded mental power, always keeping alert and paying attention to the movements within a radius of 1 kilometer. A bonfire was lit under the tree. Shui Bing'er poked it with a branch out of boredom, and her eyes occasionally looked at Muyang who was sitting cross-legged beside the corpse of a pure white giant beast not far away and refining the soul ring. Suddenly, the soul power aura emanating from Muyang surged, and he successfully refined the light holy dragon soul ring, breaking through the soul power limit and advancing to the 6-ring soul emperor. Because the soul ring age far exceeded the normal optimal ratio limit, as soon as he advanced, his soul power level reached the 62nd level Soul Emperor. It's a pity that the two-word battle armor has not yet been released, otherwise, with the current foundation of Binger and I, we will definitely reach the peak of the 8-ring level. If I activate the martial soul fusion skill again at that time, even if Ju and Ghost Douluo stand in front of me, I can still say, a chrysanthemum, a little ghost? Opening his eyes, he glanced at the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng that appeared in front of him. After the red, orange, yellow, green and blue 5-color lines on the ginseng body, there was another circle of blue lines. Muyang couldn't help thinking secretly. Well, we can't be proud and complacent. There are many strong people in the mainland Soul Master world who are stronger than Ju and Ghost, and there are even some who can kill Ju and Ghost in one move. Not bad, Muyang, your level has caught up with me again, show me your 6th soul skill. Seeing Muyang wake up, Shui Binger hurried forward and said with a smile. Nodding, Muyang's 6th soul ring shone around him, silently chanting the soul spell, and as his soul power surged, a blue light flashed, and a 3-inch-long leafless blue ginseng suddenly condensed. Here, try it. Muyang handed the freshly baked soul power ginseng in his hand to Shui Binger. After taking the blue ginseng, Shui Binger stuffed it directly into her mouth, and the soul power in her body circulated. The blue ginseng in her mouth turned into a blue stream of light and sank directly into her stomach. Suddenly, the breath emanating from Shui Binger soared a lot. Is this a ginseng that improves strength? Shui Binger asked, smacking her lips. Blue Jade Shenglong Ginseng, after eating, all attributes increase by 40%, the effect lasts for half an hour, and during the effect, it is immune to all negative states. Muyang said with a smile. The Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng has 2 effects, one is the amplification attribute, and the other is immunity to negative states. The amplification attribute effect was within Muyang's expectations. Dragon soul beasts are undoubtedly a symbol of power. It is normal for soul skills to have an amplification effect with the light holy dragon soul ring attached. However, the immunity to negative states effect was somewhat beyond Muyang's expectations. However, when I think of the light holy dragon's attribute of light and its faint sacred aura, it seems normal for soul skills to have the immunity to negative states effect. There is no doubt that when other external conditions are the same, and the type and year of the soul ring remain unchanged, the more effects a soul skill has, the specific effect of a single effect will definitely not be as good as a single effect. 1 St soul skill. It can be foreseen that if the effect of the Blue Jade Ascending Dragon Ginseng can only increase attributes, then the increase ratio of all attributes will definitely be more than 40%, and it can definitely reach 50% or even more. Of course, the effect of continuous immunity to negative states is not bad either. This effect seems to be the same as the 3rd soul skill, Yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng, but it is not. The effect of Yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng is to remove abnormal states including poisoning after consumption. If a poisonous soul master attacks him with poison mist, without considering killing the opponent directly, it is useless to just use Yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng. After all, the poison mist is a continuous attack. Even if the toxins in the body are removed by taking Yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng, if you don't get out of the poison mist range in time, you will still be poisoned later. In the fierce battle, you may not have the opportunity to take soul food frequently. But the Blue Jade Ascending Dragon Ginseng is different. Its immunity to negative states is continuous. If you bite one, you can get the effect duration of half an hour. During this period, you don't need to take it twice. End of this chapter. 233 Chapter 233 It hurts, my friend. 233. It is worth mentioning that the 40% increase in all attributes of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng alone exceeds the effect that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Sage, whose soul skill effect is 50% off, can play. After all, the increase ratio of each attribute of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Sage is only 80%, and when blessing teammates with amplified soul skills, it is generally impossible to increase all attributes. Only the main attributes of the teammates will be increased to reduce soul power consumption. In addition, the martial soul true body of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Master does not increase the amplification effect of the amplified soul skills, but only reduces soul power consumption. The martial soul true body of the food type Soul Master generally has the function of improving the effects of various soul skills. After he advances to the 7-ring Soul Sage in the future, the increase ratio of all attributes of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng can be higher. However, Compared with the 50% discount of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Saint, the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng also has a big disadvantage, that is, it cannot ignore the level difference and work without discount on Soul Masters of higher levels. At present, for Soul Masters above level 70 who eat Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng, the specific increase in all attributes must be far less than 40%, or even completely ineffective. Of course, compared with being able to assist teammates, Muyang pays more attention to Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng's ability to assist himself. The increase in all attributes naturally includes the mental power attribute. With this 40% increase, plus the increased mental power after the soul power advances to the 6-ring Soul Emperor, Muyang estimates that his illusion mystic method is enough to work on most of the 8-ring Soul Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world. It is a pity that, perhaps because the Soul Ring age is not too high, or because the Soul Ring is below the 7th ring, Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng, like Yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng, Jade Guardian Ginseng, and Green Jade Thorn Ginseng, has a shelf life of only 10 days. Once this storage period is exceeded, the edible effect of the Blue Jade Shenglong Ginseng will gradually decrease until it is completely ineffective. After the soul hunting was completed, they rested for half the night, and when it was dawn, the 3 of them left the Zinglo Great Forest. However, after leaving the Zinglo Great Forest, the 3 of them said goodbye temporarily. Due to the geographical location, Shui Yanyu and Shui Binger went directly north to return to Tian Shui College, while Muyang set off to the northwest to return to Shiwo College. As early as after the end of the previous preliminaries, Feng Zhen, the dean of Shenfeng College, agreed to merge and reorganize the 3 colleges of Shiwo, Tian Shui and Shenfeng to establish a new element college. Since then, in Muyang's eyes, Feng Xiaotian is considered his own. Back then, he picked a lot of fairy herbs in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Although most of them have been used up, there are still 2 stocks now, Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and Kiluo Tulip. If it weren't for the special fairy herbs and the very proper picking method, these 2 fairy herbs would have been moldy by him. The main purpose of returning to Shiwo Academy this time was to take the strange chrysanthemum and accept Feng Xiaotian as his die-hard fan. Although Feng Xiaotian was much older than him, it didn't matter. To accept a younger brother, age was not the key, as long as his thighs were thick enough as the big brother. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Shiwo Academy. Returning to his original residence, Muyang suddenly saw Feng Xiaotian sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard meditating and practicing. Feeling the approaching footsteps, Feng Xiaotian quit meditation and turned to look over. Feng Xiaotian, why are you here? Muyang asked Feng Xiaotian in surprise. Muyang? Isn't this a college about to merge? The dean asked me to come to Shiwo as an exchange student. Feng Xiaotian explained. Exchange student? Muyang raised his eyebrows, then squeezed them again and said, I see, you applied for it specifically, right? Ahem, keep a low profile. Feng Xiaotian cleared his throat embarrassedly. Where are my cousins? Muyang was a little curious. Since Feng Xiaotian, the big bootlicker, was in Shiwo Academy, shouldn't he be following his cousin Huowu around? They went to the mimicry training field in the back mountain to practice. Feng Xiaoshan's face was slightly indifferent. He was a wind-type soul master, and the lava mimicry field of Shiwo Academy was not suitable for him to practice. If he went with them, he would suffer a lot. Well, the most important thing is that the goddess Huowu wanted to practice, and he couldn't disturb her. Okay, I just happened to have something to do with you. Wait. Muyang went upstairs and returned to his room. Not long after, when Muyang returned to the courtyard, he had an exquisite jade box in his hand. For me. Seeing the jade box, Feng Xiaoshan's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. Although he didn't know what was in it, since Muyang was willing to give it, it must not be ordinary stuff, otherwise he couldn't show it. 3 rules. Muyang didn't answer immediately, and asked with a smile. Feng Xiaotian was a little confused. When the 5 Elements Academy met, among the 6 of us, you, Huowu, Wushuan, Binger, and Yuer, your soul power level was the highest, and you were also a combat soul master with full innate soul power, and you practiced the fastest. Logically speaking, your soul power level should be the highest among the 6 of us now. But the fact is that your soul power level is the lowest. Do you know why? Muyang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Xiaotian felt as if a sharp arrow had hit him and pierced his heart directly. It hurts, my friend. But don't say it, Feng Xiaotian couldn't figure it out. After all, since the meeting at the Element Academy, he has not delayed his soul power training and has been working hard to win the goddess. Feng Xiaotian believes that his training speed is not slow. Not to mention, he must have an average level of innate full soul power, but the result is that he has been surpassed by Muyang and the other 5. In terms of soul power level alone, he has become the bottom of the 6. Well, even his strength has to be the bottom. After all, he is not sure that he can defeat Shui Yuer, the weakest among the 5. Why? Feng Xiaotian asked after racking his brains. Brother Feng, the academies are about to merge. Who do you think should be elected as the chief of the younger generation of the new academy? Muyang asked meaningfully, tapping the jade box in his hand. Bribe me. Glancing at the jade box in Muyang's hand, Feng Xiaotian raised his eyebrows. It is said that wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot move, and might cannot bend. How can I, Feng Xiaotian, a man of honor, bend for a few pecks of rice? Brother, you are my brother. If you were not the chief, I, Feng Xiaotian, would be the first to disagree. Feng Xiaotian immediately patted his chest and said loudly. For a mere 5 pecks of rice, I, Feng Xiaotian, naturally cannot bend, but if the rice is enough, it is not impossible to negotiate. He is not stupid. Muyang's words are not connected. Needless to say, there must be a good treasure in this jade box. Maybe this is the key to the abnormal speed of their soul power level improvement. End of this chapter. 234 Chapter 234 The Three-Headed Wolf of Gale. 234. As the saying goes, eat the mouth of someone who eats, and take the hand of someone who takes, rainbow fart, anyway, it doesn't cost money, just bid first. Another thing is that Muyang is indeed the strongest among the young generation of the 3 colleges, and the position of the college chief must belong to him. You are a teachable boy. Muyang nodded with satisfaction, opened the jade box in his hand, and handed it to Feng Xiaotian. This thing is called Qirong Tongdianju, which is one of the fairy-grade medicinal herbs. Eating it can circulate qi in the limbs, circulate blood in the 8 meridians, and can cultivate an indestructible body. In simple terms, it can strengthen the body, increase soul power, and improve cultivation talent. Although Qirong Tongdianju is not very suitable for Feng Xiaoshan's swift-wind 2-headed wolf martial soul, it is also a fairy-grade medicinal herb after all. It is also very helpful for Feng Xiaotian, at least it can greatly shorten the time to become a strong man. Moreover, with the power of the fairy-grade medicinal herbs, Feng Xiaoshan's mutant martial soul, which was originally only a second top quality, the swift-wind 2-headed wolf, is very likely to be able to transform and evolve into a true top-level beast martial soul. So that's it. Feng Xiaotian suddenly realized. No wonder Muyang and the others are practicing so fast. It turns out that they have a heaven-defying treasure like the Qirong Tongdianju that can increase soul power and improve cultivation talent. By the way, I see that your, Huo Wu and Wushuan's martial souls have all transformed. What kind of fairy herbs can make martial souls evolve? Feng Xiaotian is not stupid. He immediately thought of the transformation of the martial souls of the 3 people. Most of them were transformed by taking fairy herbs similar to the Qirong Tongdianju. Muyang nodded, yes, immortal herbs have the potential to evolve martial souls. However, this depends on the compatibility between the immortal herbs and the martial soul of the user, as well as the quality of the martial soul itself. For example, Bing Ersi's Phoenix failed to evolve because it was already very powerful. And Yuerxingya Dolphin, although the quality of the martial soul has been upgraded to the top, the type of martial soul has not changed. Then Dean Huo and his friends were able to advance to the titled Douluo because of this immortal herb. Feng Xiaotian asked again. Not entirely, Dean Shui broke through on his own, but with the help of the Soul Core secret method. You can also practice this secret method in the future, but you have to have a high soul power level, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Muyang explained a few words, and then told Feng Xiaotian how to take the Qirong Tongdian chrysanthemum. More than 2 hours later, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan returned from the lava mimicry training field in the belly of the mountain behind the academy. Hey! Xiao Yang, you're back! As soon as she saw Muyang, Huo Wu hurried forward. Yeah. Congratulations to my cousin for breaking through level 60. Muyang nodded, then noticed the soul power emanating from Huo Wu, and smiled and congratulated. If he was not mistaken, Huo Wu should have just broken through level 6 level 0, because the soul power breath is not well controlled, not to mention him, even an ordinary level of 7-ring soul saint can accurately judge it. That's it. Huo Wu raised her head proudly. Hey? Feng Xiaotian took drugs? His breath improved so fast. Suddenly, Huo Wushuan noticed that Feng Xiaoshan's breath, who was meditation and cultivation not far away, was a little wrong, and it had been in a very obvious steady increase. The college is about to merge, and Feng Xiaotian will be one of us in the future. I gave him a fairy grade herb. Muyang waved his hand and glanced at Huo Wu. No matter whether Huo Wu's cousin agreed to Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit, this guy will be his younger brother under Muyang in the future. Hearing this, Huo Wu curled her lips. Huo Wu was naturally clear about the effect of the fairy grade herb. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Xiaoshan's cultivation speed will not be slower than hers in the future, and may even be surpassed. Feng Xiaotian has been pursuing her for so many years, but the reason why she didn't agree is not that Huo Wu hates Feng Xiaotian from the bottom of her heart. It's mainly because her father Huo Lai, mother Muziu, and even her brother Huo Wushuan have intentionally or unintentionally said good things about Feng Xiaotian in her ears, which made Huo Wu, who was in her rebellious period, develop a rebellious mentality. My eldest lady Huo Wu has good looks, talents, and strength. What's wrong? I can't find a perfect husband, and I have to have him, Feng Xiaotian? It doesn't exist. There are so many people who want to pursue me that they can line up from Shuo Academy to Tiandu City. It can only be said that before eldest lady Huo Wu suffered a beating from the society, Feng Xiaoshan's road to licking dogs was a long way to go. Like in the original work, if there was no beating from Tang San, Huo Wu might not necessarily agree to Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit, and Feng Xiaotian would have to lick her for many more years. It's not that Feng Xiaotian is not good enough, but that he is too licking. Those who can't get what they want are always in turmoil, and those who are favored are fearless. Time passed slowly, and a few hours passed. The sun set and the moon rose, and night had fallen. Ah woo woo. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from the yard. Muyang, who was eating in the restaurant, was stunned, and then came to the yard with his bowl. Looking around, Muyang saw a huge green wolf with 3 heads emerging from behind Feng Xiaotian, howling with 3 wolf heads raised. Wow, 3 heads? Looking at the green wolf with 3 heads, Muyang couldn't help but smack his lips. After taking the Qirong Tong Dianju, Feng Xiaoshan's mutated martial soul, the Gale 2-headed wolf, mutated and evolved into the Gale 3-headed wolf again? You know what, it looks pretty majestic and handsome. Judging from the momentum it exudes, it should be a qualitative change while changing in quantity. It seems that the quality of the martial soul has officially entered the top ranks. Although Feng Xiaoshan's martial soul after its second mutation and evolution is not a strong top beast martial soul, and there is still a big gap compared to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, it is indeed a qualitative change compared to before. In addition, Muyang also noticed that after taking the Qirong Tong Dianju, Feng Xiaoshan's soul power, which was previously a level 57 Soul King, has now been upgraded to a level 59 Soul King, and it is estimated that it is not far from the level 60 Quasi Soul Emperor. How is it? How do you feel? After taking a bite of the food in the bowl, Muyang stepped forward and asked. It's better than ever. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. In the future, I, Feng Xiaotian, will repay you generously. Feeling the changes in his body, Feng Xiaotian said with gratitude. Tisk, what a pity. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, Muyang smacked his lips and shook his head with a look of pity on his face. Feng Xiaotian was stunned and asked, what's a pity? You are a man, you can't promise me your body, I don't want it even if you give it to me, and if you work like a slave, well, I don't have so much work to do at home. Muyang said jokingly. Feng Xiaotian, Okay, you kid is playing like this, right? I, Feng Xiaotian, swear that I will let you call me brother-in-law in the future. A strange chrysanthemum gave Feng Xiaotian enough self-confidence. End of this chapter. 235 Chapter 235 Spiritual Forging Battle Armor. 235. Time flies, half a year later. In the forging room of Tian Shui College, Muyang held the spirit forging fine gold carving knife and concentrated on engraving the soul guide array for the battle armor parts in his hand. After a long time, Muyang put down the fine gold carving knife in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. 2-character battle armor, done. Looking at the new version of the ice flame battle armor freshly baked on the forging table, Muyang nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the previous version, the new version of the Ice Flame Battle Armor has not made any qualitative improvement in terms of manufacturing materials. The main material is still the spirit-forged blue copper, but the soul guide array engraved on it has a qualitative difference. It is the adaptive array of the two-character battle armor that he newly deduced some time ago. In addition to the engraved soul guide array, the helmet that originally looked a bit bulky disappeared, replaced by a light and beautiful headband that does not affect defense, and also has a wing part. In other words, even if he does not have the flying soul bone skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone, after wearing the new version of the Ice Flame Battle Armor with a wing part, he also has the ability to fly. Afterwards, Muyang followed the blood connection between him and the blood sacrifice metal and took the Ice Flame Battle Armor placed on the forging table into his body. The next second, a blue light flashed, and the whole body was azure blue, with countless flame patterns all over it. Behind it, blue metal wings spread out, emitting a faint halo of ice flame. Kai instantly materialized. Raising his hand, a stream of soul power shot out and condensed into an ice mirror not far in front of him. Tisk, the peak of Yandao. Looking at the handsome figure in the ice mirror, Muyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Puff. Suddenly, a laugh came from the door of the forging room. Binger, what are you laughing at? Isn't your fiancé handsome? Muyang turned around and asked Shui Binger, who was covering her mouth and laughing, with a serious face. Half a year ago, when he left Shuo and returned to Tianshui College, Muziu, as an elder, personally took him to the Shui family to give a betrothal gift and set up a marriage contract for the two. Since then, Muyang and Shui Binger have upgraded from lovers to engaged couples. Narcissism. Shui Binger rolled her eyes at Muyang. He carefully looked at the ice flame battle armor worn by Muyang, especially the wings and headband, and then said seriously, "Is this the newly upgraded battle armor?" Muyang nodded, "Not bad. Compared with the previous version, the upper limit of the amplification effect of the new version of the battle armor has been greatly improved. From the original 5 rings on par with the 7 rings, it has been upgraded to be worn by the 6-ring Soul Emperor, and the strength is comparable to the 8-ring Soul Douluo, and with the wings, it can also have the ability to fly. By the way, to facilitate the distinction of levels, I call the new version of the battle armor Spirit Forging Battle Armor. What we used before is called the Semi-Spiritual Forging Battle Armor, and the lowest level that cannot be stored in the body is called the Thousand Forging Battle Armor. Muyang did not divide the level of the battle armor according to the number of words, but directly anchored it by the material level of the battle armor. Anyway, the battle armor was invented by him, and all the right of interpretation belongs to him, and this kind of level division will not attract complaints from future generations. 6 rings become 8 rings. Hearing this, Shui Binger's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but ask with some excitement, if you add the martial soul fusion skill, then there are many titled Douluo in the Soul Master world who are not our opponents. Although Shui Binger didn't know how many titled Douluo there were in the mainland Soul Master world, there was no doubt that the titled Douluo below level 95 accounted for the majority. Based on the fact that both of them are now level 64 Soul Emperors, after wearing the Spirit Forging Battle Armor, their qualities in all aspects can definitely be on par with the best among the 8 rings. Counting the increase of the martial soul fusion skill, most of them have the strength of level 95 or even better. At most, the soul power consumption is relatively large and the endurance is a little worse. This kind of strength is enough to be called a strong man in the world. Keep a low profile. Muyang smiled and waved his hand. For the time being, Muyang is not ready to reveal his identity as a native. How can the minimum level of 95 be enough? At least he had to have the strength comparable to the 99th level Peerless Realm, so that he wouldn't be beaten with fists if he didn't want to eat beef. 2 days later, Shui Binger was equipped with the Spirit-Forged Ice Phoenix Battle Armor, and Muyang took her away from Tianshui College. Destination, Slaughter City. With the Spirit-Forged Battle Armor in hand, the upper limit of strength skyrocketed, and whether it was the increase in the battle armor or the increase in the martial soul fusion skills, it would not be restricted by the special environment of Slaughter City. With such strength, Muyang already had the absolute confidence to pass the Slaughter City dungeon and get the ticket for the Shura God test. Although the true identity of the King of Slaughter was the long-lost land invincible Tang Chen in the mainland Soul Master world, Tang Chen at this time had already been parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and his strength was far inferior to Tang Chen, who was at the top of the god level, and at most could only be regarded as a good player among the titled Douluo. Besides, the Slaughter City has its own rules, and it is not a place where the blood-red nine-headed Bat King can do whatever he wants. Even if he does not have the backing of the God of Slaughter, he will be targeted by the King of Slaughter after going to the Slaughter City. But as long as he has the strength to block some of its small actions, Muyang does not need to worry about the King of Slaughter personally coming down, otherwise the Shura God King who set up the Slaughter City as a place of inheritance will not let this beast go. 3 days later, at dusk, in the southwest of Stru province, on the road outside the town of Loren, 2 blue-haired figures, a man and a woman, walked over. Binger, do you remember everything I said? After telling Shui Binger about the general situation of the Slaughter City, Muyang asked. Yeah, I remember everything. That's good. Muyang nodded. There is more than one entrance to the Slaughter City. In addition to the official entrance located in the territory of the Barak Kingdom, which is convenient for the outside world to import various living materials and supplies, there are also many informal entrances in various parts of the mainland. In the original work, the small town tavern where Tang San entered the Slaughter City was one of the informal entrances. And these informal entrances to the Slaughter City are not considered top secret in the mainland Soul Master world. After all, there are quite a few villains entering the Slaughter City on the mainland every year. If even the Element Academy does not know, then how can the evil Soul Masters who can't make it after committing crimes on the mainland go to the Slaughter City? Muyang has every reason to suspect that the saying that the Slaughter City is the paradise of evil Soul Masters, as well as the locations of many informal entrances, are actively spread and revealed by the Spirit Hall. The purpose is to let those extremely vicious evil Soul Masters take the initiative to fall into the trap. Anyway, there is almost no way out of the Slaughter City. For thousands of years, apart from those who belong to the Slaughter City, there are not even enough people to come out after entering. Evil Soul Masters and those who have committed serious crimes once the villains enter, it will be no different from seeking death, which can save the Spirit Hall a lot of effort. In the town of Lulan in front of the 2 people, there is an informal entrance to the City of Slaughter. End of this chapter. 236 Chapter 236 When you go out, you have to be a native. 236. Lulan town is not very big. After entering the town, according to the map marked by Tian Shui College, Muyang brought Shui Binger to a tavern in the town. The light inside the tavern seemed a little dim. After entering the tavern, Muyang found that the decoration here was full of dark style. The main body of all the decorations was black, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Muyang, are you from Changsha? At this time, there were not many customers in the tavern, about 20% of them were sitting, and few people talked, so the whole tavern seemed very quiet. The arrival of Muyang and Shui Binger immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. Looking at the 2 people's faces that seemed immature compared to them, everyone cast surprised eyes. However, although they were surprised, they all knew where this place was, and they also knew that the strength of a Soul Master could never be judged by appearance alone, so no one took the initiative to speak with contempt or tease. Looking around, Muyang ignored the customers sitting there and turned to a waiter dressed in black and with an indifferent face at the bar counter of the tavern. You, come here. Muyang waved to the black-clad waiter. What do you 2 want to order? The indifferent waiter came over and asked. Take us to the Killing City. Muyang said. Hearing this, the black-clad waiter was stunned for a moment, and then said, not everyone is qualified to enter the Killing City. In addition to completing the test, you 2 also need to drink a glass of Bloody Mary. As he said this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on the waiter's face. Young people don't know how high the sky is, and they really think that the Killing City is a holiday paradise? And you can enter whenever you want? He dared to guarantee with his cock that if this man and woman entered the Slaughter City, they would either die on the street the next day or live a very comfortable life. After all, handsome men and beautiful women are in great demand in the Slaughter City. Tisk, as expected, when you go out, you have to be a native of the motherland. Muyang shook his head with emotion, and then activated the soul-stealing secret technique to tamper with consciousness and turn the black-clothed waiter into a temporary slave. The next moment. Dear Mr. Homelander, Miss Homelander, please follow me. Putting on a warm smile, the black-clothed waiter bowed and led the way for Muyang and the others. Muyang, Mr. Homelander? Shui Binger, Miss Homelander? Shaking their heads slightly, the 2 ignored the title and followed the black-clothed waiter. Arriving at a compartment behind the bar, the waiter pressed a mechanism on the wall. With a low roar, a seamless stone wall on the wall slowly rose up, revealing a dark stone staircase leading downward. Dear Mr. Homelander, Miss Homelander, this is the entrance to the City of Slaughter. The black-clad waiter made a gesture of invitation with a respectful face. Yes, considering your attitude is acceptable, I forgive your previous offense. Muyang nodded with satisfaction, then released the mental control of the waiter, and pulled Shui Binger into the dark passage. The next moment, the waiter's consciousness returned to normal, and he looked at the backs of the two people walking into the passage with horror in his eyes. Wow, I'm so blind. The ability to silently tamper with the consciousness of others shows the extraordinariness of this Mr. Homelander. You know, he who seems ordinary is one of the few masters of the Four-Ring Soul Sect level within 100 miles. After a long time, the black-clad waiter who had calmed down pressed the mechanism again, closed the stone door of the entrance passage, and returned to the tavern hall. At this time, a smart man with a narrow scar on his face stood up, imitated Muyang before, waved to the waiter, and said, "You, come here. Take me to the City of Slaughter. Get lost." The waiter immediately shouted without any courtesy. Don't you even take a piss to see what kind of stuff you are? A small three-ring soul master, do you deserve to enjoy the treatment of the previous Mr. Homelander? Scar smart man. The script is wrong. Muyang and the others naturally didn't know about this scene of imitating others in the tavern. Soon after entering the dark stone steps, the ground became flat. With the fire eyes and golden pupils given by taking the autumn water dew, Muyang could clearly see everything in the passage. This is a long corridor, extending diagonally downward, and the cold air keeps blowing towards him. Muyang, who knew what was ahead, strode forward with Shui Binger, who could not see. Muyang, how long is this passage? After walking for a long time, Shui Binger could not help asking. We should be almost there, right? Muyang said uncertainly. Suddenly, a cold voice came from all directions. Welcome to the City of Slaughter, this is the capital of hell, a world full of killing. Here, you can get everything you want, but the price is your life. The sudden cold voice almost scared the two of them. Is someone watching us? After calming down, Shui Binger asked. I don't know, but it's probably similar to the Soul Guide microphone. Feng's special Soul Guide? Once a person is detected, it will automatically play the pre-recorded sound? Touching his chin, Muyang said with a look of certainty. Shui Binger. After walking forward for a while, they turned a corner and saw a faint light coming from the front. Looking around, they saw that it was an open door, and on the other side of the door, there were a lot of life breaths. Stepping forward, when the two crossed the door and walked out of the corridor, 100 warriors holding heavy swords and wearing black full-body armor blocked their way. And in front of these 100 black-armored warriors, there was a figure holding a dark golden spear, wearing blood-colored armor, and exuding a strong bloody smell. You broke the rules. The hoarse voice sounded extremely cold, as if it was spoken from the mouth of a corpse. The one who spoke was the blood-armored figure in front of the many black-armored warriors. Shui Binger did not look at the blood-armored figure, but cast her eyes behind him. What came into view was a black city. The thick black city wall looked extremely wide, which showed that the scale of the city should be quite large. Above the city, there was a purple moon hanging. The moon was very low, and it seemed that it was less than 500 meters away from the ground. Looking up, everything was black, just like the existence of the night. The dim light, the dark color, and the strange purple moon all told that this was a special city where ordinary people could not enter. So what if I violated the rules? Muyang asked calmly. The voice of the blood-armored figure was still cold, without the slightest human breath, and the dark golden spear in his hand pointed directly, then you must accept the punishment. End of this chapter. 237 Chapter 237 Welcome to the City of Slaughter. 237. I am the Blood Warrior Zilan. Defeat me and you will have the right to enter the City of Slaughter. Ah, meet the two respected adults. The City of Slaughter welcomes your arrival. It is my lifelong honor to receive the two adults. Before the blood armor figure finished speaking, under Muyang's soul-stealing secret technique, his attitude made a 180-degree turn. He closed his legs, put away the spear in his hand, and saluted respectfully, with an indescribable sincerity. This scene almost shocked the black-armored warriors. This is still their boss who usually looks like a living corpse? The knife cut his butt, and he opened his eyes. Ignoring the reactions of his subordinates, the blood warrior Zilan took out 2 black cards from the storage soul guide and handed them to Muyang, saying respectfully, Two respected adults, this is the identity certificate of the killing city. I have important tasks to do and it is inconvenient to leave my post. There will be messengers at the city gate to receive you, so that you can understand the situation of the killing city. Muyang took it casually, and saw a skull carved on the card, and there was a line of numbers below, one was 6666, and the other was 8888. Thoughtful. Muyang nodded with satisfaction, and then handed the token number 6666 to Shui Binger. It is not difficult to see that these two leopard-numbered identification cards were specially given by the Blood Warrior Zilan, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. It is my honor to serve the two adults. The Blood Warrior Zilan hurriedly complimented again, and then turned and pointed to a captain under his command who was different from most black-armored warriors and had a skull medal on his chest. You, take your team and lead the way for the two adults. Yes, Lord Zilan. After a moment of silence, the black-armored warrior captain, who didn't understand what was wrong with his boss, answered loudly. No matter what's wrong with the boss, as a subordinate, you should just do as you are told. After all, your boss is not a gentle person. The dark city gate gave people an extremely depressing feeling. Above the huge city gate, the four big characters City of Slaughter were hung high. In front of the city gate, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood there quietly, but they all looked at Muyang and the other 2 who were coming from far away, escorted by a team of 10 black-armored warriors, with surprise. What's going on? Guests have come to the City of Slaughter? Although the status of the black-armored warriors in the Slaughter City was not high, they were just city guards, but they had never encountered such a situation. At this time, a woman with a black veil had walked out of the city. Seeing that Liu and Baba Baba, who were received by her, were escorted by a team of black-armored warriors, the black-veiled woman was slightly stunned. However, after staying in the Slaughter City for a long time, she had seen too many unbelievable or world-shattering things. Now it was just a small scene, which was nothing. Welcome to the Slaughter City. The black-veiled woman came to the 2 of them quickly and made a gesture of invitation. Without hesitation, Muyang and the other 2 followed the black-veiled woman into the city gate. The City of Slaughter is divided into inner and outer cities. In the outer city, it is barely a world with order and many people. At first glance, except that the surrounding environment is filled with a strong dark wind and the pedestrians on the road are basically skinny, it is not much different from ordinary cities outside. You too, I am your guide. You can ask me if you have any questions. In 12 hours, I will answer all your questions for 12. In an hour, this is where you two will live, and you will officially become a member of the Slaughter City. The black-veiled woman who led the way said to the 2. Muyang waved his hand and said, take us to the hell-killing field. Although Muyang had made sufficient preparations before coming to the Slaughter City, he even considered that the King of Slaughter would arrange powerful opponents to snipe in the Slaughter City when he saw that the 2 did not have the God of Slaughter as a backer. But there is one thing that Muyang cannot solve, that is, the special environment of the Slaughter City. Once a person is killed, it will greatly amplify the desire for killing in the hearts of the trialists. This desire for killing can be temporarily suppressed by Bloody Mary, but it is just a poison to quench thirst. What's more, Bloody Mary is still human blood. Who drinks this? Therefore, Muyang is not going to stay in the Slaughter City for long. He must complete the 100 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field as soon as possible and leave the Slaughter City with Shui Binger to avoid mental illness. Hell-killing field? It seems that you 2 have known about the Slaughterland before coming here. When she heard that Muyang was going to the hell-killing field, the black-veiled woman could not help but look surprised. At the first moment, the black-veiled woman associated Muyang and the others with the Spirit Hall and the 2 contemporary killing gods. You can only enter the Slaughterland but not leave. Apart from the 2 contemporary killing gods who have experienced it personally, the only mainland Soul Master world that has a general understanding of the Slaughterland is the Spirit Hall as a partner. In the eyes of the black-veiled woman, the 2 people in front of her are either related to the 2 contemporary killing gods or from the Spirit Hall. Muyang nodded slightly, lead the way. Please follow me. As she spoke, the black-veiled woman led the 2 men towards the inner city. The Slaughter City was larger than Muyang had imagined. After walking for half an hour, the black-veiled woman brought him and Shui Binger to a city wall. Compared with the outer wall of the Slaughter City, this wall was not high, and the highest point was only about 10 meters. Obviously, behind this wall was the inner city of the Slaughter City. The gates of the inner city were wide open, and there were no guards. The black-veiled woman introduced the two men, saying, "The inner city does not need guards. People from the outer city can go in at any time as long as they have the courage to go in. Of course, when they reach the inner city, they must bear the unknowns of the world inside. You two have just come to the slaughter city, and you may be strong, or even rush to get the title of God of Slaughter. But I suggest that you two should not go to the hell-killing field to participate in the duel for the time being. Wait and see for a while and get familiar with the environment of the inner city. How many people are there in the inner city? I mean those who need to participate in the duel in the killing field." After a moment's silence, Muyang asked curiously. "If you want to pass the Hell Road and obtain the Killing God domain and get the ticket for the Shura God exam, the first prerequisite is to win 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing field. Every time you accumulate a victory, you need to consume 9 fallen ones, and 100 consecutive victories means 900. Adding the 900 fallen ones that Shui Binger also needs to consume, this is a full 1,800 fallen ones. And this is just the number of heads they harvested in the Hell Killing field. The actual consumption is definitely far more than 1,800. If the population of the inner city of the Killing City is not large, they may not be able to get out in a short time." End of this chapter. 238 Chapter 238 Hell Killing Field. 238. I don't know exactly how many people there are in the inner city. But what is certain is that to become the killing god of the Killing City, what you need to worry about is definitely not whether there are enough duelists in the Hell Killing field, but your own strength. Muyang's original intention of asking this question was naturally understood by the woman in black veil. But the woman in black veil felt that the blue-haired boy, whose number was either 6,666 or 8,888, had obviously paid attention to the wrong point. You know, although the population of the inner city of the Killing City is constantly being consumed, it is also being replenished at the same time. Unless the population is consumed too much in a short period of time, or it is known that there are super powerful ruthless people who are using other people's lives to win consecutive victories, there will definitely not be a situation where no one participates in the duel in the Hell Killing field. Really? Muyang raised his eyebrows and didn't ask any more questions. But he had made up his mind that he couldn't start a massacre outside the Hell Killing field. At most, he could kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, and only kill a few fallen people who led the group fight without martial ethics, so as to avoid not being able to collect the heads in the later period of the 100 consecutive victories. The two were very lucky. Along the way, they only encountered bloody battles. Although the scene was bloody, they did not encounter the eye-catching scene that was rumored to be extremely difficult. Led by the black-veiled woman, the two came to a building located in the center of the inner city, which was not much smaller than the Tienda Great Fighting Soul Field. The building was circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone, with the largest area at the bottom and narrowing upwards. It was about 30 meters above the ground before it maintained the same diameter and extended upwards to 50 meters. You2, this building is the Hell Killing Field, the core of the Killing City. The rules of the battle in the Hell Killing Field are very simple. After entering, register with your own ID card and wait for the game to start. During the waiting period, participants are not allowed to take action. Violators will be hit by the Killing City law enforcement team. Each group of people entering the killing field is 10. No matter what method you use, as long as you can walk out alive in the end, it's fine. Therefore, the survival rate of participating in the Hell Killing Field competition is only 10% at most. 1. In addition, the game in the Hell Killing Field is open to spectators, but you need to pay for tickets, and each person can get a glass of Bloody Mary. The black-veiled woman introduced to Muyang and the others. Muyang nodded, "We understand. If you have nothing to do, you can leave." The black-veiled woman, Is this the rumored Bana Wuqing? She looked at Muyang and Shui Binger expressionlessly, and then silently withdrew. "People already dislike you, why are you still standing here? It just saves me from talking too much." After the black-veiled woman left, Shui Binger asked, "Shall we go directly to the Hell Killing Field to play?" "Well, Binger, you go to the audience seats to watch the game, and I'll try the water first." After thinking for a moment, Muyang said. "The woman just said that you need to pay for a ticket for a glass of Bloody Mary to watch the game in the Hell Killing Field. Where can we get it? Aren't they everywhere?" Muyang pointed to the fallen people who were walking towards the Hell Killing Field and passing by nearby, and said, "Binger, the Killing City is different from the outside world. There is almost no order here. The strong can do whatever they want. Rape and looting are absolutely commonplace. We must put away the kindness in our hearts and treat everyone we meet as an enemy. Hearing this, Shui Binger clenched her fists and nodded solemnly. You, come here. Then, Muyang used the soul-stealing secret technique to control a middle-aged unlucky guy who was holding a glass of Bloody Mary and walking towards this side. It seemed that he was going to watch the game in the hell-killing field. Great Lord, I wonder what you want. The middle-aged unlucky guy with a slightly ferocious face walked up quickly and asked respectfully. Bring it here. Go over there to sign up for the competition. Muyang snatched the glass of Bloody Mary from the unlucky guy, handed it to Shui Binger, and then directed him to go to the hell-killing field to sign up for the competition. There is no doubt that there are no good people in the inner city of the killing city, including himself, and sooner or later he will be involved in a murder. He may not be able to kill innocent people. But the fallen people in the inner city of the killing city, in Muyang's eyes, they are just consumables for him to complete his 100 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field. There is no psychological burden to play dirty or even ruthless. Maybe there are no ruthless people coming to sign up for the competition at this time, or maybe it's good luck. After the middle-aged unlucky guy, Muyang had just signed up with his ID card not long ago, and before he could use the camera soul secret art continued to attract people, and several more people came one after another. Counting the few people who signed up before him, the number of people for a game was enough. Soon, 10 grill portals made of unknown materials rose at the edge of the killing field, and 10 figures including Muyang entered the duel field. Bang bang bang! 10 collision sounds rang out in succession, and as the grill portals fell again, a bloody battle began. Seeing that Muyang's aura was incompatible with the killing city, everyone knew that this blue-haired boy was undoubtedly a newcomer. As the saying goes, pick the weak persimmons first, kill the newcomers first, and then they compete with each other to decide the final winner. This is undoubtedly in their interests. Of course, if they can kill the newcomers at the same time, they have the opportunity to. It would be even better if he could stab other competitors in the back. Well, there were 8 people who had this idea, and the unlucky middle-aged guy who was controlled by Muyang to sign up for the competition with the soul-stealing secret technique was not one of them. Others didn't know how powerful the blue-haired boy was, but how could he not know? Just a glance made him, who was over level 50, fall into the trap without knowing it, which showed how terrifying the blue-haired boy was. But considering that they were all competitors, and it was a life-and-death struggle, the unlucky middle-aged guy didn't remind them, and even secretly thought in his heart that if these 8 people could fight the blue-haired boy to a draw, and he would benefit, it would be the best. It's just a good idea, but the reality is cruel. As the soul power surged, an ice blue light appeared in Muyang's hand, and 9 sharp ice blue arrows suddenly appeared in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, a slight sound of breaking through the air sounded, and 9 ice flame arrows shot out at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of collision, the 9 ice flame arrows, guided by Muyang's mental power, accurately hit the eyebrows of the 9 fallen ones. The 9 heads were like watermelons falling on the ground, shattered on the spot, red and white splashed all over the ground, and the scene was indescribably bloody and terrifying. With only one move, Muyang killed all the opponents neatly and won the first victory in the hell-killing field. End of this chapter. 239 Chapter 239 I am not the same person as before. 239. Half an hour later. Bang bang bang. In the killing field, Muyang used the ice flame arrow secret art to pierce the heads of 9 fallen people again, and won 5 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field. For Muyang, it is not difficult to accumulate consecutive victories in the killing field. With his current mental strength, he is enough to deal with most of the 8-ring soul Douluos who do not have head soul bones. In terms of soul power, even if he abandons the ice flame battle armor and only uses the ice flame secret art, it is enough to cross the level to deal with the 7-ring soul saint, and it is a 7-ring battle soul saint who can use soul skills in the outside world. Put it in the slaughter city, where the use of soul skills is restricted, unless the opponent has a high-year soul bone skill or is equally proficient in self-created soul skills, all those below the 9th ring will have to kneel down. As for the 9-ring titled Douluo, it depends on the situation, but titled Douluo like Shilong will definitely not be able to beat Muyang who only uses the ice flame secret technique in the slaughter city. With such strength, in the hell-killing field, it is definitely a burst kill level. In addition, he can also use the soul capturing secret technique to force the fallen to sign up for the competition in the hell-killing field, so it is not too easy to accumulate consecutive victories. Glancing at the 9 headless corpses on the field, Muyang turned his gaze to the audience, gestured to Shui Binger, and withdrew from the bloody killing field. In the hall of the hell killing field. Binger, can you adapt? Seeing that Shui Binger's face was not very good, Muyang couldn't help but said with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Shui Binger waved her hand. Although she was somewhat uncomfortable with the bloody scene on the field, she was not a weakling and had no lack of combat experience. In the killing city, where the use of soul skills was restricted, few fallen people were qualified to be her opponents. To be on the safe side, you should wear the Cloud Titanium armor before entering the killing field. If the opponent is strong, you can directly wear the Ice Phoenix battle armor. Muyang warned with a serious look. The Spirit-Forged battle armor and the Martial Soul fusion skills are the 2 strongest trump cards, which are not easy to expose, and there is no shortage of sneak attacks in the killing city. Therefore, before coming to the killing city, Muyang made a set of Spirit-Forged pure metal armor for himself and Shui Binger. Although it was just pure metal armor and was not engraved with a matching soul guide array, the Spirit-Forged Cloud Titanium, based on the performance of the material itself, was enough to be called a large steel plate. And with the Ice Phoenix battle armor as a backup, Muyang was not worried that Shui Binger would encounter any danger in the killing field. Well, I'll go first. Shui Binger nodded, took a deep breath, took out her ID card and went to sign up for the duel in the hell killing field. In the hall, Muyang quietly waited for the next fish. There were 3 passages in the hall, one was the passage to enter and exit the hell killing field, and outside was the killing city street, one led to the registration and waiting area for the killing field, and the last one led to the audience seats in the killing field. In just a few minutes, including Shui Binger who had already registered, there were already 9 registered contestants, and only one person was needed to start the next game. It was not that there were many warriors who dared to die in the killing field, but that Muyang was more powerful. Apart from Shui Binger, only one of the 8 fallen people took the initiative to participate in the killing field. Among the remaining 7 people, 4 people who were suspected to be a small group were preparing to go to the killing field audience seats to watch the game, and the other 3 left the audience seats. However, Muyang doesn't care whether you are here to watch the game or leave after watching the game. Under the soul-stealing secret technique, everyone should sign up for the game. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the hall. Even without sending out his spiritual power to investigate, Muyang also noticed that a figure with a murderous and cold aura was about to enter the hall. Yuer is coming. Muyang couldn't help but secretly said. As for the opponent's strength? In the killing city where the use of soul skills is restricted, Muyang is not afraid at all. Just when he was about to make a move, he stopped when the opponent walked into the hall. Muyang. Seeing Muyang in the hall, Hulina raised her eyebrows slightly, and her slightly pale face showed a look of surprise. Seeing that it was Hulina, Muyang looked surprised, and then nodded, as if to say hello. The 2 were not familiar with each other before, and Muyang had no intention of getting close to her. It was just that he was a little surprised that Hulina appeared in the Slaughter City at this time. If he remembered correctly, Hulina in the original novel did not come to the Slaughter City so early. And Hulina's aura changed so much, it can be seen that she has been in the Slaughter City for a long time. Could it be that Hulina came to the Slaughter City after the Soul Master competition? Is she unwilling to lose in the Soul Master competition and came to the Slaughter City to practice internal skills? Well, before she got love-brained, this girl had a very strong personality, so it seems that it is almost the same. Seeing that Muyang reacted calmly and treated herself as a passerby, Hulina curled her lips and turned to walk towards the registration place. Muyang, and Shui Binger, sooner or later, I, Hulina, will defeat you. While walking, Hulina secretly swore in her heart. Wait. At this time, Muyang spoke. Hearing this, Hulina stopped and turned to look at Muyang. If you don't want to die, don't sign up for half an hour. Muyang said calmly. After all, she is a cute and charming villain in the original novel. If possible, Muyang doesn't want to see Hulina die in the killing field. What's more, Hulina has a background. Her teacher Bibi Dong is not only the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also one of the contemporary killing gods who can freely enter and leave the killing city. You can't afford to offend her. After the voice fell, Hulina glared at Muyang. What do you mean? You look down on people, right? Although I, Hulina, lost to you and Shui Binger in the Soul Master competition a year ago. I am not the same person today as I was in the Soul Master competition before. Hulina, you probably don't know how powerful I am now. Don't misunderstand me. Yes, Binger and I just don't want to provoke the Spirit Hall, let alone your teacher. Ignoring the anger on Hulina's face, Muyang said slowly. A year later, Hulina's soul power level has not changed qualitatively, and she is still a 5-ring soul king. In the former Soul Master competition, Hulina's strongest means was the mind control soul bone skill attached to the soul bone outside her eyes, which was almost comparable to that of an ordinary level 70 battle soul master. If Hulina is the same as in the original book, after missing the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, Bibi Dong gave her another head soul bone, coupled with the soul bone skill, her strength limit is estimated to be it can be in the middle and high stage of the normal 7 rings in the outside world, or even the ordinary 80th level. In the Killing City where the use of soul skills is restricted and only soul bone skills and self-created unique skills can be used, this kind of strength can definitely be at the top level among the fallen group. But even if Hulina really has a head soul bone, compared with Shui Binger who wears the Ice Phoenix battle armor and is at the top of the ordinary 9 rings in the outside world, it is still not enough. It would be better if Muyang didn't explain. Once he explained, Hulina immediately felt that he underestimated her even more. I don't want to provoke the Spirit Hall, and I don't want to provoke her teacher. So, you, Muyang, are sure that I, Hulina, will die in the killing field? Shui Binger signed up for the competition in the killing field. Hulina asked in a deep voice with a dark face. Well, you can't beat Binger. Muyang nodded. Hearing this, Hulina's face darkened. End of this chapter. 240 Chapter 240 Hulina's Invitation. 240. After a year, perhaps your strength has improved greatly, but what I want to say is that the rules of the Soul Master competition have severely restricted the strength of Binger and me. Glancing at Hulina's dark face, Muyang slowly stated the facts. At this time, a burly man with a Bloody Mary in his hand and a strong murderous and cold aura came into the hall. After glancing at Muyang and Hulina indifferently, the burly man walked straight towards the passage leading to the audience seats. 7-ring Soul Saint. No, 80-level Quasi-Soul Douluo. Secretly estimating the opponent's strength, Muyang secretly activated the soul-stealing secret technique and directly controlled the opponent's consciousness. Go, sign up for the competition in the killing field. Muyang ordered the burly man. Yes, respected master. The burly man immediately bowed respectfully and then walked towards the passage leading to the registration area. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Hulina couldn't help but take a breath. Hulina had seen Muyang's spiritual secret technique of controlling other people's consciousness before. But Hulina never expected that this spiritual secret technique could actually work on such a master. Having been in the Killing City for a year, Hulina naturally had some understanding of the strong men among the fallen in the inner city. Coincidentally, this burly man nicknamed Blood Axe is one of the few strong men among the fallen group. Although the soul power level of Blood Axe is not the highest among the fallen group, but hearing his soul power level has reached level 80, but he cannot advance to the 8th ring soul due to the limitation of being unable to hunt souls in the Slaughter City. That's why he didn't become an 8-ring soul Douluo. In theory, with a soul power level of less than 8 rings and without the all-round improvement brought by the 8th soul ring, Blood Axe should not be considered a strong man among the group of fallen people in the inner city. However, Blood Axe made up for his shortcomings in soul power level with his good quality axe-type martial soul and superb axe skills, plus a defensive soul bone skill, and became one of the few strong men among the fallen people in the inner city of the Slaughter City. His strength is no less than that of other 8-ring fallen people, and he is even one of the best. His name is Blood Axe, and he is one of the few strong men in the inner city. Are you sure Shui Binger can beat him? Hulina couldn't help but remind him. Hulina admitted that Muyang, who could control the Blood Axe with the secret art of spirit, was probably stronger than herself who had refined the head soul bone given by the teacher, but she still doubted Shui Binger's strength. Whether Muyang or Shui Binger, they were not enemies of the Spirit Hall, and they knew each other in the past. If possible, Hulina still hoped to find a teammate in this killing city full of enemies. After all, winning 100 consecutive games in the Hell Killing Field was not the most difficult level to obtain the title of God of Killing. Later, they had to pass the Hell Road mentioned by the teacher. Even if Hulina was confident, she would make the most thorough preparations as much as possible when facing the Hell Road with unknown difficulty. Glancing at her, Muyang said, unless he has a 100,000-year soul bone, he is definitely not Binger's opponent. Level 80 Quasi-Soul Douluo, except for a few who cheat, even if they are proficient in self-created soul skills and have soul bones of a long age, their strength is only at the level of the 8th ring in the outside world. Such strength is not enough to pose a serious threat to Shui Binger. Unless there is a soul bone of 100,000 years. Hulina was silent. Is Shui Binger really that strong? You know, even she doesn't dare to say that she is absolutely sure to kill the blood axe. After all, for a spiritual soul master, whether he can defeat the opponent depends on the strength of the opponent's spiritual power, and the City of Slaughter only restricts the soul master from using soul skills, but does not suppress the soul master's spiritual power. However, since Shui Binger's life is at stake, it is expected that Muyang didn't have to brag. Since he did so, it means Shui Binger has the ability. 5 minutes later, Shui Binger, who won her first victory, left the killing field and returned to the hall. Hulina. Seeing Hulina in the hall, Shui Binger couldn't help but frown slightly, but she didn't care much and walked to Muyang's side. How is it? Muyang asked. Among the 9 people, the other 8 are okay. The last one is quite strong and took a lot of effort. Shui Binger said in a deep voice, her face was not very good. In the previous game, except that the Ice Phoenix battle armor was not exposed, she used all means. In Shui Binger's view, the first game almost forced out the Ice Phoenix battle armor, which shows how difficult it is to win in the Hell Killing Field. It is possible that she will encounter stronger and tougher people in the subsequent 99 games. It's okay. The last person before was at the top level of the Fallen. Even if the others are stronger, it's not too outrageous. Muyang waved his hand and explained. Is it already at the top level? Shui Binger was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. If the top level of the Fallen in the inner city of the Killing City is like this, then it doesn't seem difficult to win 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field. After all, she hasn't used the Ice Phoenix battle armor yet. Here, it exploded from the opponent. Shui Binger handed Muyang a black left arm soul bone that exploded after killing Blood Axe in the killing field. It's about 20,000 years old. Binger, you keep it. Our mother's talent for cultivation is not very good, so keep it for her. After taking a look and confirming that it was a useless soul bone, Muyang said. My future mother-in-law, Si Yulan, has average talent for cultivation. She has not yet become a 6-ring soul emperor. I will keep it for her. When she is stuck at the bottleneck of level 59, with the energy contained in the 20,000-year soul bone, she may be able to successfully break through level 60. Okay. Shui Binger nodded and put away the soul bone. Muyang, Shui Binger, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? At this time, Hulina asked the two of them. Without waiting for Muyang to answer, Shui Binger took over the topic. What suggestion? By the way, why are you here? Did the Golden Generation come here to train? Hearing this, Hulina looked speechless. Do you really think everyone is the same as you? If her brother Xiaoyu and his friend Yan also come to the Slaughter City to train, Hulina can't guarantee that the 3 of them can survive. Although if Xiaoyu is present, she can use the trump card of martial soul fusion skills. However, since the soul power level of both of them is not too high, the strength of the martial soul fusion skill is limited, and the upper limit is not even as good as her own strength in the spiritual power level. Besides, the situation of her brother Xiaoyu is relatively good. He has his own soul skills. In the Slaughter City where the use of soul skills is restricted, he can be regarded as a good player. But if it is Yan, he has no self-created soul skills, no soul bone skills, and his means of dealing with the enemy are all based on the martial soul that cannot release soul skills. He is not much stronger than ordinary fallen people. If Yan really comes to the Slaughter City, it is better to say that he is here to give his head than to say that he comes here to experience. Let's join forces. After taking a deep breath, Hulina invited. Join forces. Shui Binger raised her eyebrows. Nodding, Hulina said, yes, it is to join forces. My teacher also came to the Killing City to train in the past. For us, it is not difficult to win 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field, but if we want to leave the Killing City, we still need to go through the Hell Road. According to my teacher, the difficulty of the Hell Road is much greater than the 100 consecutive victories, so I am going to invite you to go through the Hell Road together. End of this chapter. 241 Chapter 241 Open the door and check the water meter. 241. After thinking for a moment, Muyang asked, how many consecutive victories have you had? With the soul capture secret art, a magic skill to attract people in hand, Muyang is not going to stay in a ghost place like the killing city for too long. If Hulina can't keep up with their efficiency, then let's not talk about joining forces. Of course, if she can keep up with the efficiency, it's not impossible to join forces. It's not that the Hell Road is dangerous. With his and Shui Binger's strength, they need to join hands with Hulina to pass through the Hell Road. But behind Hulina stands Bibi Dong, one of the gods of killing in the world. If they act together, the king of killing will inevitably have more concerns. I have won 66 consecutive victories. Hulina raised her head, and a bit of pride appeared on her face. To be honest, Hulina didn't think it was difficult to win in the killing field. After all, her strength was not worse than that of the top-level fallen. As long as she didn't fight against a few strong people, the rest of the opponents, even if 9 people stood shoulder to shoulder, would be just chopping melons and vegetables. If it weren't for the fact that there would be people playing sneak attacks or even group fights outside the killing field after the game, she needed to keep herself in good condition at all times to deal with the possible crises, otherwise she would have won 100 consecutive victories by now. 66 consecutive victories. Muyang raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Hulina's efficiency was quite high. At least her winning streak was far better than the original novel. Then, Muyang said to Hulina, if there are enough fallen people in the inner city, Binger and I will only stay in the slaughter city for a month. If you want to join us to break through the road to hell, then hurry up. 1 month. Hulina frowned. She still needed to play 34 games to complete the 100-game winning streak. Even if she played 1 game every day, it would not be enough to complete it within 1 month. Isn't this too hasty? Yes, 1 month. Nodding, Muyang continued, after becoming the god of killing, soul masters can enter and leave the killing city freely without restrictions. The king of killing certainly does not want to see a new god of killing appear in the world. Binger and I don't have the god of killing behind us. The king of killing is very likely to do some tricks. Just in case, I hope to use your teacher's name to deter him. In return, Binger and I will ensure your safety outside the hell killing field in the next month. With your strength, 1 game a day will definitely not be difficult for you. Then we will take you through the road to hell. After the voice fell, Hulina's face darkened again. This guy underestimated me again. It's obviously a joint effort, why do you say that I am just a burden? Suddenly, Hulina thought of a key point and asked hurriedly, since you have predicted that you will most likely be targeted by the King of Slaughter, why did you come to the Slaughter City for training? As a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Hulina is very clear about the deterrent effect of identity and background. She can't understand why Muyang went to the Tiger Mountain even though he knew there was a tiger there, and brought Shui Binger to the Slaughter City to take risks. Isn't he afraid of dying here? Hee. Muyang smiled and didn't explain. He came here after making full preparations, otherwise he and Shui Binger would come to the Slaughter City after advancing to the 6-ring Soul Emperor, and would not wait until they made the spirit-forged battle armor and had the power to protect themselves. Seeing the confidence on Muyang's face, Hulina was shocked. Could it be that Muyang and his partner still have some powerful trump cards that are enough to deal with the targeting of the King of Slaughter? Deal. Without thinking much, Hulina agreed to Muyang's proposal. Aside from her brother Xiaoyu, her teacher is the closest person to her in the world, so it's no big deal to use the teacher's name to play around. Time flies, more than a month later. In the inner city of the killing city, a blue-haired figure with a cold breath and a slightly pale face walked on the empty street. Soon, the blue-haired figure turned into an alley and knocked on the door of a stone house with a breath of life inside. Bang bang bang! Open the door, check the water meter. Knocking on the door of the stone house, Muyang said in a tough tone. When he heard open the door, check the water meter, a sturdy middle-aged man in the house who was holding a big knife and was on guard was frightened and trembled. His eyes revealed fear, and the big knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. There was no other reason. It was rumored that this sentence open the door, check the water meter had sent away thousands of people. Of course, the sturdy middle-aged man also knew that this number was probably exaggerated, but conservatively estimated that thousands of people had been sent away. After swallowing hard, the sturdy middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Master Gamo, I don't have a water meter. You don't know how to be polite. Hearing someone call him such an ugly name again, Muyang outside the door said something dissatisfied, and then directly used a soul-stealing secret technique across the stone house to the sturdy middle-aged man in the house. The door of the stone house opened with a slight roar, and the sturdy middle-aged man walked out of the house with a respectful look. Muyang waved his hand, "Go to the hell-killing field to sign up." "Yes." The sturdy middle-aged man did not spare the slightest bit and immediately rushed towards the direction of the hell-killing field. Then, Muyang did not stop and knocked on the door of another stone house with a breath of life. "Open the door, check the water meter." After checking the water meters of several houses in a row and gathering the heads needed for Shui Binger's 100th consecutive victory, Muyang stopped checking the water meters and turned to walk towards the hell-killing field. More than a month has passed. Half an hour ago, he and Hulina have completed the 100th consecutive victory in the hell-killing field. As long as Shui Binger finishes this game, they can leave the killing city. During this period, because Muyang acted very arrogantly and domineeringly, arresting anyone he saw, it was not without public outrage among the fallen in the inner city. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. When Muyang and his companions had just arrived in the killing city for a few days, several fallen masters with many subordinates and their own levels reaching the level of 8 ring soul Douluo joined forces to gather hundreds of subordinates to seek revenge for Muyang's confidants or friends who had been killed by their own hands. Unfortunately, the advantage in numbers could not make up for the gap in quality, and they were directly suppressed by Muyang on the spot. And Muyang, who had a rough idea of the number of fallen people in the inner city at that time, went on a killing spree, including the initiators who led the way. Most of the hundreds of people were slaughtered by him, and only a few escaped in the chaos. Since then, the entire inner city of the killing city has quickly become deserted, and it has become a ghost town. Except for collecting necessary living supplies, the fallen people dared not go out on the street, for fear of being met by Muyang, and then being assigned to the hell-killing field with strange secret methods to give their heads. End of this chapter. 242 Chapter 242 The difference between the two killing gods. 242. There was no one on the street, so Muyang had to search door to door, so the scene of opening the door and checking the water meter appeared. It can be said that Muyang has made a huge contribution to the public security of the inner city of the killing city. And it was precisely because of that secret that he became obedient after being tricked. The fallen who didn't know Muyang's real name gave him the name of Gamo. As for all the fallen joining forces to besiege Muyang, Shui Binger and Hulina, that doesn't exist. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. Why should you be anxious if the butcher's knife doesn't fall on your own neck? There is a saying that I would rather die than my fellow Taoists. Anyway, there are many fallen people in the inner city. When the 3 Gamos have completed 100 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field, naturally no one will check their water meters. When he arrived at the entrance of the hell-killing field, Muyang's soul power was running, and he shouted loudly, "Congratulations on your freedom, you bastards of the killing city." Under the conduction of soul power, Muyang's shouting echoed over the entire inner city of the killing city. The next moment, the inner city of the killing city exploded, and the fallen whose water meters were not checked opened the doors of their residences and talked with the neighbors who also survived with tears in their eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, Guimo is finally leaving. From now on, my Axe Gang will be back." The Axe Gang was lucky, and the gang leader was not checked by Muyang. Great news, warm congratulations to Lord Guimo for leaving the city of slaughter. Also, my Black Dragon Gang is recruiting. We are currently short of 1 gang leader, 5 hall masters, and several elites. All masters are welcome to join us and work together to restore the glory of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Gang hit a wall, and the leader was wiped out by Muyang, leaving only some small karami, and they urgently need to find tough guys to lead them to restore their glory. Woo woo, God has mercy on me, this damned demon is finally leaving the killing city, I finally don't have to worry about him checking my water meter. Isn't it? Last time, this demon almost came to my house, but fortunately my elder brother lived next door to me and helped me to ward off the disaster, and the demon was just 1 head short at that time. Hey? Brother, who are you holding in your arms? Oh, this is my sister-in-law. My elder brother is gone, so it's my duty to take care of my sister-in-law. Puff. A sharp knife stabbed into the chest of the younger brother who was taking care of his sister-in-law. A mere 4-ring level little chicken, is Ning worthy? Beautiful sister-in-law, let me take care of you. The instigator, who reached the 6th ring, looked at the younger brother lying in a pool of blood with disdain, and said to the gentle sister-in-law with a grin. When Muyang, who was dubbed as the ghost demon, announced that the fallen were free, the inner city of the killing city, which was originally as cold as a ghost town, immediately restored its former prosperity. In a very short time, rape and looting were frequently staged again in this evil city. On the other side, in the inner city of the killing city, there was a dark and spacious hall with strict external guards and many black-armored warriors standing. Great King, the ghost demon and the Hell Messenger have completed 100 consecutive victories, and the Ice Messenger is about to complete 100 consecutive victories. Should we do something? A cold female voice sounded in the darkness. Oh? Then what do you think we should do? The King of Killing, who was sitting on a huge crystal skull chair and shrouded in darkness, asked. Great King, every appearance of a killing god will bring a crisis to the city of slaughter. According to records, in the previous few times, every appearance of a killing god would cause heavy damage to the city of slaughter. With the strength of the Ice Envoy, it is no doubt that he will complete 100 consecutive victories after the Trickster and the Hell Messenger. Once the three of them pass through the Hell Road and become killing gods, I am afraid that the city of slaughter will be inferior to us. The woman standing beside the King of Slaughter made a gesture at her neck. Hat, do you know the origin of the Hell Messenger? The King of Slaughter chuckled and asked jokingly. Without waiting for the woman to answer, the King of Slaughter continued, she is the direct disciple of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong is Luosha God of Slaughter, one of the two gods of slaughter in the world. The Trickster and Ice Envoy. The King of Slaughter shook his head, I don't know the details, but the three of them are in the same group, most of them are from the Spirit Hall. But you are wrong about one thing, gods of slaughter are different from gods of slaughter. Do you know why the city of slaughter suffered heavy losses when gods of slaughter appeared in the past, but Luosha God of Slaughter and Haoshan God of Slaughter did not bring disaster to the city of slaughter? I don't know. Hat, because those gods of slaughter who would bring disaster to the city of slaughter are all fallen. Whether it is Luosha, Haoshan, or the Trickster, Hell Envoy and Ice Envoy today, they are all experienced people. The King of Slaughter gave the answer. The city of slaughter is not a good place. Most of the fallen are extremely vicious and evil. After getting used to the liberalism of the killing city, their personalities are distorted and they don't know how to restrain themselves. After they are lucky enough to become the killing god and leave the killing city, they will sooner or later cause trouble in the outside world. There are many masters in the soul master world. Once they cause a big trouble, they are destined to be taught a lesson by other strong people. If they can escape by luck, they will eventually have to return to the killing city. Why go back to the killing city? One is to avoid disaster. The killing city restricts soul masters from using soul skills, but the killing god with the killing god domain is not included in the restrictions. They can use soul skills without restrictions, so their strength is naturally far superior to the strong without the killing god domain, which makes the other party dare not chase into the killing city. Secondly, the distorted fallen people mainly think that the sky is the boss, the earth is the second, and I am the third. It is inevitable that they will have the idea of I can take him and I can take him. Replace, and think of becoming the King of Slaughter himself. This phenomenon has led to the legend that once the god of slaughter appears, the city of slaughter will suffer heavy losses. But the trainees are different. Unlike the fallen, they are mostly geniuses from big forces. The purpose of coming to the city of slaughter is to practice and gain the power of the domain. After the trainees become the god of slaughter and leave the city of slaughter, they will not return to the city of slaughter unless necessary. There is no other reason, it is simply that they have a bright future and look down on the city of slaughter in the gutter. For example, Bibi Dong and Tang Hao in the past, one is the saint of the Spirit Hall, the first heir to the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the dominant force in the Soul Master world, the other is not bad, the young master of the Haoshan sect, and will inherit the position of the master of the world's largest sect in the future. With such a bright future, who would still miss the city of slaughter that never sees the sun and is full of sins? In addition to the fact that Muyang and the other two seemed to be in the same group with Hulina, and Bibi Dong, the god of killing, stood behind them, the king of killing did not intend to play tricks to avoid Bibi Dong's revenge. End of this chapter. 243 Chapter 243 Who can't pull the tiger's skin? 243. Hell Killing Field. Bang! As the ice spear pierced through the chest of the last opponent, Shui Binger, who was pale and exuded a bloody and killing aura, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After more than a month, the 100-game winning streak in the Hell Killing Field was finally completed. Except for the first 10 games, the name of Ice Envoy had not yet spread, and she was not besieged by the other 9 people. In addition, every subsequent victory in each game meant that 9 fallen people died in her hands. After 100 consecutive victories, nearly 900 fallen people were killed by her. Logically speaking, if she killed 900 opponents, she wouldn't be more like an evil soul master than an evil soul master like she is now. After all, there are many soul masters in the mainland soul master world who have killed thousands of people. For example, Douluo, it is normal for him to kill 1,800 people with a large-scale poisonous fog, but no one has seen Douluo's lawnmower with murderous intent. But that was in the outside world without any special factors. It's different in the Killing City. The environment here is very special. Even if you don't kill people, the surrounding environment will subtly stimulate the murderous intent in people's hearts, especially in the Hell Killing Field. This situation is more obvious. Once you kill your opponent, the murderous intent of the duel participants will be greatly amplified. After accumulation again and again, your own aura will change dramatically, just like a bloodthirsty demon. Muyang and Shui Bing'er keenly noticed this change as early as the first day they came to the Killing City. But Muyang knew that this change was inevitable. All they could do was to keep their minds focused and ensure that they did not fall into the killing intent. After all, without enough killing intent, how could one obtain the Killing God domain and become a killing god? The power of the domain was not created out of nothing. The huge killing intent accumulated during the 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field was the firewood transformed into the Killing God domain after passing through the Hell Road. Otherwise, even if it was the power of God, it would not be able to turn a little white flower that had never killed into a killing god with murderous intent. And it was precisely this special environment of the Killing City that allowed the trialists to accumulate such a huge killing aura in a short period of time. Otherwise, if it were the outside world, if one wanted to accumulate such a large scale of killing intent, it might not be possible even if hundreds of thousands of creatures were slaughtered. Unlike the original novel, due to the fierce reputation of the ghost demon, although this killing match was the 100th consecutive victory of the Ice Envoy and would also open the road to hell to leave the Killing City, no fallen came to watch the game, and the entire audience was empty. For no other reason, the fallen were afraid that they would be unknowingly hit by the spiritual secrets of the ghost demon and go directly to the field to give up their heads. This is not without precedent. At the beginning, Muyang just forced the fallen passing by in the hall or outside the door of the Hell Killing Field to give up their heads. Later, he found that this method was not very efficient, so he had an idea and directly selected 9 fallen watching in the audience to participate in the next game with the soul-stealing secrets when entering the Killing Field to duel. When Shui Bing'er came on the field, he went to the audience to randomly select the unlucky ones. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. When this bad incident was exposed, the ticket sales of the auditorium of the Hell Killing Field immediately plummeted, and the subsequent fallen people directly huddled in their own residences like turtles, not daring to go out. Congratulations, Ice Envoy! Suddenly, a low and sharp voice came from all directions. Shui Bing'er's heart trembled, and her eyes looked around, looking for the figure who made this voice. Soon, Shui Bing'er saw a blood-red figure falling from the sky in the air. It was a tall man, wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak. With a pale face and a pair of completely blood-red eyes, his body slowly descended from the air, as if he didn't need to be restricted by gravity at all. What a strong aura! Sure enough, the King of Slaughter is a titled Douluo, and a strong one among the titled Douluo. Shui Bing'er sighed in her heart. Although the King of Slaughter was restrained, she still vaguely sensed a part of it. If they really had to fight the King of Slaughter, Shui Bing'er estimated that even if she and Muyang joined forces to use all their trump cards, they would not be the opponent of the King of Slaughter. Floating in the air, the distance from the King of Slaughter was 5 meters above the ground of the killing field. The King of Slaughter stopped descending and looked down at Shui Bing'er from midair. His deep and sharp voice sounded again, "Please welcome the messenger of hell, the strange demon." The next moment, the gate on the other side of the killing field of hell opened, and 2 figures with the same bloody killing aura slowly walked over. However, the difference is that compared to Muyang, who was only pale and cold in the killing, Hulina's condition was more serious, and even her eyes turned blood red, which was obviously affected by the killing intent. Lowering his head, the King of Slaughter looked at Muyang and the other 2 and said, "It has been many years since the City of Slaughter has seen 100 consecutive victories. I am very happy to witness the birth of 3 strong men in the slaughter field today. Hell Messenger, Trickster, Ice Messenger, thank you for letting me feel the existence of passion again. 100 consecutive victories, very good. In order to commend your achievements, I decided to make an exception and grant you the title of God of Slaughter. From now on, you can enter and leave the City of Slaughter on your own, and be hired as guests of the City of Slaughter under me. No need to go through the road to hell? Become a God of Slaughter directly? Shui Binger and Hulina were shocked and turned to look at Muyang. Facing the gazes of the two, Muyang shook his head. The God of Slaughter named by the King of Slaughter was not a real God of Slaughter. It was just a false name with no practical effect. The real God of Slaughter could control the field of God of Slaughter. Raising his chin towards Hulina, Muyang motioned her to come to the conversation. Although Hulina's strength is the weakest among the three of them, she has the strongest background. With Bibi Dong, the God of Killing, as her backer, she is more suitable to talk to the King of Killing than him and Shui Binger. Seeing this, Hulina bowed slightly to the King of Killing, shook her head and said, "No need, respected King of Killing. The rules of the Killing City cannot be broken because of us. The three of us are willing to pass the test of the Hell Road and then get your reward. And we also hope to rely on our own strength to walk out of here and become a real God of Killing. Only in this way can we live up to the teacher's expectations of us." At the end, Hulina mentioned her own teacher Bibi Dong. This was naturally taught by Muyang. Perhaps Hulina didn't know the deterrent power of her teacher Bibi Dong in the Killing City, but Muyang knew it very well. He knew that in addition to the Rakshasa God and Shura God in the God realm, the King of Killing was most afraid of Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. If there are conditions, use them. If there are no conditions, then create conditions. Muyang, who can't do this? End of this chapter. 244 Chapter 244 The Road to Hell opens. 244. The King of Slaughter took a deep look at Hulina, and then glanced at Muyang and Shui Binger, and then slowly said, "In this case, then you can walk the road to hell. It's also a good trip to be together on the road to hell. If you can pass the test of the road to hell and become the new God of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter, please say hello to Rakshasa on my behalf." Rakshasa. Bibi Dong's title of God of Slaughter? Muyang thought to himself. Glancing at the empty audience seats, the King of Slaughter secretly said that he was unlucky and looked at Muyang with a little dissatisfaction. It's all because of this little blue hair that he has been getting less kickbacks recently. There was no need to dwell on this matter. Thick red mist suddenly released from the King of Slaughter. The terrifying murderous aura forced Muyang and the other two to retreat quickly. They retreated more than 20 meters before they could barely bear it. The next moment, the King of Slaughter raised his hand and a blood-red torrent with a strong smell of blood fell from the air. A large amount of blood fell on the ground, and along the grooves on the ground of the killing field, it gathered into blood-red streams, gradually outlining a huge blood-red pattern. At this time, Muyang and the other two were standing in this huge blood-red pattern, and it was difficult to see the whole picture with the naked eye. But the mental power of the three was not weak. From the perspective of mental power, the three saw that this pattern outlined by a large amount of blood was actually a bird-like creature. Taking kickbacks. Recognizing that this was a huge bat pattern, Muyang couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. It is certain that although the Shura God King who is in charge of killing and judgment does not belong to the sequence of good gods, he has nothing to do with bats. This is most likely something that the King of Killing did privately. Since this bat pattern was made privately by the King of Killing, there must be something fishy about it. After all, blood is a resource for bloodthirsty bat-like soul beasts to improve their own strength. Speaking of which, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King is also very bold. Not only did he occupy the magpie's nest and parasitize Tang Chen who was undergoing the Shura God exam, he also dared to take kickbacks under the eyes of the Shura God King. He is really bold. But then again, perhaps the parasitism of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King is also one of the Shura God King's assessments of Tang Chen, the successor to the throne? Otherwise, a mere bloodthirsty beast is also qualified to disrupt the Shura God exam? Even if the Rakshasa God intervenes, it won't work. All of this is obviously allowed by the Shura God King, or tacitly agreed to. If Tang Chen can escape, it means that he is qualified to inherit the position of Supreme Ashura God King, and he will ascend to heaven in one step, from a mortal to one of the strongest in the entire Douluo universe. If he fails to escape, it means that Tang Chen is not qualified to inherit the position of God King, and Ashura God King will wait for the arrival of the next God Examiner. Anyway, the speed of time in the God realm is different from that in Douluo continent, an Ashura God King does not need to worry about his own lifespan. He has plenty of time to choose the people he thinks are the best. The most outstanding successor to the throne of God. Muyang was emitting thoughts, and suddenly, the scarlet eyes in the bat pattern on the ground lit up. Then, a huge blood-red light rushed up to the sky, instantly engulfing the bodies of the three of them. Suddenly, the three of them felt that all the perceptions around them became blurred, and only the low and sharp voice of the King of Killing echoed in their ears, "Good luck on the road to hell." After being swallowed by the blood-red light, what Muyang and the other two could not see was that the killing aura emanating from each of them gathered into a layer of faint white ripples, protecting their bodies in it. And unlike Shui Binger and Hulina, perhaps stimulated, Muyang's soul power was released automatically. On his body, in addition to the white ripples formed by the killing aura, there was also a faint ice-blue halo. Compared with the cold, evil, and dead aura in the blood-red light, the ice-blue light released from Muyang's body was not strong, but it was full of the pure aura of the sublimation of the opposing ice and fire. This pure power firmly protected Muyang, not only isolating the blood-red light, but even the white murderous aura was completely isolated. Therefore, although Muyang lost control and perception of the outside world, after the blood-red light and white murderous aura were isolated, he no longer had to bear the great pressure formed by the collision of the two auras, and he felt much more comfortable. After an unknown period of time, accompanied by a violent shock, all senses were restored, and the blood light around them gradually faded. When Muyang and Shui Binger woke up completely, they found themselves on a circular platform with a diameter of only about 5 meters. At this time, both of them fell to the ground, and Hulina, who had not yet woken up, was lying beside them. The two clearly saw that Hulina's body was covered with a layer of light red mist, and around her body, there were light white ripples. Even though she was in a coma, her body was constantly spasming, as if she was suffering from some severe pain. Muyang, what's wrong with her? Shui Binger couldn't help asking Muyang. Although she and Hulina were not familiar with each other in the past, at least there was no irreconcilable contradiction. In addition, they had agreed to join forces to break through the road to hell, and also borrowed Bibi Dong's name as a protective umbrella. Without threatening her own life, Shui Binger was still ready to help Hulina. After all, she couldn't do the thing of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. This is in the Slaughter City. Bloody Mary is poisonous. She drank a lot before. It should be that the murderous intent accumulated in her body is a little out of control. Hulina drank a lot of Bloody Mary long before the two came to the Slaughter City. Although Muyang reminded her later, Hulina was like a drug addict who drank less, but she couldn't quit completely. Even he and Shui Binger, who had only been in the Slaughter City for more than a month and had not touched a drop of Bloody Mary during that time, were greatly affected by the huge murderous intent accumulated in their bodies. It goes without saying that Hulina, who was weaker, had been there longer, and had drunk a lot of Bloody Mary, was even more affected. Of course, compared to the original work when she entered the Hell Road, Hulina's current situation is much better. If it weren't for the stimulation of the bloody red light before, there would not be any signs of the murderous intent being out of control. After thinking about it, Muyang's soul power circulated in his body, accompanied by a brilliant blue glow on his right leg. He raised his hand and a strong life force was injected into the body of Hulina, who was constantly spasming. 100,000 years of blue-silver emperor soul bone skill, wildfire cannot burn it all, and it will be reborn with the wind. Although Hulina's current condition is not physically injured, the injection of this magnificent life force will definitely play a great role in alleviating it. End of this chapter. 245 Chapter 245 Shui Binger's Worry. 245. With the infusion of rich life energy, Hulina's condition has improved a lot, at least she will no longer have severe spasms. Bang! The next moment, Muyang slashed Hulina's neck with a knife to ensure that she would not wake up in a short time. What are you doing? Seeing this, Shui Binger was a little puzzled. Muyang pointed to the only path with a width of only about half a foot leading to the outside world on the platform under his feet, and said, "This path should be the road to the outside world, and I noticed that the environment here is a little wrong. You take her with you, and we will manifest the battle armor and fly directly over." Hulina is a member of the Spirit Hall after all, it is not appropriate to reveal too many cards in front of her. As he said, a blue light appeared on Muyang's body, and the ice flame battle armor manifested, and a pair of blue metal wings stretched out from behind. Okay. Nodding, Shui Binger picked up Hulina and also manifested the ice phoenix battle armor. It is known that Pope Bibidong is one of the gods of killing in the world and has also passed through the Hell Road. Since Bibidong allowed Hulina to come to the Slaughter City for training, it means that the Hell Road may be dangerous, but Hulina has the ability to pass through the Hell Road. Otherwise, Bibidong would definitely not allow Hulina to come to the Slaughter City if she knew that she would die. And her and Muyang's strength is higher than Hulina's, not to mention that the two of them have martial soul fusion skills. In this case, it's nothing for the two of them to rush around in the Hell Road. If they encounter a test, they can just push it through. The wings of the battle armor behind them fluttered, and the two of them looking at the unconscious Hulina. He flew towards the darkness ahead along the path at a high speed. Muyang, have you noticed that the air around you has become hotter? After flying forward for a while, Shui Binger couldn't help but frown and asked Muyang. Well, although the flight altitude has not changed, in fact, we are getting closer and closer to the blood river below. Glancing at the thin red line shrouded in darkness below his sight, Muyang nodded and said, Blood river. Shui Binger couldn't help but turn his eyes downward. After staring for a while, Shui Binger said with a bad face, Is this blood river formed by the Bloody Mary? It should be, I'm not sure. Muyang said a little uncertainly. The blood river below looks like just a thin red line, but this is just because of the distance. If you really want to get closer to check, the scale is definitely very impressive. If this blood river is all formed by the blood of human beings, I'm afraid that the blood of hundreds of millions of people will not be so large. After all, the blood volume of a normal person is only a single-digit percentage of his body weight. Muyang, the god behind the Slaughter City, is most likely an evil god, and his inheritance. Shui Binger said with some worry. Shui Binger knew the purpose of Muyang bringing her to the Slaughter City. Completing the 100-game winning streak in the Hell Slaughter Field, passing through the Hell Road, obtaining the power of the domain, and becoming the god of Slaughter City were only secondary. The most important thing was to obtain the inheritance of the god. Judging from the chaotic atmosphere of the Slaughter City and the huge blood river in the Hell Road, the god who set up the inheritance was most likely an evil god. In the legend, none of the evil gods were easy to deal with. They were very cunning, just like the hell demons who bewitched soul masters to fall in the legend. Therefore, Shui Binger now had serious doubts about the authenticity of Muyang's words that after finding the inheritance in the Slaughter City and completing the god's assessment, he could inherit the throne. Will the cunning evil god really give up his throne to someone else? How is this different from asking Emperor Shuiye to hand over the throne of Tiandou to an outsider? Moreover, if possible, Shui Binger does not want Muyang to become an evil god. After all, in the storybook novels, evil gods are the targets of crusade, and sooner or later they will be killed or sealed by the gods of justice. Hearing this, Muyang was a little amused. He saw Shui Binger's worries. But you don't say it, just from the perspective of the Slaughter City, a place of inheritance full of chaos and sin, the Shura God King is definitely an evil god. But in fact, not only is he not an evil god, but he is also one of the law enforcers in the god realm, and has made an indelible contribution to the overall peace of the Douluo universe. Perhaps because he follows the path of killing and judgment, the Shura God King cannot be called a good god, but he is definitely not an evil god. Shui Binger's worries do not exist. Besides, the Shura God position is the top Supreme God King position in the Douluo universe, so Muyang couldn't help but be envious. Binger, don't worry, I know my limits. Muyang couldn't say much about the Shura God King, so he could only comfort him like this. Well? Something seems to be coming from the front. Just as she was about to nod, Shui Binger, who had keen senses, felt a strange sound coming from the darkness in front. It's okay, just a few small bats, don't pay attention to them. Muyang, with golden light in his eyes and the ability to see through all kinds of strange things, said indifferently. The first test of the Hell Road is here. For ordinary trialists, the bat group headed by the three-headed dark gold bat king with pseudo-immortal body is indeed a difficult test, but for Muyang, the difficulty of this test is almost zero. It's just a group of bats, and he must not be able to withstand the pressure of his soul power with a strength of up to the peak of the 8th ring after wearing the ice flame battle armor. Even if the leading dark gold three-headed bat king was stronger, he couldn't have survived a single move. That was exactly the case. When the two of them flew forward at high speed and encountered a group of flying bats, Muyang's soul power was running. Under the pressure of the soul power of the 8th ring level released, the group of thousands of huge blood-colored bats with a body length of about 1 foot and a wingspan of more than 1 meter immediately fell straight into the dark abyss below like dumplings. Ignoring the group of small Karami who posed no threat at all, the two of them flew in the air at the same speed. Soon, Muyang saw a huge dark gold bat hanging upside down under the narrow road ahead. Compared to the previous group of blood-colored bats, this dark gold bat was much larger, with a body length of 4 meters, and 2 huge dark gold claws clasped on the narrow road. The most peculiar thing was that this dark gold bat actually had 3 heads with sharp fangs. However, perhaps because no trialists had come to the Hell Road for a long time, the dark gold 3-headed Bat King was in deep sleep, and the arrival of the 3 trialists did not wake it up. Since the dark gold 3-headed Bat King did not wake up, Muyang did not plan to disturb him. After all, there was nothing on the dark gold 3-headed Bat King that caught his eye. As long as it was not in the way, Muyang was too lazy to take action. End of this chapter. 246 Chapter 246 The End of the Hell Road. 246. Swoosh. After Muyang and the others flew over with Hulina at high speed, the whistling wind sounded, waking up the dark gold 3-headed Bat King who was sleeping upside down under the narrow road. The next moment, 6 red lights lit up in the darkness, and it was the dark gold 3-headed Bat King. The Bat King opened his 6 huge bat eyes. It seems like something just passed by. The dark gold 3-headed Bat King's eyes revealed confusion, and he stared at his 6 huge bat eyes and carefully checked. After a long time, the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, who did not notice anything unusual, closed his eyes again without moving his body, and chose to continue sleeping. For the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, sleeping is undoubtedly the best way to kill boring time. While the dark gold 3-headed Bat King continued to sleep, Muyang and the others who continued to fly forward with the unconscious Hulina encountered the second test of the Hell Road. Glancing at the strange big snake about 10 meters long and sleeping on the narrow road in the distance, Shui Bing'er was ready to ignore it as she did to the dark gold 3-headed Bat King before, but suddenly saw Muyang slowing down his flying speed and flying in the air not far in front of the strange big snake. Unlike the dark gold 3-headed Bat King that could not drop gold coins before, the 10-headed Scorching Sun snake is undoubtedly a good snake, and its inner elixir is a treasure of considerable value. In the original work, after Tang Fozu obtained this thing, it was eventually used by Ma Hongjun to serve as the 7th soul ring for refining. Of course, serving as the 7th soul ring is not the point. The point is that after refining this inner elixir, Ma Hongjun also awakened the martial soul talent domain. The Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul has long awakened the power of the domain, and the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng is a food type martial soul. There is not much difference between having a domain and not having a domain. In addition, the inner elixir attribute of the 10-headed Scorching Sun snake is a single fire attribute. In Muyang's opinion, this thing is not very useful to him. This inner elixir is of no use to him, but it does not mean that it is of no use to others. No matter whether it is given to the eldest cousin Huo Wu or the eldest cousin Huo Wushuan, there is a certain possibility that they can awaken the martial soul talent domain. As for giving it to Shui Bing'er, the possibility of losing control when ice and fire collide is undoubtedly much greater than the possibility of the Ice Phoenix martial soul giving birth to the Ice Phoenix domain after being stimulated by the fire attribute inner elixir. It is better not to do such a dangerous thing. With a slight regretful glance at the sleeping 10-headed fiery sun snake, Muyang directly activated the soul capture secret technique. The enemy is weak and I am strong. In an instant, the consciousness of the sleeping 10-headed fiery sun snake was tampered with and controlled by Muyang, turning it into a temporary slave. Where did you come from, kid? Muyang asked the awakened 10-headed fiery sun snake. Of course, Muyang did not simply ask in human language, the 10-headed fiery sun snake could not understand, but conveyed his meaning to it through mental power. According to the introduction of the original work, the 10-headed fiery sun snake is a prehistoric alien species in the cognition of Tang Buddha, and it is very likely not a soul beast on the Douluo continent. Muyang is a little curious about its origin. Quack. Faced with Muyang's question, the 10-headed sun snake revealed confusion in its eyes and made a frog-like hissing sound. You said you don't know. Muyang frowned and asked again. Quack. This time, Muyang was answered in the affirmative. Okay, hand over your inner elixir. Without bothering about the other party's origin, Muyang asked for the inner elixir directly. The next moment, the 10-headed sun snake arched its body on the narrow road, and 9 mushroom-like tumors on its back were broken at the same time. 9 golden red liquids shot out, gathered into a ball in the air, and then turned into a fist-sized golden red ball that slowly fell. Raising his hand, under the traction of soul power, the golden red ball fell into Muyang's hand, and then put it into the soul guide storage bracelet. Your performance is acceptable, I'll let you go. Muyang glanced at the languid 10-headed fiery sun snake and said, flapping his wings and flying back to Shui Binger's side. Seeing this scene, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel curious, but she wasn't a curious baby who would ask everything, so she didn't ask. And she could sense that the golden red ball contained pure fire attribute energy, which might bring a considerable increase in soul power after refining, but it was not suitable for her as an ice attribute soul master to absorb. The further forward, the closer the narrow road was to the blood river flowing in the abyss below, and the burning sensation in the air became more and more intense, making people very uncomfortable. Muyang, Hulina's situation is a little wrong, won't she have her brain burned? Shui Binger couldn't help but ask with some concern when she found that the exposed skin of Hulina in her arms had turned pink, and the white ripples on her body also showed signs of being out of control. Hearing this, Muyang glanced at the blazing blood river below, which was only more than 30 meters away from the narrow road, and reminded, get her some ice cubes to cool her down. Let's speed up. We should be close. He had taken fiery apricot and had the ability to be fire resistant, and Shui Binger had the ice phoenix martial spirit. When possessed by the martial spirit, a little high temperature was nothing, but Hulina was different. If you stay in a high temperature environment for a long time, your brain might be burned. If Hulina becomes an idiot, it will be a big deal. She might be retaliated by Bibi Dong, the crazy woman. As for the erosion of the evil air in the surrounding environment, it's nothing. As long as the murderous aura in her body is not completely out of control, it won't hurt the root. Yes, yes, yes. Shui Binger hurriedly circulated her soul power and condensed a thin layer of ice on Hulina's body surface, trying to cool her down. Swoosh! At the end of the road to hell, two figures appeared in the air. Is that the exit of the hell road? Looking at the dome at the end of her sight, and the oval light curtain formed by white light in the air in front of her, Shui Binger couldn't help but take a breath. Because the position of the light curtain was very special, the narrow road at the beginning had no way out when it was still 1,000 meters away from the light curtain. What came into the sight of the two was a blazing blood-red ocean. The narrow road, which could be called the lifeline, had long been submerged by the blood-red ocean. There is no doubt that the 1,000-meter distance in front of them was like an insurmountable gap in front of ordinary trialists. This hell road is really the hell road. Shui Binger couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart. Fortunately, she and Muyang have the ability to fly, otherwise they would have to cross this blood lake to cross the 1,000-meter distance. The rolling blood lake in front of him not only emits high temperature, but also emits evil breath, which can corrode the mind of the trialer. Once he goes down, he will sink and be swallowed by the blood lake like hot magma. End of this chapter. 247 Chapter 247 Dragon Beast. 247. By the way, Muyang, didn't the Pope go through the hell road? In this situation, can Hulina make it? Suddenly, Shui Binger asked Muyang. At this moment, Shui Binger seriously doubted whether Hulina really had the strength to go through the hell road. The bat group and strange snake in front of her were fine. As far as she knew, Hulina did not have the ability to fly. In addition to the erosion of evil air, if Hulina went through the hell road alone, the Pope's disciple would probably die here. Perhaps, the hell road that Bibi Dong went through is different from what we are experiencing now. Muyang said uncertainly. Okay, what are we leaving? Just as he was about to leave from the exit with Shui Binger, Muyang's face suddenly changed. The bloody ocean in front of him was churning, and a hideous head of a strange beast appeared on the blood lake. This strange beast, which had not revealed its full appearance, was not very strong from the aura alone. At most, it was at the level of ordinary 50,000 or 60,000 year soul beasts in the outside world, which was still within the scope of coping, but Muyang felt that he was not well. Because he remembered very clearly that when Tang San and Hulina went through the road of hell in the original book, this thing definitely did not exist. Someone wants to mess with me. This thought came to Muyang's mind at the first time. But soon, this idea was rejected by Muyun. If someone deliberately targeted him, then the strength of this unexpected beast was obviously much worse, and it could not pose a fatal threat to him at all. After all, the strength he showed in the City of Slaughter alone was enough to easily deal with this beast. Could it be that the number of people who enter the Hell Road has increased, and their soul power levels have also increased, so the difficulty has increased? Muyang couldn't help but think to himself. Compared to the 5-ring level Tang San and Hulina who entered the Hell Road in the original work, the number of people who entered the Hell Road now has not only increased from 2 to 3, but he and Shui Binger's soul power levels have also reached 6 rings. 2 6-ring soul emperors and a 5-ring soul king have joined forces to enter the Hell Road. The more the number of trialists who enter the Hell Road, the higher their soul power levels, the greater the difficulty of the trial, which is reasonable. After all, the original intention of Shura God King to set up the Killing City, a place of inheritance, is to select excellent soul masters as the successors to the throne. And the strength of the trialists who have completed 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing field must be different. If the difficulty of the Hell Road remains unchanged, it will not be able to play the role of selecting excellent successors. Otherwise, it is easy to have the phenomenon that excellent low-level trialists cannot pass through, while mediocre high-level trialists can easily pass through. The more he thought about it, the more Muyang felt that his guess was close to the truth, or even completely in line with the truth. Ang! At this time, a roar like a dragon's roar sounded, and the hot blood lake surged, revealing a large part of the body of this strange beast. It was a snake-shaped strange beast, with a body as thick as a giant water tank, covered with palm-sized dark red scales, 2 forked long horns on the top of its head, and 2 feet-long claws extending from the front of its abdomen. The part of its body exposed outside the blood lake alone was more than 20 meters long. Dragon! No, Jiaolong! Muyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he found that this snake-shaped strange beast emitting fire attribute energy fluctuations was very consistent with the physical characteristics of Jiaolong in the myths and legends of his previous life. As for the dragons of Douluo continent, it has nothing to do with strength, only the image. One is counted as one, either a dinosaur species, a western dragon with wings, or a sea dragon in the ocean that is more like a snake than a dragon. Soul-stealing. With a low shout, Muyang directly activated the soul-stealing secret technique, and the majestic spiritual power surged out, instantly sinking into the sea of consciousness of the dragon beast. The next second, the dragon beast was defeated and its consciousness was controlled by Muyang. Muyang, Hulina's condition is not right, I will take her out first. Shui Binger said to Muyang. Okay. Muyang nodded. I remember that the next link after entering this light curtain of the Hell Road seems to be that the huge murderous aura accumulated in the body is sublimated into the realm of the killing god. It seems that there is no danger, so it doesn't matter to leave first. Then, the wings of the battle armor behind Shui Binger fluttered, and she flew into the white light curtain above the bloody ocean holding Hulina, who was still in a coma. Tell me the truth, where did you come from? Muyang he questioned the dragon beast. Compared to the previous 10-headed scorching sun snake, this dragon beast is undoubtedly much stronger and more intelligent. It may be able to explore some secrets about the city of slaughter or the road to hell. After all, judging from the environment in the road to hell, the blood food needed for the survival of the 10-headed scorching sun snake and the dragon beast is a big problem, not to mention the initial group of bats. It is impossible that the bat group feeds on the huge amount of blood in the blood river, while the 10-headed scorching sun snake and the dragon beast feed on the bat group, right? Ang. The dragon beast, whose consciousness was tampered with, very cooperatively answered Muyang's question by communicating with mental power. You said you don't know anything, lost your previous memories, and suddenly appeared in the blood lake just now. Muyang asked in surprise. Ang. The dragon beast nodded. It was thrown in by someone, and just now. Raised his eyebrows, Muyang thought to himself. God King Shura? Well, it shouldn't be. The dignified God King must not be so free. If you want to catch the eye of this big boss in the God realm, you must at least obtain the killing God domain, right? And this dragon beast was just thrown in, which means that someone, or a life, has been paying attention to the situation in the Hell Road? And based on the strength of the three of them? No, it should be based on their soul power level rather than strength. This dragon beast was selected from an unknown place and thrown into the Hell Road as one of the tests. Suddenly, Muyang thought of a key point. Perhaps, there is an unknown secret realm in the city of slaughter, and in the secret realm, there are lives that play a role similar to that of the High Priest of God? The Sea God and the Angel God both have High Priests on Douluo Star. Muyang is not sure whether the Raksha God has a High Priest, but the Raksha secret realm does exist. Since there is the Raksha secret realm, it is normal for the Shura secret realm to exist. In addition, the God test does need a priest to guide it. This Jiaolong beast may be a priest in the Shura secret realm who saw that the three of them were of similar level and the original test was too easy, so he deliberately put them into the Hell Road. Yes, if the guess comes true, then there will be a clue for opening the Shura God test in the future. After figuring out the possibility of this sudden situation, Muyang nodded with satisfaction. Since you are a Jiaolong, you should have Jiaodan or something, right? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Muyang looked at the Jiaolong beast intently. End of this chapter. 248 Chapter 248 Killing God Domain, Flawless Pure Flame. 248. When Muyang entered the white light above the bloody ocean and left the Hell Road, a 3-inch diameter dark red Jiaodan had already appeared in his soul guide storage bracelet. As for the Jiaolong beast, Muyang did not want its life, but at the end of the Hell Road, the dragon-like groaning did not stop for a long time. Everything seemed to be changing. The moment he entered the white light curtain, Muyang felt as if his body had entered a special world. The surroundings were pure white nothingness, and the ice flame battle armor he was wearing was also restricted by a special force and returned to his body under oppression. In this white world, he could not use any strength in his body. The only feeling left for Muyang was the deadly coldness. It seemed that countless coldness was condensing towards himself, and countless coldness was released from his body. After taking the star anise mysterious ice grass in the past, he gained the ability to be immune to ice. The coldness that should not have appeared actually appeared now, but it seemed that this was not a real temperature change, but the chill brought by pure murderous aura. The purest murderous aura quickly invaded his body, and every invasion made Muyang tremble. And it seemed that he was stimulated by pure murderous intent, and a force was awakened in his body again, but due to the special restrictions of this void space, no specific situation was shown. Unconsciously, under the erosion of cold murderous aura, Muyang's consciousness gradually sank. And just as Muyang's consciousness gradually sank, in a majestic dark red temple in the god realm far away from Douluo continent, a tall figure sitting on the throne in the temple opened his eyes that had just closed. Oh? Is there another seed? The tall figure's eyes seemed to have passed through space, across the starry sky, and once again cast towards the city of slaughter. 15 years old, 6 rings, twin martial souls? Excellent physique, excellent soul power, and unprecedented mental strength. Much stronger than the two girls before, quite interesting. As he evaluated the trio list, the tall figure's interest grew stronger. He raised his hand and a light curtain appeared not far in front of him. On the light curtain, the scenes of Hell Road and Slaughter City appeared. The scenes in the light curtain kept changing, but in each scene, there was a figure of a blue-haired boy. Not bad. Looking forward to your coming again. After a while, the tall figure waved his hand to remove the projection, and across the distant starry sky, he sent a ray of divine thought to Slaughter City, and then closed his eyes again, and the majestic temple fell into silence again. I don't know how long it took, but Muyang woke up slowly, smelling the faint fragrance of green grass. He opened his eyes and what came into view was no longer the dark dome of the killing city and Hell Road, but the blue sky. Breathing the fresh air, a smile appeared on his slightly pale face. Turning over and sitting up, Muyang found himself in a blue-silver grass field. Not far from him, Shui Binger and Hulina were lying, but they were not awake yet. The ice-blue soul power in his hand flashed, and the ice-fire immortal jade ginseng martial soul materialized. After a careful look, Muyang could not detect any difference between the ice-fire immortal jade and before. Glancing at Hulina who had not woken up not far away, he switched to the second martial soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow. Looking at the small white pattern on the forehead of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, Muyang nodded secretly. Trying to feel the white pattern, in an instant, a surge of white light quietly diffused from the forehead of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul. But soon, the diffused white light turned colorless. Within the coverage of the killing god domain, Muyang clearly noticed that all life was trembling in this invisible airflow. The initial killing god domain is still a little bit lacking in effect. It can only increase the strength of oneself and weaken the opponent by 10%. I don't know when it will evolve to the perfect version. After feeling the effect of the killing god domain, Muyang secretly evaluated in his heart. Then, Muyang once again released the original innate domain of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, the Ice Flame domain. The white lines symbolizing the killing god domain appeared at the center of the eyebrows of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, which means that the killing god domain is the innate domain of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, and the innate domains can be used at the same time. And like the Ice Flame domain, even if he does not release the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, he can use the Killing God domain. The surging ice blue light surged out, and the Ice Flame domain was superimposed on the invisible Killing God domain again. Different from the Killing God domain that increases one's own strength and weakens the opponent's strength, the effect of the Ice Flame domain is to increase the power of the Ice Flame, and to enhance the control ability of the Ice Flame Fire. The types of amplification effects of the two domains are different, there is no effect conflict, and they can be perfectly superimposed. Hey! The Ice Flame domain has evolved. Suddenly, Muyang noticed the difference in the Ice Flame domain. The effect of the domain is not fixed, but can evolve. For example, the initial Killing God domain, which can suppress and increase the strength of both the enemy and the enemy by 10%, can eventually evolve into a complete Killing God domain that increases its own strength and suppresses the opponent by 20% with the growth of the martial soul. Another example is Tang San's Blue-Silver domain in the original novel. After evolving again and again, it has several more domain skills compared to the Blue-Silver domain that was initially awakened. And now his Ice Flame domain has evolved once for some reason, and has one more domain skill. Could it be that it was stimulated by the Killing God domain? Muyang thought to himself. The next moment, with the thought, a pure white flame ignited within the Ice Blue Ice Flame domain. It was an extremely pure white, giving people a feeling of being immune to all evil. Flawless pure flame, ice and fire with opposite attributes, sublimated pure power in the collision and fusion, can ignore the suppression and breaking effects of different domains? After carefully feeling the effect of this pure white flame and learning about its formation and function, Muyang couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Not to mention, the effect of the domain skill, Flawless Pure Flame, is really not weak, and it can play a significant role when facing some powerful opponents. The effect of this domain skill made Muyang think of the Killing God domain and the Killing King's Killing domain, as well as the Demon Breaking domain of the Sea Dragon Douluo of the Sea God Island. With this domain skill, the suppression effect of the Killing God domain, the soul skill restriction effect of the Killing domain, and the domain breaking effect of the Demon Breaking domain will not work on him. In Muyang's view, the Killing God domain should be the domain power with the largest number of owners in the mainland Soul Master world. Don't think that he will not be affected by the effect of the Killing God domain in the future just because he has obtained the Killing God domain. The gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between people and dogs. The same Killing God domain can produce very different specific effects between different users. Similar to wearing the same clothes is not a big deal, but whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. If he were to face Tang Hao now, his Killing God domain would be completely suppressed by Tang Hao's Killing God domain, and then he would be forced to bear the influence of murderous aura and 20% weakening of strength. It is not impossible to fight against the Killing God domain with the Killing God domain, but the premise is that your strength is strong enough, at least there should not be a qualitative gap with the opponent. End of this chapter. 249 Chapter 249 Next stop, Tiandu City. 249. After checking the harvest, Muyang put away his martial soul and domain, walked to Shui Binger's side, and waited quietly for her to wake up. Not long after, Shui Binger opened her beautiful ice blue eyes with a little confusion. Looking at the blue sky and Muyang standing by her side, Shui Binger's pale face showed a relieved expression. Are we leaving the slaughter city? Muyang nodded and stretched out his hand to pull her up. Although he didn't stay in the slaughter city for a long time, Muyang felt very disgusted. After all, unless he was a bloodthirsty pervert who liked to kill people, no normal person would like the dark, chaotic, killing and evil environment of the slaughter city. Even he was like this, let alone Shui Binger. She didn't have a mental illness, which was considered to be Shui Binger's mental toughness and super adaptability. Of course, in this regard alone, Hulina is more worthy of respect. Pay, this girl has been in the city of slaughter for more than a year. Try the God of Killing domain. Now you also have the power of the domain. Muyang said to Shui Binger. Yes. Shui Binger nodded heavily. Over the years, Muyang's Ice Flame domain has made her very envious. Now that she has also obtained the power of the domain, she naturally wants to experience it. Accompanied by the icy blue soul power light, the Ice Phoenix martial soul emerged from behind Shui Binger. Pointing to the small white pattern on the right claw of the Ice Phoenix martial soul, Muyang said, Binger, do you see this white pattern? Try to communicate with it. According to the instructions, Shui Binger concentrated her mind to communicate with the white pattern representing the God of Killing domain. The next second, the surging white light spread, and then turned into an invisible airflow and spread out. With Shui Bing'er herself as the center, the god of killing domain covered a radius of dozens of meters. Suddenly, Muyang felt a fierce killing intent emanating from Shui Bing'er in front of him. Under the influence of this killing intent, his own strength was greatly restricted. Besides, the killing god domain was approaching, and under the stimulation of the killing intent released by Shui Bing'er, Muyang immediately felt a desire to kill. Fortunately, his consciousness was still clear, and he was not overwhelmed by this killing intent, and suppressed the killing desire in his heart. It's a wonderful feeling. I feel that everything in the domain is under my control, and being in the domain, my strength has also been greatly improved. After a careful experience, Shui Bing'er said with a sigh. Martial souls and soul masters are inseparable. The innate domain of martial souls is like a part of the soul master himself. After mastering the domain, the perception ability will be greatly enhanced within the domain. However, the killing god domain we obtained is only the initial one. Apart from the effect of improving perception ability, it can only increase our own strength and weaken the opponent by 10%. Only when the martial soul grows to a certain extent, or killing is used as the growth nutrient of this domain, can the increase and weakening effect of the killing god domain be increased to 20%. Nodding slightly, Muyang briefly talked about the effect of the killing god domain. After trying it, Shui Bing'er took back the martial soul and the killing god domain, staring at Muyang with a pale face, murderous eyebrows and a cold breath all over his body, and asked with a worried face, Muyang, shall we return to the academy next? This training journey in the killing city has greatly affected the status of the two, and her condition is more serious than Muyang. Shui Bing'er is very worried about this. Family members know their own business. Although she is still rational at the moment, Shui Bing'er knows that this is not affected by external factors. If someone provokes her, or if she is not happy with the other party, in the past, she would at most teach the other party a lesson. But now, Shui Bing'er dare not guarantee that she can suppress the killing intention in her heart, and she may kill the other party on the spot. Muyang shook his head. Don't go back to the academy first, write a few letters later and have someone send them back to the academy to report safety. Let's go to Tiandu City. Tiandu City. Well, the abnormality in us is that we can't perfectly master the killing god domain. In Tiandu City, there are people who can help us master the killing god domain. Who? Shui Bing'er is very curious. You will know when the time comes. Shaking his head, Muyang did not say it clearly. This person is naturally Tang San's aunt, Tang Yuehua, the sister of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Speaking of which, the granddaughter of the Invincible on the Land is also a peculiar one. Although she is a direct descendant of the Haoshan sect, she failed to inherit the Haoshan hammer spirit inherited by the Haoshan sect, but awakened a mutant spirit, and it was a malignant mutation, and she could never become a formal soul master. However, it is precisely because Tang Yuehua's spirit has mutated that she has mastered the power of the domain that most of the titled Douluo in the Soul Master world do not have. Douluo has two well-known malignant mutant spirits. Yu Xiaogong's Luo Sanbao is the dominant spirit of the spirit fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, and Tang Yuehua's Ruyi Ring comes with the spirit talent domain, Noble Ring. They should not be underestimated. To a certain extent, these two spirits are extraordinary. Perhaps there is no such thing as malignant mutation of mutant spirits. The reason why there is a distinction between benign and malignant is simply because the soul master who awakens the mutant spirit is too talented to support a powerful spirit. After all, whether it is Luo Sanbao who can transform into a golden holy dragon, or Ruyi Ring with its own domain power, they all look like incomplete versions of super powerful martial spirits. What should we do with her? Shui Bing'er pointed at Hulina not far away. After thinking for a moment, Muyang said, let's leave after she wakes up. Hulina is a comrade after all. Although this comrade was just a bystander throughout the whole process, just because the two of them borrowed Bibi Dong's tiger skin and got out of the killing city smoothly, Muyang had to accept this plastic comradeship. Not to mention, it is still necessary to wait for her to wake up before leaving, so as not to let this girl be taken away by passing beasts. More than half an hour later, Hulina woke up from her coma. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds that came into view, and the blue-silver grass growing on the ground around her, Hulina's eyes couldn't help but reveal confusion. She clearly remembered that she fainted when she entered the Hell Road. Logically, she should be in the Hell Road now. The blue sky, white clouds, and blue-silver grass in the middle are obviously not what the Hell Road should look like. After all, the Hell Road is named after Hell, so you can imagine how bad the environment inside is. At least it should be full of darkness, and it is impossible to be so peaceful. Awake? It's good that you're awake, Hulina, see you again if we're lucky. Binger and I will leave first. Seeing Hulina wake up, Muyang, who was not far away, greeted her and then left with Shui Binger. End of this chapter. 250 Chapter 250 Yuxian. 250. Wait, let me sort it out. Rubbing her head, Hulina said. After a while, she was very sure that she was no longer in the Hell Road, and she also felt that the demon fox spirit had awakened the power of the domain. Hulina couldn't help asking, what is going on? Shui Binger said, after entering the Hell Road, Muyang and I woke up before you, and the difficulty of the Hell Road is not high. We passed it very quickly, so you were helped to pass it. Muyang took over the conversation. Hulina, This is the most difficult level of the training, but you won it by doing nothing? Muyang, Binger, do you want to join the Spirit Hall? I can introduce you to my teacher. After a moment of silence, Hulina accepted the fact that she won by doing nothing and invited the two. Although she was a little unwilling, Hulina knew that both Muyang and Shui Binger were stronger than her and younger than her. As a member of the Spirit Hall, if possible, Hulina hoped that the two could join the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, if the two of them stood on the opposite side of their own Wuhan Hall in the future, it would be hard for Hulina to imagine what kind of powerful enemy she would face. Let's talk about it later. Waving his hand, Muyang and Shui Binger left together. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Hulina opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Finally, she shook her head helplessly and sighed. 3 days later, Tiandu City. In the most prosperous area in the center of Tiandu City, there is an elegant 5-story building. The overall architectural style of the building is slightly simple. There is a plaque hanging above the gate with 2 big characters, Yuexuan. There are not many people coming and going in Yuexuan, but it can be seen that the men and women coming in and out here are all dressed in luxurious clothes or have excellent temperament. In the afternoon, 2 young men and women in extraordinary clothes walked on the street outside Yuexuan. The handsome appearance of the boy and the beautiful face and graceful figure of the girl attracted the attention of passers-by on the road. However, due to the cold and murderous aura emanating from the young man and the girl, not to mention approaching and chatting, pedestrians on the road retreated to avoid trouble wherever the two passed by. We're here. Muyang said when they arrived not far from the gate of Yuexuan. Yuexuan? I heard from my aunt that this seems to be the Imperial Palace Etiquette Academy. Looking at the plaque on the gate of the small building in front, Shui Binger said uncertainly. Is there really a strange person here who can help her and Muyang perfectly master the power of the killing god domain? Master Yuexuan possesses the power of the domain. Although her domain cannot be used to fight the enemy, it can have the effect of purifying the soul. Seeing the doubts in Shui Binger's heart, Muyang explained. Power of the domain? Could it be that Master Yuexuan is also a Douluo? Shui Binger was surprised. The power of the domain is not something that ordinary soul masters can possess. In her impression, soul masters with domains are either geniuses or strong ones, and Master Yuexuan is definitely not a young soul master of the same generation as them, so he is naturally a strong one. That's not the case. As far as I know, the innate domain of Yuexuan Suanzu is naturally born with her awakened mutant martial spirit. By the way, this Suanzu is not even a first-ring soul master. Let's not ask this after entering Yuexuan. It's not good to poke someone's scar. Shaking his head, Muyang lowered his voice and said softly. Can it be like this? Shui Binger couldn't help but widen her eyes. Many powerful people in the mainland soul master world are hard to come by, and most soul masters have never heard of the domain power. It turned out that Yuexuan Suanzu, who is not even a formal soul master, can master it. Isn't this a bit too fantastic? Okay, let's go in. Since this Suanzu is willing to open the door to teach those noble children, I think he doesn't mind us being transfer students. After saying that, Muyang took Shui Binger and walked towards the gate of Yuexuan. Muyang was not worried that Tang Yuehua would turn them away. In his opinion, Tang Yuehua opened Yuexuan for 2 purposes. One was to serve as a base for Haoshan sect in the outside world, to collect intelligence from the mainland soul master world, and to prepare for the future re-emergence of Haoshan sect. The second purpose was to use Yuexuan, the Imperial Court Etiquette Academy, as a link to make friends with the Tiandu Empire. Tang Yuehua would definitely be willing to make friends with young geniuses like him and Shui Binger. Of course, Muyang was not prepared to owe favors. Since Yuexuan was an etiquette academy, he and Shui Binger would just enroll and pay tuition. In front of the gate of Yuexuan, 2 young men in green stood on the left and right. They seemed to be the guards. Seeing Muyang and his partner coming, the 2 young men looked at each other, then stepped forward a few steps, bowed and saluted, and stopped the 2 men. "Excuse me, you 2 look unfamiliar, what's the matter with you coming to Yuexuan?" Although Muyang and his partner were handsome and pretty, and their clothes were also extraordinary, they were pale, with murderous eyebrows and cold breath. They were not serious people at first glance. As doormen, the 2 young men had to bite the bullet and said, "I'm sorry, you 2 don't look like strangers. I don't know what you are doing here." Step forward to stop them. After all, the students in Yuexuan are all children of the empire's nobles. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult to explain. Well, in the eyes of the 2 young men, Muyang and Shui Binger are the evil soul masters that everyone on the continent hates, and they have just committed a major crime. Otherwise, where would they get such a strong evil spirit? "What? We can't go in," Muyang said in a cold tone. No, it's just..." The young man on the left hesitated a little. He couldn't say that you 2 look like evil soul masters who do all kinds of evil. "You are not welcome here, right?" If he really said that, things might get serious. If they are not evil soul masters, then they have bumped into the guests. If they are really evil soul masters who like to kill, then their lives are over. After all, none of these arrogant evil soul masters are good people, and the 2 of them are just small karami at the 2nd ring level. After glancing at the 2 young men, Muyang didn't care much, motioned Shui Binger to follow, and walked straight into Yuexuan. Seeing this, the 2 young men had to follow. Walking into Yuexuan, a faint fragrance hit me. The screen wall was carved from the finest boxwood. In front of the screen wall, there were 2 exotic orchids that were 3 meters tall and exuded a faint fragrance. Although it was just across the gate of Yuexuan, it gave people the feeling of being isolated from the outside world. Around the screen wall, there was a wide first-floor hall. The ground was paved with grey square bricks with a side length of 1 meter, and all around were furnishings made of various expensive woods. Behind a wide table in front, several girls who were dressed simply but quite delicate were standing there talking softly. The arrival of Muyang and the others attracted the attention of the girls. Seeing that both of them had murderous looks and cold breath, the young man in the lead frowned and looked at the 2 young men following Muyang and the others with a bad face. The meaning was obvious. These 2 people were not good people at first glance. How could they be allowed in? End of this chapter. 251.